At the age of 15, Gu Chenbai met with an accident while attempting to save his brother, which left him with a lasting limp.Tu yin, a prodigy in his youth, garnered countless admirers. Yet he remained ensnared by the emotional scars inflicted by his upbringing, until he crossed paths with Gu Chenbai. Their encounter occurred in the sweltering June, as they navigated through the relentless heat and the symphony of cicadas, filling the autumn with lively moments and eventually, leading into the depths of winter, a contractual marriage, a fleeting possession. Chapter 1. Well, it's over. Tu Xiao, I have been worried sick about you during your 6-month disappearance. You wouldn't answer my calls or respond to messages. Didn't I tell you I was fine? Well, I still couldn't shake off my concern. Shun Fei circled around Tu Yin, meticulously inspecting him. You've divorced that cripple from the Gu family, haven't you? Make sure to cut all ties. Don't leave any loose ends. Tu Yin reclined on the bar's curved sofa, legs crossed, holding a glass of alcohol, merely observing the swirling liquid without drinking. The term cripple made his brow furrow instinctively, prompting him to retort, he's not a cripple, just has a slight leg ailment. The attention of those nearby converged on him, and Tu Yin, halfway through his explanation, fell silent, simply stating, yes, I've divorced. Guanan, seated nearby, overheard and expressed indignation. Your father must be out of his mind. The company isn't bankrupt yet, and he's eager to sell his son to pay off debts. Others chimed in. The crux of matter is your father's irresponsibility. He could have chosen from countless wealthy alphas, yet he settled on that cripple from the Gu family. I heard he's quite unattractive, with a low pheromone level, and he requires crutches to walk. Has anyone even seen him? No, he never shows up at Huaxing's events. Who knows what he looks like? Logically speaking, even if he is disabled, with a fortune in the billions, what's there to be ashamed of? Could it be that he's disfigured? Noticing Tu Yan's expression darkening, Shun Fei quickly signaled to the others. Stop it. If you keep this up, Tu Xiao might throw up. He just regained his freedom, and you're still adding to his distress. Come on, let's drink to Tu Xiao's new beginning. Cheers. Tu Yin managed a forced smile, lifting his glass. The strong liquor slid down his throat like a knife, difficult to swallow. He was at a loss as to why he felt this way. Logically, he should be elated about his newfound freedom. Yet, hearing their remarks about that person ignited a fury within him that he had to suppress for the sake of appearances. Halfway through his drink, Guanan, slightly tipsy, leaned closer but hesitated to touch Tu Yin, instead twisting his body to sneak a glance at Tu Yan's nape. This made Tu Yin irritable, and he snapped. What the hell are you looking at? Guanan chuckled. I wanted to see if you've been fully marked. I'm asking for my brother. You know he's had a crush on you for ages. Tu Yin froze, unconsciously touching the gland at the back of his neck, which remained smooth and unblemished, like a fruit yet to be picked. No, Tu Yin replied, but I don't like your brother. It's impossible. Guanan awkwardly laughed. Okay, I was just asking. Don't be upset. I know you have high standards, and with your father's troubles, marrying that person must have been tough. Things will get better. By the way, Tu Xiao, will you return to acting? Tu Yin had only been close to Shun Fei, and with the others, he merely exchanged nods. He was unsure how they learned about his marriage and subsequent divorce, even throwing him a singles party. Out of a sense of past camaraderie, he had come, but from the moment he sat down, he felt inexplicably restless and unsettled. He set down his glass, popped a piece of fruit into his mouth, and nodded impatiently. That would definitely make waves in the entertainment industry. The crowd gathered around Tu Yin again, raising their glasses to toast his rebirth. Tu Xiao, even in your absence, legends of you abound in the industry. I saw media reports last week claiming your disappearance was due to giving birth overseas, alleging you were carrying the child of the acclaimed actor Qi He. It's hilarious. Shun Fei, a fan of Qi He, quickly defended him. What's wrong with that? I think only someone like Qi He is worthy of Tu Xiao. He squinted mischievously, saying, I heard Qi He's pheromone level is level 8. He's quite impressive in that regard. Laughter erupted. How impressive. Let's just say it's enough to leave one in ecstasy. Wow, level 8. I've only encountered 2 level 8s in my life. You've never experienced it. Even if a high-level alpha uses suppressants, the moment he approaches, you can feel the overwhelming pressure. It's terrifying. The topic piqued everyone's interest, and they began exchanging stories about renowned alphas in their circle. I heard the eldest son of the Gu family is also a top-level alpha. Someone suddenly blurted this out, and the atmosphere turned icy, falling into an uncomfortable silence. It was no secret that the eldest son of the Gu family was indeed a top alpha, but mentioning it here was inappropriate, especially since Tu Yan was married to the second son, a mediocre, limping man who had never made an appearance and was ridiculed behind his back. The implications were all too clear. The group exchanged glances, realizing Tu Yan must be angry. "Why don't you all think before you speak? Stop spouting nonsense." Shun Fei waved his hand, urging them to quiet down. Being the closest to Tu Yan, Shun Fei dared to approach him, intending to lighten the mood with a joke, but he found Tu Yan disengaged from the conversation, lost in thought as he stared at the fruit platter, biting his lip, his cheeks flushed. He nudged Tu Yan, who snapped back to reality, standing abruptly under the astonished gazes of the others. I think I'm a bit tipsy. I'll head back now." As the others watched his retreating figure, they exchanged knowing looks, a mix of disdain and confusion. Guannan scoffed and drained his glass. Shun Fei wanted to see him off, but Tu Yan walked swiftly out the door, leaving Shun Fei puzzled. Unable to resist, he turned to the others and asked, "Don't you think Tu Xiao has changed quite a bit?" Guannan reclined back. After being forced to marry a cripple for half a year, could he not change? Shun Fei shook his head, wanting to argue but struggling to find the right word. It was only after finishing the drinks and feeling slightly inebriated when a single word flashed in his mind. Gentle. Yes, Tu Yan had become gentler. Though still adorned with many thorns, he no longer felt as unapproachable as before. Chapter 2. Do you think I care? The agent had scheduled Tu Yan's comeback for January 2nd. With only a few days remaining, Tu Yan remained unperturbed. Rather, an inexplicable restlessness pervaded his entire being, making him restless. The agent assumed he was anxious and came to engage him in conversation. However, after a lengthy discussion, she realized that Tu Yan showed no concern for his return. When she informed him that he had lost hundreds of thousands of fans over the past 6 months, he barely blinked. After contemplating, the agent speculated, "Xiao Yan, are you nearing your heat cycle?" Tu Yan straightened up, rapidly traversing the timeline in his mind, and finally recognized the crux of the matter. Indeed, he was approaching his heat cycle. More precisely, it had been delayed, and it should have arrived days ago. "Do you need me to fetch some heat suppressants?" The agent inquired softly. The heat suppressants were currently the most effective medication to address omega heat cycles, devoid of side effects. Tu Yan shook his head. "I have some at home." "Oh, very well. Then do make sure to rest," she advised. The agent was aware of Tu Yan's temperament. He was typically aloof and reserved, never truly opening up to anyone. Despite having accompanied him since his debut, she remained an outsider to his private life. Even during his unexplained 6-month hiatus, he had only informed her of pressing matters regarding his family, indicating that he might need half a year and suggesting she manage other artists during that time, without divulging any further details. Initially, the agent felt somewhat disheartened. Tu Yan had been her first artist upon graduating from university, and she had devoted herself entirely to him. However, whether it was due to her perceived inadequacies or some other reason, he always maintained a certain distance. Nevertheless, the agent gradually adapted, realizing that Tu Yan's indifference extended to everyone, not just her. In the entertainment industry, where image and packaging reigned supreme, personality traits seemed trivial. Given Tu Yan's affluent background, striking appearance, and innate acting talent, he was never short of topics or performances. Over the years, he had amassed countless fans, allowing the agent to rise alongside him. And that sufficed for her. "Unless there is anything else, I will take my leave," Tu Yan said, glancing over his schedule and confirming the timings with his agent. He then set down his folder and added, "By the way, I'll drive myself home. No need for a driver." "All right. Make sure to rest well these next few days," the agent reiterated. Tu Yan grasped his car keys and leisurely settled into the vehicle. In the confined driver's seat, he lingered in thought, wrestling with his emotions. Ultimately, he chose to follow his instincts and drove to that place. When he signed the divorce agreement, he believed he would never return. The villa, neither too large nor too small, boasted a garden with several varieties of winter-blooming flowers when he departed. The blooms had yet to blossom, yet now they flourished abundantly. Who could have anticipated that less than a month later, this would be his second visit? If one counted that afternoon, it was indeed the third. The occupant was surely still at work, for from the outside, the villa appeared shrouded in darkness. Tu Yin released a breath of relief, adjusted the brim of his cap, and lowered his head as he approached the door to enter the passcode. The code remained unchanged, still comprising his birthday and wedding anniversary. Tu Yin let out a soft hum. He stepped inside, first surveying the shoe rack and the living room. A single pair of slippers lay on the soft mat at the entrance, and the sofa was impeccably tidy, devoid of any signs of guests. Not bad, he thought. Raising an eyebrow, he proceeded to the bedroom and was enveloped by a subtle, woody fragrance unique to that person, quietly swirling in the air around him. Stopping in his tracks, his eyes suddenly moistened as memories flooded back. The tender moments they had shared, their necks intertwined, vividly replaying in his mind. Yet he knew that he had brought all of this to a close with his own hands. Any nostalgia would only serve to aggravate his turmoil. He inhaled deeply, attributing his fleeting vulnerability to the impending heat of the mating season. Approaching the wardrobe, he opened the side designated for outerwear and discovered a slate-gray knit cardigan among the neatly arranged dark coats. It was already well past early autumn, and the temperatures were steadily dropping. It was hardly the season for cardigans. He mused to himself that he should be able to take this without it being noticed. He stuffed the cardigan into his bag, contemplated for a moment, and then reached for a basic shirt. He recalled how attractive that person looked in a shirt and dress pants. The two pieces of clothing he had pilfered a week prior were now wrinkled and stained with his saliva, which he found distasteful. Yet, he desperately craved that person's scent to alleviate his anxiety. The act of stealing clothes was, after all, an unavoidable surrender to his instincts. This is not my fault. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon fate for making me an omega, he justified to himself. After closing the wardrobe and tidying up, he was about to leave when an inexplicable urge led him to glance into the bathroom. A solitary set of toiletries remained, and the yellow square towel he had forgotten hung on the rack. A hint of sweetness surged within him, only to quickly dissolve into acidity. He was uncertain of what he was confirming. Perhaps he knew but was unwilling to admit it, to avoid being caught in the act. He hastily cast a glance and then dashed out the door. Just as he was nearing the gate, he heard the sound of that person's footsteps. Startled, his heart nearly skipped a beat. He stumbled over his shoelaces at the gate, almost losing his balance before managing to grasp the iron gate, preventing a complete fall. That person approached briskly, and before he could utter a word, he ducked behind a low wall, foolishly shouting, "You can't come in." His heart raced, still unsettled, and he felt utterly embarrassed by his own idiocy. It was he who had insisted on the divorce, and now he was sneaking back. Surely that person was laughing at him in their mind. He heard the faint sound of a keypad being pressed, and in a panic exclaimed, "I said you can't come in. Try entering if you dare." His tone betrayed no hint of a thief's awareness. It seemed that person paused, taking a step back. He recognized the familiar sound of a metal cane striking the ground, familiar not only for its resonance, but also for the way it struck at his heart. He had dreamed of it just the night before, and he held his breath, feeling warmth radiate from his neck to his cheeks. He heard that person inquire, "Did you get hurt just now?" Their voice remained low and gentle. He replied honestly, no. He had not seen that person for nearly a month, and now, separated by a low wall, Tu Yin found himself consumed by a tumult of emotions, as though a multitude of words yearned to escape his lips, yet remained unvoiced. After a prolonged silence, long enough for Tu Yin's erratic heartbeat to return to a steady rhythm, and for the burnt orange hues of the evening sky to gradually fade, that person suddenly spoke, a hint of laughter imbued in his tone. "Rabbit, darling, if you keep stealing, I shall soon find myself without clothes." Tu Yin felt a rush of heat suffuse his cheeks, indignantly retorting, "I will return them. Do you think I covet them?" Chapter 3. I miss you. After he bit the bullet and uttered those words, what did that person say next? It seemed he chuckled lightly, yet he refrained from further teasing Tu Yan's fragile pride. Nor did he inquire about the reason behind Tu Yan's pilfering of his garments. Instead, he simply asked, "Rabbit, darling, may I come in?" Tu Yan responded silently, "No." It was as if this were his domain, and that person was the intruder. After a lengthy pause, he slowly stood, adjusting his mask and lowering his cap. swiftly opening the door, skirting past that person, and hastily darting outside. The other chased a few steps, but did not manage to catch up. Tu Yin felt an urge to glance back. It had been almost a month since he had seen that person's face. He slowed his pace, almost turning back, when a series of ringing interrupted his reverie. Reluctant to awaken from his dream, he was jolted by the call from his agent, urging him to rise. The ringing persisted for half a minute before Tu Yin groggily opened his eyes, ultimately missing the sight he longed for. Xiao Yin, there's an interview at 11. The makeup artist and I are on our way to your place. What would you like for breakfast? I'll bring it to you. Tu Yin, still in a sleepy daze, took a moment to comprehend his agent's inquiry. His mind sluggishly turned, and he replied, anything. Since the divorce, he had been living in a haze, haphazardly managing his meals, as if it had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper breakfast. Would pan-fried buns be all right? The agent, having forgotten Tu Yin's preferences, offered a suggestion offhandedly. Tu Yin agreed and hung up the phone. Kicking off the covers, Tu Yin looked down to find that person's knitted sweater tightly wrapped around him, while a neatly folded shirt lay beneath his pillow. Each night, he could only fall asleep by inhaling the faint, lingering scent of wood, akin to the remnants of an illness that had left behind untreatable sequelae. At 9, after finishing his styling, the makeup artist, while tidying his tools, stole a glance at Tu Yin's face. Tu Yin inquired, what is it? The makeup artist awkwardly waved his hand. It's nothing, nothing at all. I just feel that you seem a bit different, though I can't quite pinpoint how. Tu Yin, with an indifferent expression, replied, it's only natural after not seeing each other for half a year, isn't it? The makeup artist nodded repeatedly, but internally disagreed. It was undoubtedly more than that. In his years of experience, he could see that someone as cold and aloof as young Master Tu could not have undergone such a significant transformation without either being nurtured by love or having suffered heartbreak. One of these must surely apply. After completing the exclusive interview at 11, Tu Yin traveled to the brand event venue. Initially, he presumed that his return would not garner much attention, considering his absence for 6 months. However, as the van passed through the traffic lights, and with only 100 meters to the mall, he could hear the cacophony of voices even through the car window. The organizer made a special effort to clear the roads, guiding drivers to enter through a side entrance of the underground parking garage, and then escorting Tu Yin to the lounge via the staff passage. With only half an hour left before the event commenced, the staff hurriedly arranged various matters. Some mentioned that the crowd was so large it had blocked the fire exit, necessitating a change of venue, while others reported that a young fan had fallen and accidentally struck a reporter's camera, resulting in a commotion. Meanwhile, the brand representatives sent several sets of men's necklaces for Tu Yin to try on, creating a chaotic scene. Tu Yin rubbed his temples, attempting to quell the rising agitation within him, though he failed several times. Placing his phone on the armrest of the sofa, he hesitated momentarily before decisively picking it up and tapping the screen a couple of times, holding it to his ear. After 2 beeps, the call connected swiftly. A familiar voice came through. Tu Bao, what's wrong? In an instant, the surrounding noise seemed to dissipate, quiet enough for Tu Yin to hear his own heartbeat gradually calming down. Had this person become his sole remedy? I dialed the wrong number, Tu Yin admitted, lacking finesse and words. The voice on the other end remained unperturbed, responding gently. Is that so? Tu Yin confirmed, yes, yet did not hang up. After a moment, he added, Gu Chenbai, I am making my comeback today to attend a brand launch event. Is that why you called me? Because you're nervous? Tu Yin's expression hardened, and he replied earnestly, what do I have to be nervous about? This is not my first time on stage. I merely wanted to inform you in advance, lest you be startled by the news when you check your phone later. After all, I am quite popular, and the venue is bound to be packed. Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. I'm already startled. There are indeed many people. Tu Yin took a moment to process this, stammering, what do you mean? Gu Chenbai had likely just exited the underground garage, the surrounding sounds growing louder. How could I not be by your side for your first appearance after your return? As Gu Chenbai entered the venue, Tu Yin dared not move, pressing the receiver tightly against his ear, his heart hanging on Gu Chenbai, attuned to his breathing, envisioning his steps. In his mind, Tu Yin urged, be careful, walk slowly. He almost voiced it aloud but held back. Gu Chenbai's pace was not slow. Despite years of disability, he was diligent about fitness, his muscles well-developed. Nevertheless, Tu Yin felt trepidation each time Gu Chenbai approached the throngs of people. Tu Yin found himself more anxious than Gu Chenbai himself. "Excuse me, are you all right?" A stranger's apologetic voice suddenly cut through the cacophony on the phone. Before Gu Chenbai could respond, Tu Yin leapt to his feet, shouting into the phone, "Did you get bumped? How foolish. Could you not find a corner to sit in?" "Tu Bao, don't worry, I wasn't hit." Gu Chenbai quickly reassured him after a brief pause. "Why are you being so sentimental?" Tu Yin regretted his outburst, calming himself and instinctively revealing a hint of his sharpness. "I'm just concerned that an incident might occur because of you ruining my comeback event." Gu Chenbai found his seat, stowed away his cane, and sat down. He knew Tu Yin all too well, aware that his words seldom matched his heart. Ignoring Tu Yan's earlier remark, he simply reported, "I found my spot in the southeast corner, though you might not be able to see me. I want to see you. Tu Yan replied coldly. I long to see you. I miss you." Tu Yin fell silent, a sudden warmth spreading across his face. He was soon reminded of the scene from a few days prior when he had fled in panic from the doorstep of Gu Chenbai, causing his cheeks to burn even more fiercely. At that moment, his manager knocked on the door, saying, "Xiao Yin, it's time to go on stage." Tu Yan nodded, preparing to end the call, when he unexpectedly heard a girl's voice on the other end. "Handsome, are you also a fan of Tu? I have some extra light sticks and banners to give away for free. May I add you on WeChat to invite you to the fan group?" Tu Yan's expression instantly darkened, his eyes clouding with displeasure. He hung up the phone, standing there like a fierce deity, startling the makeup artist who entered to touch up his appearance. That evening, a female fan chatted with her friend. "Oh my, there are so many people at the venue today. The male god's popularity remains undiminished. So what about Tu Yin? Any changes? He's even more handsome. Like, breathtakingly handsome. I wish I could have been there. I swear, it felt like the male god glanced at me several times today. I wasn't dreaming. It was real." Our eyes met multiple times, causing everyone around me to turn and look. I couldn't even move or press the shutter. And then, his gaze was so fierce, it felt like he wanted to devour me. Chapter 4. Marrying a Cripple? A group of wealthy young men prepared a lavish surprise party for Tu Yin at a bar owned by Guan Nan to celebrate his successful return, claiming they wanted to dispel his misfortune and wash away the dust. It was merely an excuse to gather for drinks. Tu Yin initially had no desire to attend, but Shun Fei insisted, saying he wanted to help him unwind. Unable to explain, Tu Yin simply mentioned he had some unfinished business, promising to arrive later while urging them to start without him. He was engaged in discussions with the assistant director of a new drama, having previously tackled similar genres. Tu Yin was hesitant to accept the role, though the production team offered a generous price, causing him to waver. After several rounds of deliberation, he remained undecided. The assistant director reassured him that it was fine to take his time considering the offer. After all, Tu Yan's explosive return brought substantial attention to the new drama, and the production team was unlikely to give up easily. Upon returning to the company, Tu Yin was whisked away to participate in a live broadcast program. He reviewed the agenda in the car, and once on site, the event commenced. Fortunately, his prior experience with events had kept him well prepared. After 6 months, he was still quite adept, quickly finding his rhythm. By the time Tu Yin concluded his day and arrived at the bar, he pushed the door open to hear Guan Nan, already intoxicated, speaking loudly. Do you know what Tu Yin was like growing up? He relied on his father's wealth, never deigning to acknowledge anyone at school. Speaking to you felt like an act of charity, and he wouldn't even touch you, thinking you beneath him, as though he were swan and everyone else mere chickens in a coop. Shun Fei frowned at this. What are you saying? Tu Yin is just a bit proud. Guan Nan, fueled by alcohol, continued unabated. Don't defend him, Shun Fei. The wheel of karma turns for all. No matter how powerful his father is, he still had to shamelessly sell his son off to someone else just to serve as a wife to a cripple. I find it utterly amusing to recall how, 6 months ago, Tu Yin was compelled by his father to marry. His father, weeping and sniffling before the Gu family, lamented, Yin Yin, I do this for your own good. The room erupted in laughter, except for Shun Fei, whose expression darkened as he quietly admonished, Gu Nan, cease this talk. A curious onlooker then inquired, Were you present at that time? In truth, Gu Nan was not there. He had only heard tales from the Gu family's driver and others. Nevertheless, he defiantly retorted, I was indeed. And did you not see what Gu looked like? Gu was absent during that incident, and truth be told, Gu Nan had never laid eyes on him. Another person pressed on, by the way, why do you still maintain such close ties with Tu Yin? Gu Nan waved dismissively. My father ordered it. He said the Tu family's company is back on track, and our families must collaborate in the future. He instructed me not to fall out with Tu Yin. Why else would I bother organizing this wretched gathering? Before he could finish, the door behind them was forcefully kicked open. The guests turned in shock to see Tu Yin standing at the entrance, causing an immediate wave of fear that left them exchanging glances. Gu Nan, suddenly sober from the wine, stepped forward awkwardly, saying, I was merely joking, young Master Tu. Please do not take it to heart. Apologies, but I do take it to heart, Tu Yin replied, lifting his gaze and coldly scrutinizing Gu Nan before delivering a punch to his face. Onlookers rushed to intervene, with Shun Fei attempting to restrain Tu Yin. However, Tu Yin broke free and retaliated with another blow. Although Gu Nan held a degree of apprehension towards Tu Yin, he was accustomed to a life of privilege and was unaccustomed to such indignity, leading him to engage in a scuffle. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the sound of shattering glass and overturned furniture filling the air. Amidst the turmoil, someone inadvertently kicked Tu Yin in the groin, causing him to gasp in pain and struggle to steady himself against the door handle. Shun Fei noticed and shouted, Young Master Tu is injured. Despite the Tu family's diminished stature, their lingering influence, coupled with Tu Yan's current celebrity status, rendered any injury a matter of concern. The crowd, startled, gradually ceased their altercation. Shun Fei promptly inquired, Young Master Tu, are you all right? Tu Yin shook his head, slowly rising, his expression dark and brooding. He approached Gu Nan and seized his collar. Warning, you will regret this. As Tu Yin turned and exited the bar, Shun Fei noticed that the thin shirt on his back was completely soaked, and beads of cold sweat were forming on his forehead, rendering him visibly weakened. With worry etched on his face, he suggested, Young Master Tu, your complexion is concerning. Allow me to take you to the hospital. Tu Yin declined, shaking his head. Just as Shun Fei moved closer, Tu Yin halted him with a sharp command. Do not approach. What is the matter? Shun Fei asked. Tu Yin touched the back of his neck and replied coldly, My suppressants have worn off. Do not come near. Shun Fei was taken aback. As a beta, he could not detect Tu Yan's pheromones, but he had heard that Tu Yin was a high-ranking Omega. If his pheromones were sensed by others, it could lead to disastrous consequences. He asked, What shall we do? Please help me procure a tube of potent suppressants, suitable for use near the onset of the estrus period, Tu Yin instructed, after which he retrieved his car keys and swiftly entered the vehicle, sealing the door tightly to contain his pheromones within. Upon witnessing the distress, Shun Fei promptly turned to procure assistance. Tu Yin felt as though his body were cleaved in twain, one half scorched by flames, the other enveloped in ice, the relentless oscillation of heat and cold tormenting him. His glands swelled and itched, inflicting a pain surpassing even that of his mating season, as an intense yet ineffable sensation swiftly engulfed him. Just as he grappled with his discomfort, Shun Fei called, inquiring, Well, Tu Xiao? The pharmacist wants to know if you have engaged in any sexual activity in the past month. Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback, eventually responding, Yes. Shun Fei, though momentarily stunned, relayed the information truthfully to the pharmacist. When he delivered the suppressant to Tu Yin, who lay curled in the back seat, drenched in sweat as if he were drowning, Shun Fei observed with concern the severity of his reaction during this mating period, yet felt powerless to assist. Just as he was about to close the car door, he heard Tu Yin call out, Could you please help me dial a number? It's in the call log. The one named Gu Chenbai. I'm all sweaty and lack the strength. The screen unlock code is 1234. Shun Fei quickly seized Tu Yin's phone beside his legs and complied. Once the call connected, Tu Yin added, Thank you, Shun Gu. Please hand the phone back to me and close the car door. After complying, Shun Fei noticed the name was somewhat familiar, yet he did not dwell on it, promptly passing the phone to Tu Yin before stepping back and securely closing the door. In that fleeting moment, he heard Tu Yan's cries, a fragile whimper, tinged with a tone reminiscent of a spoiled child, utterly unlike his usual demeanor. Then he heard Tu Yan exclaim in exasperation, "Damn Gu Chenbai! What kind of curse have you placed upon me?" Chapter 5. I arrived late, I apologize. When Gu Chenbai finally arrived, Tu Yan was still trembling, struggling with the plastic packaging of the suppressant. His hands were slick with sweat, droplets clinging to his eyelashes, his vision blurred. The packaging was small and slippery, driving him to the brink of tears. Had this been before, back when he was still married, he would never have had to endure such torment alone. Nor would he have needed a suppressant, for that person had been by his side. Suddenly, Tu Yan shook his head, attempting to banish the name of that person from his mind, holding his breath as he continued to tear at the packaging. Just as he managed to create a small opening, the car door swung open abruptly, a gust of cold air rushing in. Tu Yan instinctively recoiled to the other side of the vehicle, yet his body, weakened and limp, left him frozen in place. As he prepared to cry out, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, an alluring scent mingled with a subtle woody aroma, reminiscent of the cedar-scented perfume that person often wore. Tu Yan parted his lips, blinking away the stinging in his eyes. His voice amplified within the confines of the small car as he uttered, "Gu Chenbai." The word escaped with a quaver, and he bit his lip in an effort to suppress his emotions, never having imagined he would find himself so pitifully dependent on another. I arrived late, I apologize. Before Gu Chenbai even took a seat, he wrapped his arms around Tu Yan's waist, pulling the sweat-drenched Tu Yan into his embrace. Tu Yan felt as though he were a soft-bodied creature, helplessly manipulated by Gu Chenbai. Gu Chenbai removed the suppressor from his hand, cradled Tu Yan's back and legs, and placed him on his lap, his arms firmly encircling Tu Yan's waist. The compartment was filled with the ambiguous sounds of fabric rubbing against fabric. Tu Yan lowered his gaze, yet he could feel Gu Chenbai's burning stare. Gu Chenbai urged Tu Yan to lean against his chest, retrieving a tissue from the front seat to wipe the sweat from Tu Yan's brow, gently gliding his hand down to the collar. His movements were tender yet swift, and Tu Yan remained still, allowing him to fuss over him. "How uncomfortable do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Gu Chenbai inquired. Tu Yan shook his head and gestured towards the suppressor beside him. "Help me administer it." "Are you sure?" Tu Yan furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Gu Chenbai. "Why are you being so tedious?" Gu Chenbai examined Tu Yan's condition once more, checking the temperature of his forehead, and confirmed that he was indeed not in serious trouble. With no better alternative, he took the mangled suppressor, tore open the packaging, and retrieved the alcohol swab and syringe. This type of portable, high-potency suppressor, directly injected into the glands, was favored for its swift efficacy and convenience. And Tu Yan was no stranger to its use. In the early days of their marriage, it was a staple in their household. Back then, Tu Yan harbored deep mistrust towards Gu Chenbai, believing him to have ulterior motives. Hence he had deliberately purchased 2 large boxes of suppressors and a canister of pepper spray, placing them conspicuously on the bedside table as a warning. Of course, it was hardly used thereafter. Gu Chenbai meticulously reviewed the instructions, confirming there were no side effects before supporting Tu Yan's back, softly calling him Bunny as he administered the suppressor. His tone was reminiscent of soothing a frightened child, causing Tu Yan to feel a mix of embarrassment and indignation as he pinched Gu Chenbai's thigh. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength, and Gu Chenbai, oblivious, misinterpreted Tu Yan's movements as discomfort from the injection, lowering his voice further. A wave of nostalgia washed over Tu Yan, recalling moments past when Gu Chenbai would comfort him in the same manner, and he would nestle in Gu Chenbai's embrace. Regrettably, they were now divorced. As the procedure concluded, Tu Yan slumped back against Gu Chenbai's chest, his forehead pressed against Gu Chenbai's cheek, creating an uncomfortable sensation, yet he could find no more comfortable position. Gu Chenbai's right leg had been injured for many years, leaving his left leg strong and sturdy. Sitting atop it, Tu Yan felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. "Are you feeling better?" Gu Chenbai asked. Tu Yan remained silent. "Shall we rest in the car for a while, or return home to sleep?" Tu Yan opened his eyes, gazing coldly at Gu Chenbai. "What are you scheming?" "We are divorced. Do not think to take advantage of me." Gu Chenbai chuckled lightly, pulling Tu Yin closer and leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Bunny, if I intended to take advantage, you wouldn't still. Be quiet. Tu ya not ejected." Gu Chenbai was always careful to know where to draw the line. He smirked, and after a moment, reached out to touch Tu Yan's forehead, finding his temperature normal, which relieved his concerns. "What happened today?" "Nothing," Tu Yin mumbled. His head lowered as he tugged at Gu Chenbai's shirt hem playfully. "Were you in a fight?" Tu Yan's body stiffened. Before he could utter a word, he felt Gu Chenbai's hand slide down to his sore hip. The mere touch of that area made Tu Yin flinch. There was an injury there, and the restraining patch on the back of his neck had been forcefully ripped off. "Surely, I am not mistaken?" Tu Yin pursed his lips and closed his eyes. Feigning sleep. "Were those people mocking our marriage?" Gu Chenbai fell silent for a moment, then removed his coat and draped it over Tu Yin. He embraced him through the fabric and softly murmured, "I am sorry for the distress you have endured. I believed that divorce would bring you some relief. Yet I did not anticipate the lingering rumors. It has nothing to do with you. Do not overthink it. Then could you please take better care of yourself in the future? Rabbit, once you return to the spotlight, you will be traveling extensively, and I fear I may not always be able to be there on time." Tu Yin pretended to burrow deeper into the coat, but in truth, he was nuzzling closer to Gu Chenbai. A few of Gu Chenbai's words had nearly brought him to tears. Had this been before their divorce, he would have sternly insisted, "No, you must always be there." But now, he felt unqualified to voice such demands. He could only cling tightly to Gu Chenbai and respond with a nonchalant "Oh." Chapter 6. Can you not repulse me? Since his return, Tu Yin had become a hot topic of discussion, with everyone speculating about his whereabouts over the past 6 months. Some guessed he had gone abroad for further studies. Others speculated he had been battling health issues, and some even claimed he was hiding away in a luxurious maternity center, pregnant with the child of the acclaimed actor Chi He. Tu Yin set down his phone and made a gagging gesture towards Chi, who was beside him reading a script. "Could you refrain from repulsing me? You think I wanted this?" Chi retorted with a roll of his eyes. "The Gu family informed my boss that they wanted to control the narrative within a week and prevent anyone from discovering your concealed marriage. My boss had no choice but to drag me into this mess." Upon hearing the mention of the Gu family, Tu Yin fell silent. To alleviate his boredom, he flipped through the nearby script, suddenly frowning. "Another youth film? I debuted in youth films, and my roles have always been youthful and vibrant. I have grown weary of such projects and wish to explore other genres." "What's wrong? Are youth films not good?" Chi, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt with an open collar that revealed his chest, exuded the scent of a luxurious alpha perfume as he turned to Tu Yin, teasingly adding, "I would still like to take on youth films. Unfortunately, my domineering aura makes it impossible to portray a poor student. Sigh, I too wish to transition. Constantly playing the rich CEO and aristocrat is exhausting." Tu Yin could not be bothered to roll his eyes and lowered his gaze back to the script. Chi then asked, "By the way, is it true that you and Gu Zhaocheng, his brother, have really divorced? Didn't he pursue you, just let you go?" Gu Zhaocheng was Gu Chenbai's elder brother, the president of Huasheng, renowned in the business world. Tu Yin paused his page turning. "Yes. How peculiar. What could that limping man possibly want? Spending billions just to buy you 6 months of freedom?" Chi shook his head in disbelief, scrutinizing Tu Yin with suspicion. "Does he have some peculiar taste? My heavens, could you please refrain from calling him the limping man? He has a name." Chi remained oblivious to the furrowed brow of Tu Yin, continuing to immerse himself in his own thoughts. But the mere contemplation is quite terrifying. In the horror film I last starred in, the murderer was an unremarkable, limping man. As Chi spoke, darker thoughts began to invade his mind. He recalled the perverse individuals frequently highlighted in social news, those who confine naive omegas in basements, or the chaotic parties often indulged in by the affluent. Chihi's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he carefully chose his words, inquiring discreetly, "Tu Yin, have you been wronged?" Tu Yin, rendered speechless, replied, "No. Can you please be quiet?" "Fear not, Tu Yin. If you have truly been wronged, I would sacrifice everything to rectify this injustice. Speak honestly with me. Has that limping man bullied you in any way?" Tu Yin paused, his mind racing through countless memories from the past half year, suddenly feeling a sting in his nose. "Bullying? Where's the bullying? After Chi-He's indignation simmered down, he finally heard Tu Yin softly say, "It seems that throughout, I have been the one bullying him." Upon moving into the Gu household, Tu Yin's first words to Gu Chenbai were, "I do not like you, nor do I wish to marry you. Our relationship disgusts me profoundly." At that moment, Gu Chenbai had just retrieved the meticulously designed wedding ring, poised to present it, but upon hearing Tu Yan's words, he silently tucked the ring away. The smile on his lips momentarily froze, yet he remained composed, responding gently, "I apologize, I was too abrupt." Tu Yan cast a scornful glance at Gu Chenbai's cane, retorting sharply, "Marriage? What of it? It's merely a piece of paper. I am indifferent. Besides, marrying a limping man is quite novel. Having acted in numerous roles, I have yet to experience such a character." Gu Chenbai maintained his demeanor, smiling as he said, "I am honored to partake in your new script." Tu Yan's frustration boiled over, his anger choking him as he glared at Gu Chenbai, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Why do you wish to marry me?" Gu Chenbai, having cut Tu Yan's steak, set down the knife and fork and calmly replied, "Because I like you, to be precise." It was love at first sight. Tu Yan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" He initially thought Gu Chenbai was jesting, but the prospect of their nauseating marital life stirred a tumult within him. In a fit of defiance, he pushed Gu Chenbai onto the sofa and began to remove his shirt, surrendering to despair. "You like me? Then come on, since I'm already yours. Do as you wish, and once it's over, let me go, all right?" Having debuted at the age of 19, Tu Yan had rebuffed countless advances, both overt and subtle, over 4 years, sacrificing numerous opportunities and enduring various injustices, just as he finally emerged victorious. Claiming his first Best Newcomer award and his career began to shine brightly, fate played a cruel trick on him. His father, Tu Feihong, faced impending bankruptcy and sought financial assistance from the affluent Gu family. Upon hearing that the second young master of the Gu family suffers from a severe leg ailment and remains unmarried, Tu Feihong contemplated a marriage alliance. Initially, it was a mere desperate gamble. However, to his astonishment, the Gu family consented. This absurd union rendered Tu Yan's years of maintaining his pristine reputation an utter farce. The final button had been fastened too tightly for him to unfasten. He trembled uncontrollably, caught in a shiver, his vision blurred. Memories of his parents flooded back. He recalled his father's obsequious demeanor when delivering him to the Gu family, and his mother's indifferent acknowledgement upon learning of his marriage. He thought of how everyone still perceived him as a paragon, how his fans affectionately referred to him as the Midnight Star, and how countless individuals eagerly anticipated his upcoming works. Yet, he felt himself plummeting. Suddenly, he felt something plop onto his hand. Glancing down, he discovered it was a tear. He cried. Out of nowhere, a faint scent of wood wafted toward him. Gu Chenbai picked up a neatly folded blanket from the side of the sofa, unfurled it, and draped it over Tu Yan. Then, without uttering a word, he gently helped Tu Yan fasten the stubborn button on his chest. Once wrapped snugly, Gu Chenbai expressed his regret, saying, "I am sorry. If circumstances allowed, I too would wish for a simpler encounter. It is my selfishness that has led us here." Through his tear-filled eyes, Tu Yan gazed at Gu Chenbai's tender gaze and helpless hands, and his sobs intensified. He wished fervently that Gu Chenbai were a villain, as the rumors suggested, ugly and sinister, so that he could wholeheartedly despise him without reservation. Chapter 7. How could one bear to divorce him? Fortunately, you are finally free now. Chi sighed deeply. I distinctly remember the words you sent me shortly after your marriage, where you lamented that others' unions were merely graves for love, and you were helplessly watching yourself being buried alive. Tu Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could I have ever uttered such melodramatic nonsense? It was the night you got your marriage certificate. You drunkenly sent me that voice message at dawn. I still have it saved, Chi replied. Feeling humiliated, Tu Yan urged him to delete it. What are you talking about deleting? It was beautifully said. It made me cry. I've used your words as a constant reminder to myself. Never marry, never marry. Even if one day I meet my end and scatter my ashes into the sea, I shall carry not a trace of marriage's grave. Tu Yin hesitated and remarked, "Actually, if one meets the right person," his sentence trailed off as he suddenly realized he felt unworthy to make such a statement. "Huh? What did you say?" Chi pressed. "Nothing," Tu Yin waved dismissively. As they conversed, Tu Yin's phone rang suddenly. It was his agent requesting several recent barefaced photos for the new film as producer. Tu Yin, who was not fond of selfies, asked Chi He to take a couple of casual shots. Chi He, a self-proclaimed selfie enthusiast and the most adept in the fashion world, was unwilling to take a lackadaisical approach. Within mere seconds, the shutter clicked incessantly. "Enough already. Are you not bored?" Tu Yin protested as Chi He meticulously sifted through the photos in his album. "What do you know? This is called attention to detail." Chi He retorted. As a result of a careless slip of the hand, several images were swiped. "Wait a moment, it seems a handsome gentleman just flashed by." Tu Yin quickly reacted, his expression shifting, and hastily snatched the phone back. Chi He, narrowing his eyes with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Oh, you have a secret crush you didn't tell me about? It's only been a few days since your divorce, and you've already found a new love?" Tu Xiaoweiyong, unable to see that he was such a person, protested, "No way. Let me see. That profile just now is completely my type. I just want to take a glance. I want to compete with you." Tu Yin concealed the phone beneath him, gripping it tightly. "If you refuse to show me, I will post your childhood photos of bedwetting on Weibo right now." "You." Chi wiggled his own phone teasingly, a tactic that had never failed him before. He extended his other hand towards Tu Yin, saying, "If your fans discover that you wet the bed at 2.5, your image will be tarnished." Tu Yin attempted to delete the photo secretly, but before he could reach the power button, Chi seized the moment, stretching his arm to snatch the phone, the screen lingering on that very photo. "Oh my goodness, he truly is my type." Chi enlarged the image with 2 fingers, admiring it while exclaiming, "Such refined elegance. Exquisite features. He clearly hails from a noble family. Wow, his fashion sense is impeccable. He looks so gentle." Tu Yin felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Initially intending to brush it off, he found himself slightly irked by Chi's remarks and retorted, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. There are plenty of more handsome people in the entertainment industry. There are not many with his kind of charm, Tu Yin. You must confess, what is his name?" Tu Yin mumbled, "Gu Chenbai." "Who?" "Gu Zhaoqing's younger brother." Chi's eyes widened, and he remained silent for a full minute before exclaiming, "No way. Isn't it rumored that he is ugly and limps?" Tu Yin thought to himself, "My first impression of Gu Chenbai was indeed this reaction." Suddenly, Chi slammed the table, startling Tu Yin, who was about to scold him, only to hear Chi ask, "How could you possibly bear to divorce such a gem?" Tu Yin froze, reflecting inwardly. Why indeed? He came to a convincing conclusion. It was because the agreement he had forced Gu Chenbai to sign had expired, and they had agreed to divorce upon its conclusion. At that time, he had employed every means possible, even resorting to charm, to compel Gu Chenbai to sign. Who could have foreseen the unexpected events that would unfold thereafter? Chapter 8. Please don't keep avoiding me, all right? On the 3rd day of residing in the Gu household, we'll secretly obtain our marriage certificate, forego any celebrations, and ensure no one else knows. Additionally, I wish to move out of the Gu residence. I don't want to live with your parents and brother." As Tu Yin articulated this string of demands, he braced himself for rejection. Yet Gu Chenbai pondered for a few seconds before acquiescing. Tu Yin was taken aback. "Really?" Gu Chenbai set down the book in his hands. Meeting his gaze directly, "Of course, I find your proposal quite agreeable." When Gu Chenbai focused on someone, his gaze was always intensely concentrated. Tu Yin felt a flutter of nervousness under his scrutiny, lowering his head and pretending to fiddle with his phone, then casually inquired, "Do you have any requests? You could propose something as well." "Ah, it appears I may indeed make a request," Gu Chenbai remarked with a smile. Tu Yin grasped the underlying implications of Gu Chenbai's words, recalling the whispers of the Gu family servants. That little star was rather audacious. Having been sent here by his father to settle debts, yet he acted as if the second young master owed him a fortune. Gu Chenbai did not respond immediately. Instead, he grasped his cane and, using it for support, rose from the sofa and approached Tu Yin. Instinctively, Tu Yin attempted to step aside, but sensing Tu Yan's reluctance. Gu Chenbai halted and said, "I have but one request." Tu Yan turned his gaze toward him. "Please do not always avoid me like this, all right?" He articulated the last 3 words slowly and softly, evoking a sense of pity that made refusal impossible. Tu Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he responded with a barely audible Was that truly the only request? He remained somewhat skeptical. Gu Chenbai smiled at him, his lips curving upward. "Of course. I have other requests as well, such as—" Tu Yan quickly interrupted. "One is enough. Don't be unreasonable." "Very well, just one," Gu Chenbai replied with a grin. He then glanced at the time and inquired, "What would you like for dinner tonight?" Tu Yan, unwilling to be led by Gu Chenbai, responded, "I don't want anything." Having said this, he made his way to his room. As he passed the staircase corner, he caught a glimpse of Gu Chenbai, still standing in place. Gu Chenbai looked up at him, their eyes meeting, and Tu Yan suddenly recalled another significant matter. With Gu Chenbai being so compliant, agreeing to everything, what about the divorce agreement? Would he be willing to sign it as well? Tu Yan pondered. Surely not, for that would mean Gu Chenbai would suffer a considerable loss. Humans are inherently self-serving. Gu Chenbai could not possibly cherish him to the extent of discarding billions. Yet, recalling the look in Gu Chenbai's eyes, he felt it was not entirely implausible. Before long, they moved into their new home, and considering Gu Chenbai's leg condition, the Gu parents selected a standalone villa for them. Tu Yan, eager to distance himself from the Gu family, felt indifferent about the location as he watched his belongings being moved in, feeling akin to those lifeless items. "I have reflected on my previous attitude these past few days. I acknowledge it was indeed poor. Our relationship is a settled fact that cannot be altered, and it is impractical to continue being strangers when we will see each other frequently. Wouldn't you agree?" Tu Yan set his phone down and, seated on the study sofa, looked at Gu Chenbai with a relaxed expression. Gu Chenbai shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Tu Yan's face, inexplicably smiling before raising an eyebrow and replying, "Indeed." Tu Yan cleared his throat to mask his unease and delivered the lines he had prepared. "Let us dine together tonight." "Sound good. Where shall we go?" "I will choose the place. You need only come," Tu Yan declared, springing from his sofa and hurriedly returning to his room in his slippers. Gu Chenbai watched his retreating figure, chuckling helplessly. During his time at the drama academy, Tu Yan occasionally participated in unscripted improvisational performances, and he had often excelled. This occasion was somewhat exceptional. His co-star was his nominal husband, a character difficult to characterize as anything other than a villain. One could only hope that Gu Chenbai would not ruin everything. He first reserved a private room at a discreet restaurant frequently visited by artists, then took a shower and donned a fitted leisure suit that accentuated his physique. He also tidied his hair and even adorned himself with a black crystal earring. His fair complexion made such an accessory particularly striking. After inspecting himself in the mirror, he felt confident that he would indeed catch Gu Chenbai's eye. He had always been self-assured regarding his appearance. He sent a message. "The wine has been delivered to your room. Remember, the bottle with the white pentagram is the wine, while the other contains soda water. Don't mix them up. Can you guarantee the wine will be effective?" "Absolutely. I have tested it personally. Its taste is akin to that of fine wine, but just one sip will intoxicate you, and after 2 sips, you'll be nearly tipsy, enough to say whatever comes to mind, even divulging your bank card password." He intended to inquire further about Tu Yan's plans, but Tu Yan remained silent, replying only, "I'll tell you after the deed is done." He then approached Gu Chenbai's door, but upon hearing no response from within, he assumed Gu Chenbai was absent and pushed the door open. To his surprise, he collided head-on with Gu Chenbai, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Gu Chenbai was draped only in a towel around his waist, his upper body bare, revealing well-defined muscles. Startled, Tu Yan instinctively recoiled, only to trip over his own slippers, causing him to stumble and collide with the door's protective bumper. He yelped in pain, quickly crouching down to cradle his heel, gasping for air. Upon raising his head, he inadvertently found himself staring at Gu Chenbai's midsection, and at that moment, he was struck by a potent and unfamiliar alpha pheromone wafting through the steam. Why was the scent so overpowering? As an elite omega, Tu Yan could perceive the pheromones of an equally superior alpha. Gu Chenbai had just bathed, without any suppressants, allowing the pheromones to linger in the air, growing increasingly intense. Tu Yin felt his body heat up, his throat becoming parched. Hadn't outsiders claimed that Gu Chenbai's pheromone level was rather low? Was that all a fabrication? Was the perceived ugliness false, the mediocrity a ruse, and even the low level of pheromones a deception? Breathless, Tu Yin suddenly became acutely aware of his own embarrassment, feeling as though he might combust from the heat of his shame. He angrily shoved Gu Chenbai away and limped off, confounded by Tu Yin's flurry of reactions. Gu Chenbai grasped the bathroom door frame to steady himself, then quickly donned his clothes, picked up the slippers that lay by the door, and headed next door. He knocked playfully, saying, "Cinderella, you've dropped a slipper." The next moment, the door swung open, and the other slipper flew out from within. Chapter 9. How much do you like me? Gu Chenbai was at a loss regarding Tu Yan's sudden outburst, dutifully picking up the slipper and placing it on the mat at the door before returning to his own room. Half an hour later, he received a call from Tu Yin, whose tone was still irritable and devoid of any invitation. "Get ready. We're going out to eat." Thus, Gu Chenbai picked up his cane and coat and stepped outside. The driver parked the car at the entrance. Tu Yin, initially sitting boldly in the back seat, immediately turned his head to gaze out the window upon seeing Gu Chenbai pressing his body against the car door, exhibiting a demeanor of avoidance, and refrained from speaking to Gu Chenbai throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tu Yin skillfully led Gu Chenbai through the side entrance, and, following the waiter's guidance, they reached the reserved private room. Once all the dishes were served, Tu Yin suddenly raised his hand to the waiter, saying, "Thank you. You may leave. I prefer dining without the presence of staff." The waiter then exited and closed the door behind him. The room was left with only Tu Yin and Gu Chenbai seated across from each other. Gu Chenbai, maintaining his gentle demeanor, looked at Tu Yin and smiled. "You look beautiful today." Tu Yin responded with a non-committal hum, mentally rallying himself, before abruptly standing up, seizing the wine bottle from the center of the table, and pouring half a glass for Gu Chenbai. Instead of returning to his seat, he languidly leaned against the table, his calf brushing against Gu Chenbai's leg, and inquired, "You mentioned last time that you fell for me at first sight. Is that true?" Once immersed in the role, he transformed entirely. Gu Chenbai met his gaze, replying, "Indeed. However, I do not believe in love at first sight." He raised the wine glass before Gu Chenbai, smiling charmingly. What is love at first sight but mere lust? Gu Chenbai accepted the glass, remaining non-committal. "Where did you first see me?" "For years ago, in your debut film, Summer Youth." "Ah, I was just 19 that year." Tu Yin envisioned the surroundings as a film set, imagining Gu Chenbai as an ordinary co-actor, the crystal chandelier as cameras and lights, and playfully, with exaggerated allure, tempted Gu Chenbai. "What did you feel when you first saw me? Did you think I was handsome and then felt something?" He deliberately spoke in a crude manner, akin to his usual boisterous self, causing Gu Chenbai to chuckle inwardly, observing the tension in Tu Yan's lips and the whitened knuckles gripping the table edge. Gu Chenbai calmly replied, "I was captivated and wanted to know you better." "And what did you learn?" "I watched many of your interviews and shows," Gu Chenbai said, resting his arm on the chair's armrest, his fingertips gently tapping rhythmically. "Though everyone describes you as a peacock, to me, you resemble a little rabbit, highly vigilant, keenly observing your surroundings. On the surface, you seem withdrawn, but it's truly out of fear." Tu Yan's expression shifted. "You have no right to define me." "I apologize." Gu Chenbai responded sincerely. He was adept at countering moves, leaving Tu Yan's punch to land softly. Tu Yan understood he could not afford to be angry now, as his purpose for the evening had yet to be fulfilled. A small loss could jeopardize greater plans. He shrugged, saying, "No need to apologize after all. You've already won. I'm married to you now, and I cannot refuse whatever you wish to do." Tu Yan poured himself another glass from a different bottle and leaned in to clink glasses with Gu Chenbai. "Cheers to my newfound marriage." He then downed the drink. After finishing, he frowned, seemingly puzzled, and after a moment of contemplation, he noticed something amiss. However, upon confirming the wine bottle was fine, he dismissed the thought, his brow gradually relaxing as he poured himself another glass. Gu Chenbai also raised his wine glass, but after taking a sip, He felt something amiss and did not finish it, placing it back down. Tu Yin stood quietly by the table for a moment before suddenly looking up. His cheeks flushed abnormally. Noticing Gu Chenbai had not emptied his glass, he tugged at his sleeve, urging, "I told you to drink it all. Did you hear me?" Gu Chenbai, with a sense of resignation, lifted the cup and drained it entirely. "How much do you like me?" Tu Yan's tone shifted to a more direct one as he swayed slightly, leaning half of his body against the table. Gu Chenbai chose to ignore him, standing up to retrieve the bottle of wine beside Tu Yan, whereupon he noticed the replaced packaging film. Tu Yan, still absorbed in his own narrative, touched Gu Chenbai's collar. Blinking as he asked, "Tell me, how much do you like me?" Concerned that he might topple over, Gu Chenbai placed both hands on the table beside him, effectively trapping him against his chest, and softly replied, "Very much. Are you willing to do anything for me?" "Yes." Tu Yan took another half glass of wine, and then inquired, "Then will you sign something for me? Will you?" Gu Chenbai remained silent, quietly observing Tu Yan, who appeared dazed, his eyes dreamy and the skin around them flushed like peach petals, resembling a tipsy little rabbit. Gu Chenbai, Tu Yan called his name. His mind had completely surrendered to impulse, fixated on one thing, making Gu Chenbai sign the divorce agreement. Seeing Gu Chenbai hesitate, he panicked and, disregarding everything, wrapped his arms around Gu Chenbai's neck, burying his face in the crook of his neck, repeatedly insisting, "No, you must sign, you must sign, you must sign," while clinging to Gu Chenbai's legs like a koala, climbing onto him. Gu Chenbai, unable to withstand such antics, had no choice but to lift Tu Yan's bottom and sit down on the chair behind him. Tu Yan then effortlessly straddled Gu Chenbai's lap, dizzily rummaging through his pockets to produce a piece of paper and a pen, which he thrust into Gu Chenbai's hands. Gu Chenbai unfolded the paper, first encountering the striking words "divorce agreement" emblazoned across it. The duration of the marriage relationship is set for 6 months. Tu Yan closed his eyes, settling himself against Gu Chenbai's thigh. During this time, the second party must not engage in any overstepping behavior towards the first party, nor exploit pheromones to place the first party in a precarious situation for misconduct. Tu Yan tightly embraced Gu Chenbai's neck, seeking a comfortable position to lean against. But finding it awkward, he reached down to unbuckle Gu Chenbai's belt. The agreement also stated that the first party should not be completely marked, nor should the first party be coerced into doing anything against their will. Gu Chenbai held Tu Yan's small hand down, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Are you being too unreasonable?" Tu Yan, oblivieux, sniffed the woody fragrance emanating from Gu Chenbai's neck and promptly fell asleep. Gu Chenbai stared at the black and white text in his hands, hesitating to put pen to paper. At that moment, Tu Yan's phone vibrated twice, a message from Chi-He, though he had no opportunity to read it. "I just suddenly remembered that I think I misspoke earlier. The white 5-pointed star was soda water." "Tu Yan, did you drink? Are you okay?" Chapter 10. Can Money Buy Love? Tu Yan had been frequently dreaming lately, yielding a restless sleep. Initially, there existed a chaotic array of fragments, memories from childhood, snippets from student life, and recollections from the nascent stages of his career, most of which were merely indistinct silhouettes that could not coalesce into a coherent narrative. However, as the night deepened, the imagery began to sharpen. The intense background music suddenly softened, leaving only him and Gu Chenbai on the stage. Gu Chenbai approached, his metallic cane tapping against the ground, producing a crisp yet gentle sound. He moved slowly and with poise, akin to a long shot that masterfully encapsulates perspective, where light and shadow harmoniously intertwine to create stunning depth. On the second night, he dreamed of his first encounter with Gu Chenbai in the preceding orchestrations. Where Tu-A Fei-hong had wept and pleaded, Gu Chenbai had not made an appearance. Yet Tu Yan harbored no curiosity. It mattered not whether he showed up or not. Their first formal meeting transpired the day before they were to obtain their marriage certificate. Tu-A Fei-hong had finalized an agreement with Gu Zhaocheng, the president of Huasheng and Gu Chenbai's elder brother. The funds swiftly transferred to Tu-A Fei-hong's account, and with a smile and a nod, the Gu family sent someone to escort Tu-A Yan, as the Gu family's vehicle led the way, followed by a cargo truck designated for luggage. Tu-A Yan stood by the window, observing with a detached thought. It resembled a grand procession, utterly laughable. Gu Chenbai occupied the front passenger seat of the leading car. When Yin entered, he cast a glance at him, but could not associate the strikingly handsome man with the rumored unattractive and lame Gu air. He raised his eyelids and inquired, "Are you Gu Chenbai's secretary?" Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, and Yin tacitly accepted this assumption. Perhaps it was the familiarity in Gu Chenbai's demeanor, or perhaps Yin's own melancholic state, that prompted him to speak midway through their journey. Is he truly interesting? Can money buy love? Gu Chenbai pondered for a moment before replying. What if he promises to devote everything to ensure your happiness? I do not require that, Yin remarked, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out at the flowing traffic. If it were you, wouldn't you find it repulsive? I apologize, Gu Chenbai said softly. Yin scoffed and dismissively replied, why do you apologize on his behalf? However, upon arriving at the Gu family residence, just as Yin alighted from the car, he observed the young man in the passenger seat pushing the door open, first retrieving his cane to lean against the car, then using it to assist himself in rising. His movements were fluid, yet they left Yin momentarily stunned, rooted in place. Gu Chenbai approached him, his eyes filled with remorse and concern, and asked, "Did I frighten you?" He extended his hand gently and said, "Shall we reintroduce ourselves? I am Gu Chenbai." Anger surged within Yin, rendering him speechless as he turned to leave. On the third night, he dreamt of a beautiful deception that had backfired. That morning, he awoke from a drunken stupor, his head pounding, and after staring vacantly at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity, he suddenly recalled the divorce agreement and thought to himself that he must have botched it. He sprang from a bed, intending to confront Gu Chenbai, only to be distracted by a piece of paper on a bedside table. It was his divorce agreement, with Gu Chenbai's signature elegantly scrawled in a manner that contrasted with his gentle nature. Then he noticed that Gu Chenbai had made a modification. He changed the original clause stating that the party would repay the debt within 5 years to an indefinite timeline, with repayment concluding upon completion. Yin, in disbelief, raised the divorce agreement, scrutinizing it multiple times, still feeling it was surreal. He feared that Gu Chenbai might have set a trap within its contents and deliberately took a photo to send to a lawyer he knew. Seeking a review of all the terms, anxious not to jeopardize everything due to his carelessness, the lawyer promptly replied, "The agreement is sound and entirely in your favor." Yin was taken aback, and after a moment he got out of bed, still clad in the previous night's attire, unblemished by any signs of disarray, save for his earring, which had been removed and placed on the bedside table. The sudden arrival of happiness left him slightly dazed as he slipped on his slippers and headed outside. Gu Chenbai was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Upon hearing Yin's footsteps, he turned and smiled at him. "You're awake? Does your head hurt?" Yin held his head, gazing at him as if he were a stranger, and blankly shook his head. "What's wrong?" Gu Chenbai asked, placing the toasted bread onto a plate. Yin lifted the divorce agreement in front of Gu Chenbai. "Last night, someone sat on my lap, indiscriminately taking liberties with me and forcing me to sign. What was I supposed to do? I was drunk." Yin defended himself. Gu Chenbai set down what he was holding and approached Yin. "In truth, even without this divorce agreement, I wanted to find an opportunity to tell you. Yin, when we first met, I promised to devote myself entirely to your happiness. That was my heartfelt intention. However, if I fail to achieve that, or if what I offer isn't what you desire, I won't entangle you further. I will relinquish your freedom. I don't want you to recall me in the future with feelings of disdain and hatred." Yin felt something warm and bittersweet flow into his heart, circulating through his veins. Yin, he inexplicably felt tears welling up, sensing his heart soften. "You speak as if you were the victim, when I am the true victim." Just as Gu Chenbai was about to speak, Yin interjected, "No apologies. I don't wish to hear you utter those 3 words again." Gu Chenbai fell silent. He walked over, picked up a small box from the table, and presented it to Yin, inquiring, "May I say this instead?" "What?" Gu Chenbai opened the small box, revealing 2 rings. "Will you marry me?" Yin felt his face flush. He broke the mood, saying, "We've already registered for the divorce and signed the agreement. You ask me this now? Gu Chenbai retrieved one of the rings. As long as you are willing, it is never too late. Tu Yin suddenly realized he and closely examined Gu Chenbai's appearance before. He discreetly glanced at him and found him rather handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. A strong nose. If it weren't for his disability, he could have attracted countless admirers. Just half a year. Time passes swiftly, Tu Yin mused. He extended his hand, splaying his fingers before Gu Chenbai. Put on, will you? It's a bother. Gu Chenbai helped him slip on the ring. Tu Yin raised his hand to inspect it, discovering a small hollow rabbit engraved on the inner side of the band. He indignantly remarked, "No more calling me a rabbit." Gu Chenbai did not play the good-natured gentleman this time. He adorned himself with a ring, glanced at it, then withdrew his hand, smiling as he said, "Little bunny, it's time for breakfast." Tu Yin huffed softly, unwilling to hold a grudge against him, and shuffled off to the bathroom in his slippers to freshen up. On the fourth night, he dreamt of a day when Gu Chenbai was cooking in the kitchen. Gu Chenbai relished the joy of preparing meals for Tu Yin, just as Tu Yin delighted in causing mischief. Unable to remain still in the living room, he dashed into the kitchen and stealthily snatched a cucumber that Gu Chenbai was about to put in the pot. By the third time he attempted this, Gu Chenbai caught him and pinned him against the wall. Gu Chenbai feigned a threat to spank him. Tu Yin dodged, but inadvertently brushed his forehead against Gu Chenbai's lips. The soft sensation left both momentarily stunned, and Gu Chenbai's gaze shifted, yet he refrained from any further action, merely gripping Tu Yin's wrist and gently kneading his palm with his fingertip. "I won't be able to eat any more if you keep this up," Gu Chenbai stated earnestly without releasing him. Feigning obedience, Tu Yin stretched his arm brazenly to steal 2 more slices, popping them into his mouth with an arched brow, proclaiming, "I am king." He then strutted away with a sense of triumph. Gu Chenbai found himself amused by Tu Yin's playful expression, feeling helplessly entertained. Tu Yin returned to the sofa. Though he himself could not decipher the intent behind his earlier antics, it did not hinder his joy. Soon, he heard the sound of vegetables hitting the pan, the clash of water and oil erupting into a cacophony of sizzling sounds, which jolted him awake from his dream, his heart racing. Instinctively, he called out for Gu Chenbai, but received no reply. It was only then that he remembered they were already divorced. Chapter 11. Could he find someone better? Today's product launch was significant, marking your first major endorsement since your return, Xiaoyan. You must meticulously study the script, especially the brand name and the product model. Do not, under any circumstances, make a mistake. The agent thrust 2 sheets of A4 paper into Tu Yin's hands before turning to urge the makeup artist and assistants. Tu Yin casually flipped through the pages, initially indifferent, but his eye caught a familiar name, causing him to halt. Gu Xiaocheng. No way. Tu Yin instantly felt a headache coming on and summoned his agent to question her. Is this the Huaxing product launch? The agent, taken aback, replied, "Yes, why? Is Gu Xiaocheng attending as well?" Tu Yan pressed. "Of course. He is the one in charge and will be sitting next to you." Tu Yin cursed under his breath. The agent, puzzled, inquired, "Do you have a conflict with President Gu?" Tu Yin waved his hand dismissively, concocting an excuse. "It's nothing. Just heard he has a bad temper." The agent chuckled. "You startled me. I thought it was something serious. He is our benefactor, and we cannot afford to offend him, even if he has a temper. All right, take a few more minutes to review, then go for your makeup. The launch begins at 3. When Tu Yin entered the venue, he elicited enthusiastic cheers from fans in the back rows. Although he had been out of the limelight for half a year, he quickly adapted to the bright lights and red carpet, flashing an appropriate smile and greeting the fans present. The staff guided him to his designated seat. Gu Xiaocheng arrived just before the launch was about to commence. Upon spotting Tu Yin, he frowned and reluctantly took his seat, failing to offer Tu Yin even a courteous glance. Gu Xiaocheng exuded the quintessential aura of a top-tier alpha, commanding and impressive. His mere presence instantly captivated the attention of the entire room. He and Gu Chenbai were the least alike of brothers, sharing similar features, yet possessing entirely contrasting temperaments. The decision to select you as a spokesperson was a miscalculation by the advertising department. Do not indulge in self-importance. While the host enthusiastically recited the agenda of the press conference, Gu Chao-cheng interjected with a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Perfectly audible to Tu Yin. You and Chenbai are divorced. The Gu family will no longer provide you with any professional support. Tu Yin scoffed lightly. That is precisely what I desire. He and Gu Chao-cheng had never seen eye to eye, as Gu Chao-cheng harbored an obsessive loyalty to his brother, believing no one was worthy of the perfect Gu Chenbai. From the moment Tu Yin entered the Gu family, he had never received a glance of approval from Gu Chao-cheng, who frequently clashed with him. One must not speak too soon. Otherwise, should you find yourself in dire straits, signing a contract to sell your soul may become a challenge. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, that day will never come, Tu Yin replied, turning to offer Gu Chao-cheng a businesslike smile, though his eyes were laced with daggers. Your disdain for me cannot alter the fact that Gu Chenbai loves me. Love you? What gives you such confidence? You're already divorced. Chenbai will soon embark on a new chapter in his life and will inevitably forget you. Tu Yin sat upright, bragicting kamnis. Yet his hands tightly gripped the cuffs of his sleeves in secret. Are there not other beautiful omegas to be found? You are not the sole star of youth dramas. Gu Chao-cheng sneered. As for you, will you be able to find someone better than Chenbai? Tu Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, concealing his turmoil from the journalists in the back row. Gu Chao-cheng continued, I have already begun introducing suitable candidates to Chenbai. Each one surpasses you in excellence. By the way, the third daughter of the HT group was at Chenbai's home for tea yesterday. You must be aware of this. They were childhood sweethearts, and rekindling their romance is not out of the question. At that moment, Tu Yin felt a string snap within his mind, blurring the images before him and rendering the sounds around him hollow. He could scarcely recall how he endured the entirety of the press conference, only remembering that he moved like a mechanical prop, laughing when prompted and holding up his phone to take pictures as instructed. He forced himself not to think of that person, yet he failed miserably when Gu Chao-cheng was invited onto the stage by the host. Tu Yin was nearing his breaking point, the echo of Gu Chao-cheng's words ringing in his ears. You can declare a divorce, so why can't Chenbai fall for someone else? As soon as the press conference concluded, he grabbed his coat and car keys, leaving without acknowledging his agent's calls from behind. Upon arriving at Gu Chenbai's doorstep, he turned off the engine, overwhelmed by the heavy rain outside, resting his forehead against the steering wheel in a daze. What was he doing? Why had he come here? What did he wish to see? Or perhaps, what did he wish not to see? Yet before his mind could catch up, his body acted impulsively. He had already exited the car, entered the code for the door lock, and stood beneath the eaves at the entrance. He knocked twice, and, after half a minute, the door creaked open. Gu Chenbai, clad in a deep blue loungewear, looked surprised to see him. Rabbit? At that moment, Tu Yin heard the sound of porcelain plates clashing in the kitchen, followed by a woman's voice. Chenbai, who is outside? The voice sounded oddly familiar, yet shrouded by the patter of rain, and with Tu Yin's heart heavy with turmoil, he found himself unable to discern its source. A singular, pale thought consumed him. Someone had entered his home. He felt a sensation in his chest, as if something were plummeting, making it difficult for him to breathe. Anger surged within him as he fixed a fierce glare at Gu Chenbai, who, bewildered by his reaction, hastily pulled him inside to shield him from the rain. Tu Yin attempted to turn away, but Gu Chenbai's grip was stronger than his resolve. Just as they were locked in this standoff, a figure emerged from the kitchen. Is that Xiao Yin? Tu Yin blinked in surprise, raising his gaze, momentarily frozen in disbelief. It was none other than Gu Chenbai's mother. Upon seeing him, Gu Mu displayed a flicker of surprise, which quickly morphed into a resigned glance at her son. The smile that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by a faint acknowledgement. I thought you two had ceased to meet. Gu Chenbai offered no reply, merely stating, it's getting late, and the rain is intensifying. You should return home. Uncle Chen's car is waiting at the door. Tu Yin lowered his head, unable to meet Gu Mu's gaze. Although Gu Mu harbored her own discontent towards Tu Yin, her feelings diverged from those of Gu Chao-cheng. Her concern stemmed from a maternal instinct. She had hoped that Tu Yin could shoulder the responsibility of caring for and accompanying Gu Chenbai amidst the overwhelming debts left by Tu Feihong. Yet he had not only failed to do so, but had also treated Gu Chenbai with disdain, even impulsively opting for divorce. Gu Chenbai, nurtured by the affection of his family, had suffered countless wounds at Tu Yan's hands, a reality that evoked pity in anyone who witnessed it. Tu Yan comprehended this, leading him to feel a pang of guilt towards Gu Mu. After a prolonged silence, Gu Mu's gaze flitted between Tu Yan and Gu Chenbai, concluding with a deep sigh. "Take good care of yourself. I shall visit again another day." With that, she gathered her belongings and departed. "I'll see you out," Gu Chenbai offered, retrieving an umbrella for his mother. Upon his return, Tu Yan remained standing in the same spot. Gu Chenbai closed the door and approached, gently brushing his fingers against Tu Yan's ear, teasing, "Little bunny, your ears have drooped in fear. How pitiable." Having experienced an emotional roller coaster, Tu Yan now felt a blend of conflicting emotions, unsure of how to process them. He attempted to push Gu Chenbai away and leave, but Gu Chenbai held him back. "What brings you here so suddenly today? Surely, you owe me an explanation." "Why should I explain anything to you? This is my home. Do you realize you're trespassing?" Gu Chenbai lowered his gaze, playfully provoking, "Careful, I might just call the police." Tu Yan wished to ignore him, and was about to shake off his arm and walk away when he abruptly halted. "What's wrong?" Gu Chenbai sensed something amiss and stepped closer, only to be met with a rich scent of milk wafting through the air. He paused, then remarked, "Rabbit, it seems you are in heat." In that instant, Tu Yan felt the tension snap within him. Gu Chenbai always managed to unveil his most vulnerable moments, despite him being the one who had so nonchalantly signed the divorce agreement just a month prior. He longed to leave, yet found his feet rooted to the ground. In the next heartbeat, Gu Chenbai enveloped him from behind. When the phone call from his agent arrived, Tu Yan was on the second floor, biting the corner of the blanket, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The alpha, exuding a potent pheromone, inquired, "Rabbit darling, do you desire my temporary mark? Where do you want me?" Tu Yan could only whimper, unable to articulate a response. Gu Chenbai supported himself with both hands on Tu Yan's neck, leaning down to kiss his forehead. He brushed his lips against Tu Yan's and softly murmured, "Rabbit darling, do not blame me. You came to me willingly." Chapter 12. Is divorce a form of revenge? Tu Yan detested his heat period, loathed it profoundly. It rendered him a powerless, defenseless plaything, devoid of self-control. Gu Chenbai, with a disabled right leg, struggled to maintain his balance, often leaning heavily against Tu Yan, their bodies pressed too closely together. Gu Chenbai's gaze and tone were beguilingly deceptive. Thus, when he first revealed his alpha's brutal nature in bed, Tu Yan was genuinely taken aback. He would tenderly call him "Rabbit darling," his demeanor exuding gentleness. Yet he was utterly merciless. Gu Chenbai's pheromones were the most potent Tu Yan had ever encountered among alphas, leaving him utterly defenseless. Though he had never been to a hospital for testing, it was reasonable to assume that their pheromone compatibility was quite high. Otherwise, how could he submit so readily in bed? It must be due to their matching compatibility, Tu Yan mused. In bed, Gu Chenbai emitted a fierce and intense scent, as if stripped of its refined woodsy aroma and engulfed in a searing blaze. Intense, scalding, and overwhelming, instilling fear in Tu Yan, causing his usual bravado to retreat into the shadows. He refrained from allowing Gu Chenbai to fully mark him. Yet Gu Chenbai had myriad methods of punishment, as if he sought to reclaim all the grievances he had endured in their daily lives within the confines of their bed. Before their divorce, it was thus. After the separation, Gu Chenbai's resentment only deepened. Presently, Tu Yan lay exhausted on the bed, too fatigued to even lift a hand, yet Gu Chenbai showed no mercy. He leaned down to kiss him, teasing, "Rabbit darling, are you made of water?" Tu Yan cursed him bitterly, "Bastard." Gu Chenbai nibbled on his earlobe and repeated his earlier question, "Why did you come to find me today?" Tu Yan remained silent. "Are you here to steal my clothes again?" Gu Chenbai's light laughter danced in Tu Yan's ears, igniting a fire within him, compelling him to bury his face in the pillow. All right, I was wrong, darling. I will not tease you anymore." Gu Chenbai's hand gently caressed Tu Yan's back, embracing him from behind, whispering in his ear, "Feel free to steal my clothes and take me along as well." Recalling something, Tu Yan's face flushed a deep crimson, and he muttered a muffled "Get lost" into the pillow. As the rain outside ceased and darkness enveloped the sky, Gu Chenbai marked Tu Yin temporarily, successfully navigating this unexpected heat. When Tu Yin mentioned hunger, Gu Chenbai went to prepare some porridge, returning to feed him. Tu Yin, utterly drained, could barely keep his eyes open, yet managed to consume nearly half a bowl. No sooner had the spoon left his lips than he succumbed to slumber. Gu Chenbai set the bowl aside, climbed into bed, pulled the covers over Tu Yin, and held him close as they slept. When he awoke again, Tu Yin was no longer in his arms, but he could hear soft rustling at the foot of the bed, knowing that Tu Yin had not yet departed. He reached out to switch on the bedside lamp, revealing Tu Yin kneeling at the foot of the bed, clad in his pajama top, holding a damp towel that had been wrung out. Perhaps it was a bit too hot, as he struggled to unfold it, changing his grip several times before he was ready to apply it to Gu Chenbai's calf. Just then, he turned to see Gu Chenbai had turned on the desk lamp, his gaze gentle as it rested upon him. You remember, he thought, that my calves ache when it rains. A warm towel soothes them. Their first night together had also been a rainy one. After tending to Tu Yin, Gu Chenbai had stealthily risen from bed in the middle of the night, limping to the bathroom to fetch a towel, only to be caught by Tu Yin. It was then that he learned Gu Chenbai was enduring the pain in silence, unwilling to show weakness. Tu Yin had teased him for his stubbornness, yet he had taken the towel and helped him soak it in hot water twice. This had become a cherished routine. Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback by Gu Chenbai's question, pondering, what a troublesome habit. He tossed the towel onto Gu Chenbai's lap, then rose from the bed, silently changing into his clothes. Before stepping outside, he remarked to Gu Chenbai, don't get any false hopes. This is merely a casual encounter. As he exited the bedroom, he heard Gu Chenbai's voice from within, tinged with sadness. Rabbit, when you say such things, it makes me feel forlorn. The words pierced Tu Yin's heart, a sharp pang that soon morphed into a deeper, bloodless ache. He paused for a moment at the staircase, slowly fastening the buttons at his collar, taking a deep breath before descending and pushing the door open. The feeling of something amiss between his legs lingered, his limbs feeling weak. He leaned against the steering wheel, lingering in silence for a moment, wrestling with the urge to drive away, yet hesitating. He could not shake thoughts of Gu Chenbai from his mind, envisioning his sleeping face, which ignited a wave of irritation within him. Thus, he turned on the car's music. The songs were curated by his assistant, downloaded onto a USB drive featuring the latest popular tracks. After a few attempts, he settled on a gentle folk tune. However, before he could fully absorb the melody, a call interrupted him. Assuming it was his manager, he prepared to answer, but upon seeing the caller's name, his finger froze above the screen. He muted the car's music and cracked open the window, allowing the cool air to refresh him before answering the call. Xiao Yin, are you busy? Why did it take you so long to pick up? Tu Yin was momentarily stunned. When had he last heard Qi Lan's voice? It felt like ages ago, perhaps on the night he registered his marriage, when Qi Lan had called to apologize, explaining that she had some matters to attend to and could not return home, yet still wished him happiness in his new union. Those matters had required half a year to resolve. After a brief pause, Tu Yin replied nonchalantly, I didn't hear the phone. What is up? Qi Lan was likely in a corner of some high society gathering, the background filled with the sounds of live piano and violin, mingled with the clinking of glasses. She moved to a quieter spot and said into the phone, I heard from Tu Feihong that you've divorced the second young master of the Gu family? Yes, he replied. Qi Lan chuckled lightly. Why? Tu Yin, feeling irritable, answered curtly, for no particular reason. All right, mother, I want to pry further. This is your own decision, and I support all your choices. However, Tu Feihong is nearly exasperated. He mentioned that you Haven T answered his calls. Now, Gu Jia is seeking to terminate their collaboration, and his 6 months of hard work may be in vain. Qi Lan spoke as if recounting a jest, devoid of any sentiment. She continued, indifferent to his plight. I merely wish to inquire about your current state. I'm fine, Tu Yin replied, gazing blankly at the rearview mirror, his fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the leather cover of the steering wheel. What is the big deal about divorce? You've lived well enough despite being divorced for so many years. Qi Lan's smile faded, her tone turning serious as she asked, So you intend to use your divorce to exact vengeance upon your father and me? To make us feel guilty? I do not. Xiaoyan, I have long expressed that if my failed marriage with your father instills fear of matrimony in you, I am truly sorry, but it is an irretrievable matter. I will never reconcile with Tu Feihong. Qilan muted the call briefly to greet someone beside her, then resumed. You are of an age where you should understand that love and familial ties are merely embellishments of life, not its entirety. Tu Yin interrupted her oft-repeated sentiments, stating, You're overthinking this. My divorce has nothing to do with you. Very well. Mother merely worries for your emotions. There's nothing more. You could spend time with friends, travel, or come visit me. Just as Tu Yin was about to respond, he heard a commotion on Qilan's end. She covered the microphone and said, Xiaoyan, I have some matters to attend to. I must hang up for now. Another vague issue. Tu Yin stared blankly at his phone, and after half a minute, finally located the power button, plunging the screen into darkness. Today marked exactly 1 month since his divorce. On this day, he had shared a bed with his ex-husband. On this day, his mother remembered to wish him a belated happy divorce. Everything felt absurd. Chapter 13. You two are a cherished child at times. Tu Yin found himself enviously admiring Gu Chenbai, for he possessed the most loving family in the world. A vivid memory surfaced from Gu Chenbai's birthday. A splendid day in early July. By then, he and Gu Chenbai had been married for over a month, still in a state of tentative familiarity. Of course, the unfamiliarity stemmed from Tu Yin's constant retreat and antics, while Gu Chenbai continued to treat him with unwavering kindness, expecting nothing in return. After breakfast, Gu Chenbai placed the dishes in the dishwasher, hesitated for a moment, and gently asked Tu Yin, Yin, today is my birthday, and my parents are hosting a small celebration at home. It will be just my family, my parents, my brother, and my grandparents. Would you care to join? Tu Yin instinctively shook his head. No. Gu Chenbai's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he managed to smile, saying, That's all right. I'll try to come home early tonight to prepare dinner for you. Tu Yin recognized Gu Chenbai's disappointment, and in that instant, he even contemplated uttering harsher words to deepen his disappointment, wondering if that might prompt Gu Chenbai to gradually relinquish his affection for him. Would that hasten the end of their marriage? Yet he did not vocalize his thoughts. Instead, an uncontrollable exclamation escaped his lips. Forget it. I'll participate. Gu Chenbai was taken aback with delight and promptly turned to call his mother, informing her of Tu Yin's culinary preferences. Upon arriving at the Gu family's grand residence, Tu Yin realized just how much the Gu family cherished Gu Chenbai. For the occasion of his modest birthday celebration, they adorned themselves in splendid attire, and each member had prepared a gift for him. Gu Chenbai's mother even extended her affection to Tu Yin, presenting him with a limited edition watch. Gu Chenbai's grandfather, sprightly and with a gentle demeanor, appeared to be a man of perpetual cheerfulness. He enthusiastically showcased the new smartphone features he had mastered, proudly declaring that he even knew how to shop online now. Tu Yin's grandmother playfully smacked her husband on the shoulder, teasing, Who was it that purchased a massage chair and mistakenly sent it to Chao Cheng's address? The grandfather retorted, I meant to buy it for Chao Cheng. Gu Chenbai, Ingyist. Provoked his grandfather, Grandpa. Why don't you get me one too? The grandfather quickly replied, I will. Right now. Gu Chenbai chuckled while gently holding his grandfather's hand, saying, No, Grandpa, perhaps it's best if you buy fewer gifts. Be cautious, or Grandma might freeze your bank card. The grandfather, concerned for his pride, straightened his posture and exclaimed, She wouldn't dare. Tu Yin observed silently from the side, and Gu Chenbai soon noticed him. He approached, leaning on his cane as he settled beside Tu Yin and softly inquired, Yin, are you hungry? Would you like some cake? Tu Yin shook his head and turned away, reverting to his previous indifferent demeanor. When Gu Cheng arrived, he was met with the sight of Gu Chenbai carefully attempting to amuse Tu Yin, who remained unresponsive, his face a mask of coldness. Gu Cheng approached, called out Chenbai, and presented a paper bag to him, saying, Happy birthday. Gu Chenbai smiled, accepted the gift, and shook hands with Gu Cheng, playfully bumping their fists against one another. Thank you, brother. Tu Yin, upon catching sight of the bag in Gu Chenbai's hands, suddenly froze. Gu Cheng smirked, crossing his arms and asking, Where's your gift? You only learned about Chenbai's birthday today, didn't you? Tu Yin remained silent. Gu Chenbai shot a reproachful glance at Gu Chaocheng before gently wrapping his arm around Tu Yan's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right, Yin Yan. Your presence here is the greatest gift." Gu Chaocheng, reveling in the drama, made a dismissive sound. Tu Yan pushed Gu Chenbai away and walked alone to the balcony, prompting Gu Chenbai to hurriedly follow. Tu Yan was perplexed by the sudden urge to cry. He had always despised tears. Directors he had worked with often remarked on his talents, except when it came to emotional scenes. As he turned his back to Gu Chenbai to wipe his tears, his nose began to run. After sniffing a couple of times, Gu Chenbai offered him a tissue. "Yin Yan, what is the matter?" Tu Yan accepted the tissue and blew his nose, murmuring, "Your parents dote on you so much. Why doesn't Gu Chaocheng feel envious?" Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. "Perhaps because I'm disabled? But Gu Chaocheng treats you well." "Everyone does," Tu Yan replied. Gu Chenbai moved closer, his voice laced with concern. "Yin Yan, what troubles you?" I envy you for being adored by everyone." Tu Yan had never felt so vulnerable. He cried like a child, stammering, "My parents have never celebrated my birthday." Gu Chenbai swiftly embraced Tu Yan, gently patting his back as Tu Yan buried his face in the crook of Gu Chenbai's neck, weeping inconsolably for a long while before he finally calmed down. Once he regained his composure, embarrassment washed over him, and he pushed Gu Chenbai away, turning his back to wipe his tear-streaked face. Gu Chenbai remained silent, quietly standing by Tu Yan's side. "I'm not as pitiful as you think. Do not pity me," Tu Yan said sternly, still facing away. Gu Chenbai, filled with tenderness, replied softly, "All right." After a while, Tu Yan turned around, his fist clenched and raised before Gu Chenbai, commanding, "Extend your hand, I have a gift for you." "Oh." Gu Chenbai raised an eyebrow and obediently opened his palm. Tu Yan struck his fist into Gu Chenbai's hand, then placed something in his palm. Upon looking down, Gu Chenbai discovered it was the crumpled tissue Tu Yan had used to wipe his tears. Seeing Gu Chenbai's reaction, Tu Yan couldn't help but laugh, while Gu Chenbai feigned annoyance, tossing the tissue into a nearby trash bin, then teasingly poked Tu Yan's nose. "You always bully me." Tu Yan paused for a moment, then suddenly added, "Actually, I bought you a gift, but it's exactly the same as the one your brother got you." Since Gu Chenbai loved photography, they both purchased the latest model of a camera. Tu Yan had bought the gift a few days prior. He had chanced upon Gu Chenbai's identification card and learned that his birthday was on July 9th. Out of a peculiar impulse before sleeping, he had browsed a shopping app and searched for the new camera model. He had not anticipated that he would take the initiative to buy Gu Chenbai a gift, nor that he would inadvertently coincide with Gu Xiaocheng's choice. Tu Yan retrieved the gift box he had hidden behind the sofa cushions. He had originally concealed it in his bag and later stealthily placed it on the sofa at Gu's grand residence, planning to tap Gu Chenbai on the shoulder and inform him of the gift's location without needing to utter any words of blessing or endure Gu Chenbai's teasing. Slowly, he presented the packaged camera from behind the cushion, saying, "Since you already have one, this is yours." Gu Chenbai quickly snatched it, carefully setting it aside before taking Tu Yan's hand and leading him to the center of the living room, returning the gift sent by Gu Xiaocheng to him, who was preoccupied with entertaining a bird. Gu Xiaocheng looked utterly perplexed. "Brother, Yin Yan has already given me an identical one. Keep this for yourself." "I appreciate the sentiment." Tu Yan blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback, as he heard Gu Chenbai leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Yin Yan, you too are a cherished little one." Chapter 14. Is he jealous? Tu Yan was continually astonished by his own capriciousness in front of Gu Chenbai. Before meeting him, he had seldom displayed such childish tantrums. He was generally aloof towards most people, never forming deep connections, resulting in a uniform perception from others. Flattering descriptions hailed him as having a distinct personality, while less charitable remarks labeled him as difficult and arrogant. No one had ever deemed him adorable, except for Gu Chenbai. He often recalls Gu Chenbai's words, likening him to a little rabbit. If anyone else had said such a thing, he might have erupted in anger, seeking to embarrass them. Yet, when Gu Chenbai made the remark, his heart skipped a beat, as if something profound had been unveiled. He could only hastily turn away and don his mask, denying Gu Chenbai any opportunity to penetrate his facade. Gu Chenbai seemed to possess an unyielding kindness, Despite the harshness of his words, he would still smile gently at him. He remembers a particular occasion when Gu Chenbai accompanied Tu Yin in the living room, watching a documentary that depicted the myriad stories within a hospital. One episode focused on an amputee, and Tu Yin, engrossed in the narrative, unwittingly commented on the prosthetic limb of one patient. You can still tell. He walks with a slight limp. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he quickly shut his mouth, switching the channel to a random variety show. Amidst the raucous applause of the audience, he anxiously stole glances at Gu Chenbai, who was using his cane to navigate toward the kitchen. Tu Yan's heart raced with trepidation, wondering if Gu Chenbai was retrieving a knife or some object to reprimand him for his thoughtless words. Just as he frantically sought a means of defense, Gu Chenbai emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of fruit. Tu Yan shrank back into the sofa, hesitant to speak. Gu Chenbai placed the fruit platter before him, encouraging him to indulge. Looking down, Tu Yan noted that it was filled with his favorite fruits. The company just messaged me. There's a pressing matter I need to attend to. Dinner will be delayed, but if you're hungry, feel free to snack on the fruit, all right? Tu Yan nodded, somewhat dazed, and watched as Gu Chenbai retreated to his study for remote work. In truth, Gu Chenbai did not walk with a pronounced limp. His years of fitness training bestowed him with remarkable balance, and he wielded his cane with considerable skill. If one were not to scrutinize closely, they might not even discern the disability in his right leg. Perhaps it was due to Gu Chenbai's attentive care towards Tu Yan that he occasionally forgot that it was Gu Chenbai who required looking after. A sudden sense of melancholy enveloped Tu Yan as he regarded Gu Chenbai's solitary figure. His own mood darkened in tandem. He envisioned Gu Chenbai in the kitchen, where the presence of the cane rendered tasks cumbersome. Chopping vegetables necessitated placing the cane aside, leaning heavily against the counter, only to retrieve it again while cooking. Tu Yan recalled the first time he witnessed Gu Chenbai preparing a meal. His heart raced with a mix of fear and guilt. Consequently, he had suggested hiring a nanny. Yet Gu Chenbai had declined, his expression tinged with sadness as he inquired, "Is my cooking unsatisfactory?" Tu Yan hastily shook his head, "No." "Then why?" At that moment, Tu Yan found himself at a loss for words. He did not wish to admit. Hiring a nanny to attend to your daily needs would alleviate your burdens and ease my guilt. After a brief silence, Gu Chenbai had said, Yin, I prefer not to have outsiders in the house. Can we forego hiring a nanny? If you find my cooking lacking, I shall improve." Tu Yan felt a surge of frustration. Why could Gu Chenbai always articulate such heart-wrenching sentiments, leaving him with no outlet for his feelings? He lowered his gaze, fiddling with his buttons, and muttered, "Do as you wish. After all, this is your home." Later, Gu Chenbai truly sequestered himself in the kitchen to refine his culinary skills. He set his tablet on the windowsill and devoted several hours each day to experiments. Tu Yan, peeking from behind the liquor cabinet, witnessed Gu Chenbai nearly stumble several times due to his hurried movements, which left him stomping his feet in frustration. Unable to comprehend why Gu Chenbai subjected himself to such self-inflicted torment, Tu Yan disapproved of Gu Chenbai's silent demeanor, bearing all burdens alone, which cast Tu Yan in the role of an unkind antagonist. Consequently, Tu Yan inadvertently upset Gu Chenbai again with an ill-timed remark. Wishing to make amends, he called out as Gu Chenbai concluded his remote work and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Gu Chenbai, how about we dine out tonight? Or perhaps catch a movie?" Gu Chenbai paused, smiling softly, and replied, Yin, do you have yet another inequitable treaty for me to sign?" "I don't have any," Tu Yan retorted, his face flushing with irritation. "If you don't believe me, then so be it. Go if you wish." And with that, he turned to leave. Gu Chenbai stepped in front of him, offering an escape. "Oh, what a coincidence. How did you know I was particularly eager to see a movie today?" Tu Yan yoofed, adopting a reluctant facade. "Oh, which one do you wish to see?" "Your latest film, Urban Train. I believe it's still screening. And I haven't had the chance to watch it yet." "Why must it be one of my performances?" "Simply because I want to see it," Gu Chenbai replied with a smile. Tu Yan dismissed him with a boring and hurried off to change his clothes, get on a new mask, and, fully armed with attire including sunglasses, nearly startled Gu Chenbai when he rejoined him. Having skipped dinner, Gu Chenbai insisted Tu Yin consume a sandwich en route to stave off hunger, forbidding him from subsisting solely on popcorn and soda. By the time they arrived at the cinema, Tu Yin was still fuming, but Gu Chenbai's purchase of a large bucket of popcorn quelled his anger. They settled into a corner of the theater. While the view was less than ideal, it provided a sense of security and anonymity. As the film commenced, Tu Yin apathetically munched on popcorn, his thoughts wandering aimlessly, unable to focus on the movie. This particular film featured him and Chi-hee, during which they had spent most scenes avoiding the camera, exchanging eye rolls, and calling each other fools, despite portraying a sweet couple on screen. In hindsight, this film could almost be classified as a black mark in his history, one he vowed never to watch again. Now, Tu Yin felt a rising agitation, unsure whether it stemmed from memories of Chi-hee or from Gu Chenbai's presence beside him. Gu Chenbai, however, was engrossed, his gaze fixed intently on the big screen. Tu Yin tossed a handful of bright yellow popcorn into his palm, but Gu Chenbai remained unperturbed, continuing to watch the film. As the movie approached its climax, Tu Yin found himself drifting off, only to be jolted awake by the shrieks of fellow viewers. He opened his eyes, startled, and was met with the sight of him and he sharing a kiss on the grand screen. It was merely a staged kiss, nothing to be bewildered by. Tu Yin mused internally, preparing to close his eyes once more. Yet, just as his eyelids began to descend, he suddenly jolted awake again. Wait, a kissing scene? He swallowed hard and turned to gaze at Gu Chenbai, who, unsurprisingly, was not focused on the screen. With his head slightly bowed and brows furrowed, he bore an expression of displeasure that was unfamiliar to Tu Yin. The warmth in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling aura. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him as he tugged at Gu Chenbai's sleeve, only to have Gu Chenbai expressionlessly retract his arm, resting it on his thigh, seemingly indifferent to Tu Yin's presence. Chapter 15. Grant me a kiss without borrowing space. Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Was Gu Chenbai feeling jealous? Why would he feel that way? Oh, it suddenly dawned on him. With a slight pout, Tu Yin withdrew his hand and adjusted his sunglasses. Recalling the night he had signed the divorce agreement, when Gu Chenbai had confessed, "I like you," or perhaps it could be termed love at first sight. The seriousness in his tone had been unmistakable, yet Tu Yin had been skeptical. However, it was now impossible for him to doubt. Gu Chenbai's affection was so palpable it felt as though it could overflow, leaving Tu Yin with no means of escape. Hence, it seemed he was indeed feeling jealous, perhaps even quite unhappy. Tu Yin concluded this with certainty. As the film reached its climax, the storyline unfolded with his character initially poised to leave the city. Yet he chose to stay for Chi-hee. As the train passed, he remained, and the two shared a silent gaze across the tracks, alternating between laughter and tears. The theater was filled with soft sobs, and Gu Chenbai turned to Tu Yin, lowering his voice to say, "You performed exceptionally." His tone retained its gentleness, yet the gaze lacked its usual tenderness, replaced by a certain aloofness. Though obscured by his sunglasses, Tu Yin could distinctly sense that Gu Chenbai's compliment lacked sincerity. He refrained from responding, not even offering a humble smile as he reached for the popcorn, intending to shove a handful into his mouth, but hesitated and ultimately set it down. A heavy sensation settled in his chest, akin to a deflating balloon careening wildly within his body, unable to escape. The film concluded. Yet before the end credits could roll, Tu Yin attempted to leave, only to be halted by Gu Chenbai, who said, "Yin Yin, let us wait until the end." Consequently, Tu Yin settled back down, crossed his legs, and retrieved his phone to pass the time. However, misfortune struck as the two individuals seated next to them also lingered, seemingly intent on listening to the entire end credits song, engaging in leisurely conversation. The person on the left remarked, "The plot exceeded my expectations. Truly, my Yin Yin has an exceptional eye for scripts." The one on the right added, "Their chemistry as a couple is so strong and natural." Do you remember that scene at the class reunion where they exchanged glances? Honestly, my face turned red just watching. The left responded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes, me too." "Hey, did you see the rumors about them? It said they're actually together." The right replied, "I saw that, but I find the pregnancy part hard to believe." "Yin, Yin doesn't strike me as the type to settle down and have kids. Plus, hasn't he been busy with variety shows lately? The timing seems off. The left concurred, true, but I absolutely believe they have something going on. Me too. They are such a perfect match. He is the bold and fierce alpha, while Yin is the high and aloof omega. My goodness, I'm obsessed. Did you read the fanfiction I sent you yesterday? The one with the rapid pacing? I did. One word. Incredible. I can't wait for them to officially announce it. However, it appears that Yin has recently vanished without a trace. Even the fan club members are unable to locate him, as if he has evaporated from existence. I miss him dearly. limp.Tu. Compelled to endure the entire gossip session, put down his bucket of popcorn with a stoic expression, forcefully suppressing the urge to clarify the unfounded rumors surrounding him. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure. He then sensed Gu Chenbai leaning slightly in his direction, enveloped by a faint yet pervasive fragrance of wood, which wrapped around Tu, rendering his limbs almost unresponsive. He could only sit up straight, cautiously using his peripheral vision to discern Gu Chenbai's intentions. Yet Gu Chenbai merely grasped the ring on Tu's left hand, his fingertips cool, half resting on the ring and half brushing against Tu's knuckles in a manner both deliberate and casual. Tu felt a tingling sensation, instinctively curling his fingers, inadvertently presenting himself as if inviting a handshake. Gu Chenbai smirked, firmly taking hold of Tu's hand. Tu quickly attempted to withdraw, but Gu Chenbai did not grant him the opportunity. His grip was steadfast. Yin, I am feeling jealous, Gu Chenbai whispered into Tu's ear. Tu felt his ear, warmed by Gu Chenbai's breath, flush with heat as he retorted, what does that have to do with me? You chose to watch this film. Do you not have anything to explain to me? Nothing at all. Tu erupted like a volcano, shaking off Gu Chenbai's hand and standing up to leave. As he passed by the two gossiping nearby, he quickened his pace, leaving Gu Chenbai struggling to keep up. By the time Tu had played the claw machine 4 times downstairs, Gu Chenbai finally approached, leaning on his cane. After missing the prize for the 4th time, Tu's frustration mounted, and he struck the joystick of the claw machine in exasperation. Gu Chenbai chuckled at the sight, helplessly placing his hand over Tu's, standing behind him as he guided the joystick. Yin, which one do you desire? Gu Chenbai inquired. Tu scoffed, as if he could actually catch one. Then I shall choose that little rabbit with a frown. It looks quite adorable, he replied. Gu Chenbai, unperturbed, merely smiled before maneuvering the joystick inward. Instead of aligning it perfectly with the toy, he selected a unique angle. Just as Tu was pondering this, he felt Gu Chenbai suddenly press the grab button, startling him. He was about to protest that it wasn't aligned, yet when he saw the lackluster metallic claw descend slowly, precisely grasping the rabbit's round backside and successfully delivering it to the exit. How extraordinarily uncanny, Tu muttered in disbelief, bending down to retrieve the toy. Gu Chenbai intercepted it, holding the rabbit next to Tu face. It resembles you remarkably, he teased. Tu found himself at a loss, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, forgetting any retort as he snatched the rabbit and walked away. Gu Chenbai's driver pulled up to the cinema's entrance, and Tu entered the car, remaining silent until they reached his doorstep, where he fumbled with the keypad, pressing the wrong code multiple times. Gu Chenbai chuckled softly, choosing not to assist, but watching leisurely. Are you not weary? Tu snapped, unleashing his pent-up frustration. I have just endured an abundance of gossip about you today and have not expressed my ire. Where does yours stem from? Gu Chenbai approached with a teasing tone, playfully jabbing at him before entering the door code. Tu walked under the eaves with an expression of displeasure, pushed the door open, and stepped inside, only to pause at the entrance. Gu Chenbai moved slowly, and as he stepped in and closed the door, the room remained engulfed in darkness. I could faintly see Tu's silhouette standing by the door, and he curiously asked, Yin, why don't you turn on the lights? Not yet. I have 2 things to say. Tu's voice resonated clearly in the darkness, devoid of the deep timbre one might expect in a film. It was instead imbued with youthful innocence. I dislike being misunderstood, so I feel compelled to clarify. First, he and I are childhood friends. We share no other relationship. Second, that kiss was staged, separated by a bank card. With that, he concluded, though it was not his intention to offer an explanation. Don't get the wrong idea. I simply dislike being misinterpreted. Tu Yin spoke rapidly like a machine gun, then fell silent for 2 seconds before reaching for the light switch. Just as his hand grazed it, Gu Chenbai seized his wrist, taking a step forward, prompting Tu Yin to retreat, but he found himself cornered against the wall. Before he could process the situation, Gu Chenbai pinned him there. At that moment, the unfamiliar yet potent scent of Gu Chenbai as pheromones heightened Tu Yan's heartbeat, rendering him motionless. Yin, I have watched every one of your films in theaters. Previously, I was only focused on admiration, never felt jealousy. But today, I am particularly envious, especially upon witnessing him kiss you. Gu Chenbai, please, keep your distance, Tu Yin urged, attempting to push him away. Even if it was staged, jealousy lingered. Gu Chenbai rubbed Tu Yan's wrist with his thumb, his tone laced with grievance. And one more thing, why do they all call you Yin? Tu Yin, exasperated, replied, all my fans address me this way. Some even call me Tu. Is that your concern as well? I wish to have a unique nickname for you, given how well I treat you. Tu Yan's patience reached its limits. He wanted to shove Gu Chenbai away, but he found himself unable to extend his arms. Internally, he chanted, domestic violence is illegal. All right, you can change it, bunny. Gu Chenbai whispered. Tu Yin was taken aback, taking a moment before he finally rejected, no, that's so childish. But Gu Chenbai had already taken it as a given. He lowered his head, brushing his nose against Tu Yan's. Bunny, could you grant me a kiss that isn't staged? Tu Yin may have been momentarily stunned, for it wasn't until Gu Chenbai's lips crossed the boundary that he remembered to resist. Chapter 16. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. After marrying, Tu Yin ceased all his work. It wasn't for any particular reason. If one must explain, it could be divided into 3 phases. Initially, he lacked the mindset to work. Who could manage to smile nonchalantly in front of the camera after being forced into marriage? Later, when he met Gu Chenbai, he was utterly bewildered, spending half a month merely observing whether this person was good or bad, leaving no room for thoughts of work. Now he has come to realize that Gu Chenbai is indeed a good person. Logically, he should return to work. However, he hesitates. He had already pushed Gu Chenbai to sign the divorce agreement, which was a grave injustice. If he were to return to work, even shooting a film would take at least 2 to 3 months. By the time he returns, their marriage would be on the brink of dissolution, leaving Gu Chenbai at a significant loss. Gu Chenbai had inquired about his intentions, to which he replied that he wished to take a break and did not want to return to filming. Gu Chenbai had acquiesced, saying he would defer to his wishes. Yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Tu Yin pondered, how can Gu Chenbai be so naive? At 26 years of age, he still resembles a high school student harboring unrequited feelings, oblivious to what he truly seeks. That day, the rain poured heavily. Tu Yin, often drowsy on such days, leaned against the headboard and played a game, his eyelids growing heavy. Eventually, he set his phone aside and succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already 6:30, and feeling hungry, he called out for Gu Chenbai, but received no response. Puzzled, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the study, only to discover that Gu Chenbai was not home. It was unusual for Gu Chenbai not to have called or returned by this time. Given his mobility issues, Gu Chenbai typically did not work a huasheng, and if he had to, he would usually return around 5 in the afternoon. Moreover, Gu Chenbai always treated Tu Yin like a child, ensuring to inform him of any late returns, never failing to send a call or text. Tu Yin picked up his phone and scrolled through the call log, confirming once again that there were no missed calls from Gu Chenbai. Outside, the storm raged on, and an unexplainable sense of dread washed over him. After much deliberation, he dialed Gu Chenbai's number, but after half a minute of ringing, there was still no answer. Sensing something amiss, he called Gu Zhaocheng to inquire about Gu Chenbai's departure from work. Gu Zhaocheng responded curtly, "You don't even know when your husband finishes work?" Tu Yin felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Gu Zhaocheng's voice, yet he refrained from arguing, as he was both the creditor of Tu Feihong and Gu Chenbai's brother. He swallowed his annoyance and replied, "He hasn't returned yet, and I can't reach him, which is why I'm asking you." Gu Chang hesitated. Chenbai hasn't he made it home yet? But he left before 5. I saw him enter the elevator. Tu Yin hung up and called Gu Chenbai's driver, who explained, Mr. Gu mentioned he was going to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for a cake. I was waiting outside for him, but I received an urgent call that required me to return home. Mr. Gu told me to leave first, saying he would take a taxi back later. Why? Has Mr. Gu not returned yet? At this point, Tu Yin felt a genuine panic rising within him. He noted the name of the supermarket Gu Chenbai had mentioned, donned a coat and mask, grabbed an umbrella by the door, and ventured out into the rain. Tu Yin dashed from his home to the entrance of the community, constantly glancing around, fearful of missing a glimpse of Gu Chenbai. He ran with fervor, and the mask made it difficult to breathe. He finally removed it, disregarding the possibility of being recognized by passers-by. He entered the supermarket's food section and scanned the area, waiting at the entrance for a while. Yet Gu Chenbai was nowhere to be seen. His heart sank further. A sudden wave of fear enveloped him, an unknown terror swiftly taking hold. As he dashed once more into the rain, intent on returning to the security office of the community to review the surveillance footage, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Gu Chenbai sat at a nearby bus stop, his overcoat soaked through, an umbrella lying beside him. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, yet he maintained a straight posture, exuding an air of composure devoid of any disarray. While the surrounding crowd hurriedly scurried about, the rain disrupted everyone's rhythm, with honks and shouts intertwining to create a cacophony that pierced the eardrums. Only Gu Chenbai remained tranquil, as if abandoned by the world, resembling a solitary film frame. Tu Yin approached him, raising the umbrella above Gu Chenbai's head. Gu Chenbai, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze, his expression shifting from indifference to one imbued with vitality as he exclaimed, "Rabbit, what brings you here?" It was then that Tu Yin noticed the pallor of Gu Chenbai's complexion. Tu Yin regarded him with a cold stare, demanding, "Where's your phone? Why haven't you answered my calls?" Gu Chenbai hesitated before responding, first lowering his eyes, then, under Tu Yin's firm gaze, reluctantly meeting it. His lips moved slightly before he finally confessed, "My phone fell into a puddle just now. I was slow to retrieve it, and now it won't turn on." A wave of concern washed over Tu Yin, and although he chided, "You're such a fool," he still extended his hand, saying, "Let us go home." Gu Chenbai grasped his hand to rise, but suddenly swayed unsteadily, prompting Tu Yin to notice the absence of his cane. It got knocked away by a child when I was leaving the supermarket. There were too many people, and I was focused on stepping back. I intended to retrieve it once the crowd dispersed, but now I can't find it, Gu Chenbai explained, his gaze cast downward, as though burdened by guilt. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Yin turned to leave. Gu Chenbai called out to him, but quickly silenced himself, wary of drawing attention and risking Tu Yin's recognition by onlookers. He settled back down, pondering when the rain might cease, hoping that once it did, he could walk back. Yet, just minutes later, he saw Tu Yin drive up his car, stopping at the intersection. Exiting the vehicle with an umbrella, Tu Yin approached without uttering a word, then draped Gu Chenbai's arm over his shoulder, urging him to lean his weight onto him. "Can you walk?" he inquired. "Yes," Gu Chenbai replied. However, Tu Yin, balancing the umbrella while supporting Gu Chenbai, found the task arduous. Gu Chenbai suggested, "Perhaps we should wait until the rain stops." "Don't. Just keep quiet. We'll be in the car soon," Tu Yin insisted. Consequently, Gu Chenbai bit his lip and trudged step by step towards the vehicle. Tu Yin pressed the umbrella into Gu Chenbai's hands, leaned in to open the car door, and Gu Chenbai nearly tumbled inside, his head almost colliding with the door frame. Tu Yin's hand reached out a moment too late to shield him. Once Gu Chenbai was settled, Tu Yin closed the door and made his way to the driver's seat. He sensed the curious gazes of those at the bus stop upon him, which ignited an inexplicable anger within him. A glacial glare shot towards them, causing the onlookers to quickly avert their eyes. Upon arriving home, however, Gu Chenbai urged Tu Yin to take a shower to avoid catching a chill. With a stern expression, Tu Yin pushed the damp Gu Chenbai towards the bathroom, glaring at him. "You should be more concerned about yourself." Gu Chenbai leaned against the wall, his expression intricate and his tone peculiar. He murmured softly, "Rabbit, I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Tu Yin halted, gazing at Gu Chenbai in disbelief. I have always been overly confident, believing I could accomplish anything. With that, Gu Chenbai turned and retreated into his shower room. Tu Yin noticed a shopping bag on the shoe rack by the door, containing the ingredients for tiramisu. He had merely mentioned it in passing yesterday. Yet Gu Chenbai braved the rain to procure them today, even at the expense of his own well-being. In truth, Gu Chenbai was inherently a proud individual. His pride did not require words or actions for embellishment. Even when he humbly endeavored to please Tu Yin, the latter could sense that he was merely indulging him, treating him like a child rather than genuinely relinquishing his dignity. Yet now, he found himself apologizing for his own disability, perceiving himself as a burden to Tu Yin. Tu Yin felt as if a bottle of carbonated beverage had exploded within him, leaving a bitter, sour sensation that swelled uncomfortably. Unsure of what to say, he persistently urged Gu Chenbai into the bathroom, hastening him to bathe, and then dashed back to the bedroom to retrieve pajamas for him. After completing his own shower, Tu Yin ordered 2 takeout meals before entering Gu Chenbai's room, where he found him seated on the bed, engrossed in his phone. With a dry towel in hand, Tu Yin approached him. Sensing Tu Yin's arrival, Gu Chenbai set his phone aside, but before he could speak, Tu Yin thrust the towel into his arms and climbed onto the bed, lifting the covers to settle in. Calmly commanding, "Dry my hair." Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure only after a few seconds. He unfurled the towel and gently placed it over Tu Yin's hair, beginning to dry it. Tu Yin leaned silently against Gu Chenbai, clad in a bathrobe, his bare legs inadvertently brushing against Gu Chenbai's knee. He did not retract them immediately, and Gu Chenbai remained still, a subtle tension enveloping the atmosphere, infused with the scent of the body wash that lingered around Tu Yin. "Is your phone still not working?" Tu Yin inquired. "Yes," Gu Chenbai replied. "Isn't Gu Zhao Cheng selling phones? Have him send one over tomorrow." Tu Yin lifted his head, his eyelashes fluttering. "Does that phone contain something important?" Gu Chenbai replied, "Yes. Many of your photos." Tu Yin chuckled softly, and Gu Chenbai set the towel aside, their gazes locking in a tranquil moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I have never felt inadequate due to my physical shortcomings, but today, I wish you hadn't witnessed me in such a disheveled state." Before Gu Chenbai could finish, Tu Yin embraced him. Though his embrace was small and not particularly warm, his initiative spoke volumes beyond words. Chapter 17. In a turn, You vanished. Tu Yin felt a twinge of regret for having impulsively embraced Gu Chenbai. Now, suspended in his arms, he found himself in a dilemma, unable to release his hold, yet also reluctant to cling tighter. The scent of Gu Chenbai's woodsy fragrance enveloped him, making him feel lightheaded. Just as he contemplated inching back, Gu Chenbai grasped his lower back, holding him captive. "Let me hold you a little longer. Who knows when I might have a chance again." Gu Chenbai pressed Tu Yin closer to his chest, and to his surprise, Tu Yin did not resist. Tu Yin originally sat beside Gu Chenbai, and in order to embrace him, he deliberately shifted his position. However, the twist in his waist caused discomfort, prompting him to move slightly. Gu Chenbai then grasped his ankle, encouraging him to spread his legs and sit upon his lap. The intimacy of the pose caught Tu Yin off guard, yet did not feel entirely strange. After all, the trajectory of his relationship with Gu Chenbai had always been peculiar. They married upon their first meeting, signed a divorce agreement shortly after cohabiting, shared their first kiss after a little over a month, and only embraced after more than 2 months. This hug felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet Tu Yin found himself surprisingly unresistant to it. He ventured to ask a question that had long puzzled him. "How did you injure your leg?" Gu Chenbai paused in silence, prompting Tu Yin to add, "It's all right if you don't wish to share. I was merely inquiring." He reassured, "There's nothing you cannot speak of." Gu Chenbai gently stroked Tu Yin's hair and recounted, "When I was 15, I was walking with my brother when a car came speeding towards us. I spotted it just in time and pushed him out of the way, but I couldn't evade it myself." He spoke with a nonchalance, as if recounting another's tale. In truth, the outcome could have been worse. "At least I retained this leg and avoided amputation." Listening to this, Tu Yin felt a surge of frustration and instinctively clenched his fists. What was Gu Zhaocheng thinking? Doesn't he watch where he walks? Gu Chenbai chuckled helplessly, pinching Tu Yan's soft earlobe. Rabbit, how can one escape the calamities of fate? Tu Yan furrowed his brows at Gu Chenbai. He had always considered himself pitiable, neglected by both father and mother. Yet Gu Chenbai seemed to bear a heavier burden, an enduring disability. In comparison, Tu Yin felt fortunate. At least he would not be caught in a torrential rain. Losing his cane and dropping his phone, pitifully waiting at a bus stop for the rain to cease. Gu Chenbai, do you still have feelings for me? He asked. Tu Yin turned his face away, gazing at the bedside lamp. Hasn't he the past 2 months depleted your affection for me? My temper is so poor, and I often boss you around, bullying you. If you still like me, I might just look down on you. How should I respond to that? Gu Chenbai turned Tu Yin's shoulders, compelling him to make eye contact, his gaze tinged with irritation. Tu Yin softly replied, Gu Chenbai, once the agreement expires, please forget me. You are too good. You will surely encounter someone worthy of your love. That person will undoubtedly be gentle and considerate, sharing common interests with you, engaging in delightful conversations, and together you will create a blissful family and welcome a little one. But that person could never be you, right? Tu Yin nodded, feeling his breathing grow heavier as tears pricked at his eyes. He thought perhaps the rain had caused him to catch a fever. Rabbit, how can you be so cruel to me? Gu Chenbai remarked. The last time you sat on my lap and spoke softly was to coax me into signing the divorce agreement. Tu Yin fell silent, feeling guilty. However, there is merit in what you say, Gu Chenbai suddenly interjected. Tu Yan's head snapped up, his hand instinctively tightening around the hem of Gu Chenbai's nightclothes. Forgetting you is somewhat challenging. Encountering you again should be a tad easier. Gu Chenbai leaned in, pressing Tu Yin onto the bed, punishingly kissing his lips that often wielded sharp barbs. Rabbit, given the kindness I have shown you, could you possibly grant me one request? What is it? After our divorce, please do not flee too swiftly. I fear that when I turn around, I may no longer find you. Tu Yin did not respond immediately. The words struck him with a pang of guilt and sorrow. He thought with irritation, Gu Chenbai is truly insidious, speaking of divorce while simultaneously compelling me to soften my heart. There's another request. That won't do. Only one is permitted. Gu Chenbai smiled and then placed a kiss on the tip of Tu Yan's nose. Very well. Tu Yin, ever curious, could not help but inquire, casting a sidelong glance. What is the request? Pray enlighten me. From this moment until the end, could you refrain from uttering the word divorce? Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Gu Chenbai continued, though it is a predetermined conclusion, allow me to indulge in a dream. Oh, I understand. You, indeed, are spoiled by affection. Yet, I cannot help but wish to treat you unconditionally well. It was only after meeting you that I realized I am such a person without boundaries. Once Gu Chenbai finished speaking, he leaned in a kiss once more. Tu Yan's mind lingered on Gu Chenbai's words, and by the time he regained his senses, the tie of his bathrobe had been undone, and Gu Chenbai's cool hands ventured within, causing Tu Yin to flinch slightly before being pulled back into his embrace. Xiao Yan, wake up. Please awaken. Tu Yin felt someone calling him, a voice filled with urgency. A rift in time allowed the voice to resonate clearly, and Gu Chenbai's visage slowly faded from view, leading him to realize he had merely been dreaming. The one calling him was his manager, standing anxiously beside the sofa. Xiao Yan, why are you drenched in sweat? Are you unwell? The makeup artist also stood nearby, a look of concern etched on her face. Indeed, Tu Xiao, your complexion is quite poor. Perhaps you should visit a hospital? Just as Tu Yin was about to wave them off, a wave of nausea surged from his stomach, overwhelming him, and he could not hold back, rushing to the restroom to vomit violently. Chapter 18. Am I truly pregnant? Whose child is it? Yes, you are 5 weeks pregnant, the doctor announced, setting down the report and glancing at the nape of Tu Yan's neck with a puzzled expression. You have not undergone complete marking? Tu Yin sat there, stunned, unsure how to react, his voice faint. Are you certain I am pregnant? Is there any possibility the test results were erroneous, or that my recent irregular diet and sleepless nights led to an inaccurate outcome? The doctor shook his head. Mr. Tu, You are indeed pregnant. The symptoms you previously described are a result of hormonal imbalance caused by pregnancy, without complete marking. This was a highly confidential private hospital, frequented by notable figures of society. The doctor, accustomed to the tales of celebrities, did not press further, merely considering it yet another entanglement left behind by a star following a fleeting romance. Tu Yin appeared unable to accept this revelation, struggling with disbelief. That time, my heat had ended 2 days prior, and I hadn't even undergone complete marking. How could I still be pregnant? Firstly, the concept of the safe period is merely relative. It does not guarantee the impossibility of conception. Secondly, complete labeling is merely a relational contract between individuals and does not serve as a prerequisite for the creation of life. Surely, this is a basic biological fact you cannot overlook. After examining several cases of unexpected pregnancies that morning, the doctor could not help but feel a sense of disgust towards the irresponsible attitudes of contemporary youth regarding gender relations. Noticing that Tu Yin had yet to regain his composure, she candidly remarked, "You might as well ask yourself." With a 72-hour window for emergency contraception readily available at any pharmacy, why haven't you taken it? Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. In truth, he had purchased the contraceptive, unwrapped it, and prepared to ingest it with boiled water. Why he ultimately refrained from doing so remained a mystery even to him. Perhaps he harbored a sense of false hope, believing he could escape unscathed, or maybe at the moment he was about to place that small white pill into his mouth. The thought of Gu Chenbai suddenly crossed his mind, causing him to falter. The pill slipped from his fingertips and fell silently to the ground, causing him to squander the courage he had so painstakingly mustered. "I did not anticipate this," Tu Yin murmured. He had consistently avoided contemplating the matter. The doctor, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and gently inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Tu Yin abruptly stood, his face ashen, and asked, "If I choose to terminate, when can the procedure be arranged? How long will it take?" The doctor, unperturbed, replied, "Very soon. The surgery can be scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and you will need to rest in bed for 2 weeks post-operation." "All right." As Tu Yin turned to leave, the doctor suddenly spoke with earnest gravity. "Mr. Tu, the child is innocent. If possible, do discuss this with your alpha." Tu Yin's steps faltered, and his heart twisted in anguish. His alpha had already been deeply hurt by him. Outside, his agent awaited, and upon seeing Tu Yin emerge, hurriedly approached with concern. "How did it go?" Tu Yin, in a daze, paused. The test results crumpled in his grasp. He weakly leaned against a bench and buried his face in his palms. Alarmed at his distress, the agent crouched beside him, inquiring about his condition. Tu Yin remained silent, but after a few minutes, suddenly looked up and asked, "Can I take a half-month off?" The agent hesitated briefly before responding, "A half-month might be difficult. You're scheduled to start filming next week." Tu Yin lowered his head again. "Xiao Yin, what on earth happened?" Tu Yin simply replied, "It's nothing, don't worry," and refused to elaborate further, quietly gazing at the newborn advertisement on the wall opposite. The baby, adorably depicted, resembled the lively little pink bundle often seen in formula commercials. He could not help but think that Gu Chenbai would surely adore it. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden commotion erupted beside him. The agent instinctively positioned himself in front of Tu Yin, inquiring with the front desk nurse about the disturbance. The nurse apologetically responded, "I'm terribly sorry, ma'am. A paparazzo managed to sneak in, but our security has apprehended him." The professional sensitivity jolted the agent, who promptly retrieved her phone to peruse the latest entertainment news. To her relief, there seemed to be no significant developments. However, just as she began to relax, an emergent trending topic caused her mind to explode. Popular actor Tu Yin spotted at a private maternity hospital, looking serious. Is something wonderful on the horizon? Before the agent could relay this information to Tu Yin, a call came in, inquiring about the situation. Tu Yin was the last to learn the news. While he was scrolling through mobile news, Chi messaged him. "What is going on?" Tu Yin chose to ignore him. "winter.A. Chi followed up. "Are you really pregnant? Whose is it?" Tu Yin's fingers brushed the screen. Yet before he could compose a reply, Chi's message popped up again. "It can't be Gu Xiao's, right? Didn't you two divorce?" Tu Yin remained silent. prompting He to speculate wildly. As I suspected, he has been coercing you into such matters. Even after the divorce, he still won't let you go? Tu-Yin was at a loss for words. How would he explain? No one would believe that someone capable of forcing their partner to sign a divorce agreement would. The very next day, voluntarily seek solace in their ex-spouse's bed, assisting them through a vulnerable period while self-deceivingly claiming that there was no complete entanglement. Thus no need for contraceptives. No one would believe Tu-Yin capable of such actions, not even Gu Chenbai. Chapter 19. Do you not blame me? Many assert that an Omega's heat resembles a bout of influenza, arriving suddenly, yet dissipating with medication. In contrast, an Alpha's vulnerable period is akin to a heart-wrenching bout of heavy drinking. Inebriation distorts the world, while sobriety erases all memory. The vulnerable period adheres to no temporal law, and its sudden arrival is unpredictable, yielding unknown results. Tu-Yin should not have found himself in Gu Chenbai's villa that day. Curiously, Tu-Yin had long since parted ways with his parents, leading a boarding life, 6 years in high school, 4 in university, and an additional 3 spent gallivanting for film shoots. The span of 6 months from marriage to divorce is, in Tu-Yin's life experience, quite brief. Yet, upon re-entering the villa, he was enveloped by a surreal sensation, as if he had once lived a lifetime with Gu Chenbai. Every corner of the house evoked an inexplicable nostalgia. Alas, this feeling was merely a surge of sentimentality, as reality dictated that only the previous afternoon, he and Gu Chenbai had procured their divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, rendering them the most unrelated of individuals. He stepped into the courtyard, pausing under the eaves before hesitantly turning the doorknob. He was uncertain of his purpose for being there, struggling to devise excuses. Perhaps he had forgotten something, or that the utilities in his current residence were malfunctioning. Yet, each excuse he conjured was swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. Nevertheless, he found himself drawn there, as if by some unseen force. He assumed Gu Chenbai would be absent, but, regrettably, as he entered the living room, a potent scent of wood wafted from the bedroom, reminiscent of the damp air after a rainstorm in a jungle, enveloping Tu-Yin unexpectedly, enticing him, guiding him toward Gu Chenbai. The moment he pushed open the bedroom door, regret washed over him. He beheld Gu Chenbai, who usually wore a gentle smile, quietly leaning against the headboard, smoking a cigarette. Through the faint haze of smoke, Tu-Yin noticed the unusual flush on Gu Chenbai's face, his throat and the corners of his eyes adorned with desire. Yet, he seemed to have relinquished his struggle, exuding an unsettling calmness, occasionally inhaling from the cigarette and gazing forlornly out the window. It was a fragile side of Gu Chenbai that Tu-Yin had never witnessed before. Gu Chenbai's misfortune lay in his love for Tu-Yin, which eclipsed his love for himself. He could never be as selfish and self-absorbed as Tu-Yin. Despite having divorced just yesterday, shamelessly sought him out today. Gu Chenbai had to endure his sensitive period alone. Tu-Yin approached and took the cigarette from Gu Chenbai's hand, reminiscent of when Gu Chenbai had once taken a potent suppressant from Tu-Yin's grasp, asking Bunny, "Do you want me?" In this moment, Tu-Yin inquired, "Gu Chenbai, do you want me?" Was it a dream? Gu Chenbai furrowed his brow, his response sluggish. Perhaps it was merely a dream. Tu-Yin began to unfasten his buttons, slipping naked into Gu Chenbai's embrace. Gu Chenbai cupped his face, gazing at him with a dazed expression, his eyelashes fluttering. Tu-Yin nestled in Gu Chenbai's arms for a few seconds before sitting up, silently observing Gu Chenbai's face. He traced the crimson corners of Gu Chenbai's eyes and the tip of his nose with his fingertip. Gu Chenbai seemed unable to discern dream from reality, repeatedly murmuring, "Bunny, you've returned, you've returned." "I'm sorry," Tu-Yin whispered, looking into Gu Chenbai's hazy eyes, knowing that he would remember nothing come morning. He tightly embraced Gu Chenbai's neck, softly uttering the endearing name he had kept buried in his heart. "Husband, I was wrong." Gu Chenbai pulled Tu-Yin close to his chest, wiping his face with the sleeve of his pajamas, murmuring, "You've gotten my bunny dirty." Tu-Yin realized Gu Chenbai was currently disoriented, and he couldn't help but wonder, if anyone else were here today, would Gu Chenbai respond the same way? After all, no one could resist the allure of such a sinfully attractive Gu Chenbai. "I am not your bunny," Tu Yin said sullenly. "You are," Gu Chenbai insisted. "You smell of milk, and no one is sweeter than you." He sensed that Gu Chenbai was slightly more lucid, but there was no time for contemplation. The pheromones had surged through every cell of his body, clamoring for the alpha's entrance. "Don't you blame me?" Gu Chenbai looked at him in confusion. "Blame me for what?" Tu Yin held back tears, saying, "You mustn't blame me. I didn't want to divorce you either. You agreed to sign the divorce papers." "Who told you to sign? If you hadn't signed, we wouldn't have to divorce." The positions reversed. Gu Chenbai pressed him down, his hand resting on Tu Yan's lower abdomen, coaxing, "Bunny, will you give me a little bunny? Please?" He did many things Tu Yan had previously forbidden him from doing, including entering the place capable of nurturing life. Tu Yan stared blankly for half a minute before angrily punching Gu Chenbai's shoulder. What followed was likely Tu Yan dressing Gu Chenbai in his pajamas before slipping away, quietly taking his accomplishments with him. However, he had not anticipated that every misdeed leaves its trace. The seeds buried within him by Gu Chenbai finally blossomed after more than a month, unwilling to remain dormant any longer. Chapter 20. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. The explosive dissemination of entertainment news caught the inexperienced agent off guard. While she was still in contact with the PR firm, there were already individuals stationed outside the hospital, cameras in hand. The agent rushed to negotiate with the hospital authorities. And just as she was fervently preparing to escort Tu Yin through the emergency exit, she received a call from a colleague at the company, informing her that everything had been resolved, the trending topic had been retracted, and the paparazzi outside the hospital had dispersed. The agent was taken aback. Who resolved it? Huasheng Gu family. What? Her colleague was equally perplexed. A call suddenly came from that side, instructing us to cease our efforts and leave everything to them. In a matter of minutes, the public opinion was under control. Now, this topic is virtually unsearchable. They must have invested a considerable sum. Ask Tu Yin if he has any personal connections with the Gu family. There shouldn't be any, as it seems he doesn't even know Gu Xiaocheng. That is indeed strange. Is it because Tu Yin is the brand ambassador for Huasheng? Have you ever seen a benefactor eager to manage a young star's scandal? The agent fell silent. By the way, what is the situation with Tu Yin? Is he really pregnant? The agent awkwardly grasped her phone. He refuses to disclose anything. Such a significant matter, and he is indifferent. After all, he is a rich second generation, not lacking in job opportunities. He can come and go as he pleases, and we have no say in it. Her colleague scoffed, teasingly. Who could be the father of his child? It wouldn't happen to be from the Gu family. Would it? Do not speak nonsense. Let me share a secret with you. I heard that at Huasheng, the nominal boss is Gu Xiaocheng, but in reality, the most influential figure is his younger brother. The younger brother, though young, is exceptionally capable, having guided Gu Xiaocheng in numerous ventures. His net worth exceeds $1 billion, making him a sought-after bachelor. So, ensure Tu Yin does not place his bets on the wrong horse. Aligning with Gu Xiaocheng offers no future. The agent furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Is Tu Yin that kind of person? Her colleague chuckled. Yes, I'm merely jesting. Do not be so defensive. There is no need to be upset. I merely find his lofty demeanor irksome. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. When Gu Chenbai arrived at the hospital, Tu Yin was still seated on a bench, lost in thought, seemingly untouched by the tempest raging online. Just 5 minutes prior, the agent had learned of Tu Yan's pregnancy, still reeling from the revelation when she turned to see a tall, slender man exiting the elevator. He possessed striking features, clad in a perfectly tailored camel coat, holding an exquisite black and gold cane. The agent felt a flicker of familiarity, yet she was certain she had never encountered him before. He approached Tu Yin directly, prompting the agent to rise, only to be halted by Tu Yin, who shook his head. It's fine, I know him. The agent hesitated, casting a glance at the newcomer. Gu Chenbai stood before Tu Yin, silent for a moment before bending down to retrieve the crumpled report from Tu Yan's grasp, unfolding it to examine its contents. Tu Yin felt a warmth radiating from his eyes, reluctant to admit that the moment Gu Chenbai appeared, his spirit had been momentarily suspended, finding solace akin to a weary bird returning to its nest. Gu Chenbai remained silent for an extended period, prompting Tu Yin to assume his astonishment had rendered him momentarily speechless. Just as Tu Yin was about to utter his habitual awkward remarks, Gu Chenbai reached out to gently caress the top of Tu Yin's head, his tone neutral as he inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Tu Yin was overwhelmed with unspoken words lodged in his throat as he gazed into Gu Chenbai's eyes. The manager, sensing the unusual bond between the two, refrained from intruding on Tu Yin's privacy and casually fabricated an excuse to leave. The corridor was left with only Gu Chenbai and Tu Yin. "Tu Yin, I trust one have not intruded upon your personal sphere?" Gu Chenbai's voice was unnaturally calm, devoid of fluctuation or reproach. "So whose child is it?" Tu Yin stared into Gu Chenbai's eyes, silence enveloping him for what felt like eternity. It felt as if he were imbibing ice on a winter's day, a chill permeating his core. Their standoff was interrupted by a nurse who approached, perhaps a new intern, hesitantly stepping forward to softly inquire, "Mr. Tu Diar, Liang has sent me to ask if you would like to schedule an appointment for the termination procedure." Tu Yin instinctively glanced at Gu Chenbai, who maintained an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed, merely stating, "Are you considering terminating the pregnancy? Wouldn't that be detrimental to your health?" It dawned on Tu Yin that Gu Chenbai could exhibit such emotional detachment. His previous kindness now felt brutally indifferent in this context. Tu Yin caught sight of a promotional poster on the wall depicting an infant and thought despairingly, "What to do? No one wants you now." The nurse, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, eagerly assured him, "No worries. Our hospital employs the most advanced international techniques for painless procedures, minimizing physical harm to omegas." Tu Yin rose to his feet, leading the nurse to believe he was prepared to sign the consent forms. Instead, he inhaled deeply and declared, "I will not undergo the procedure. I will keep the child." With that, he turned and walked away. Gu Chenbai paused for 2 seconds before following him. Tu Yin's legs felt weak as he struggled to push open the emergency exit door, which Gu Chenbai kindly assisted him with, shielding him as he stepped through first. The scent of Gu Chenbai enveloped him, causing Tu Yin's heart to swell with emotion, and he stiffly muttered, "Thank you." "Tu Yin," Gu Chenbai called after him. "Let me take you home." Suddenly, Tu Yin sensed something amiss. Gu Chenbai no longer referred to him as Rabbit Treasure, even without that term of endearment. Gu Chenbai had always called him Yin Yin, never addressing him formally by his full name, as if he were conversing with a stranger. Before Tu Yin could react, Gu Chenbai's driver was already waiting downstairs. Tu Yin assumed they would head to the villa, but Gu Chenbai naturally stated the name of the community where Tu Yin currently resided and instructed the driver to exit through the back of the hospital. During the drive, Gu Chenbai asked Tu Yin what he wished to eat that evening. Tu Yin gazed out of the window, his emotions in tatters, and replied, "I don't feel like eating. You now have a baby. You must be mindful of your diet." Tu Yin scoffed coldly, turning to Gu Chenbai to retort, "That is none of your concern. After all, this child is not yours." Tu Yin anticipated that Gu Chenbai would inquire further, yet he remained silent. Arriving at the entrance of Tu Yin's residence, Gu Chenbai accompanied him out of the car, suggesting, "Let me prepare dinner for you before I leave." Tu Yin felt compelled to decline, yet the words eluded him. He was in dire need of Gu Chenbai's pheromones. The doctor had warned him that a lack of complete marking could adversely affect his hormones, leading to numerous side effects, and he could not endure this alone. Tu Yin's home was one he had purchased previously. He had not returned since his marriage, and now, post-divorce, he found himself back, surrounded by disarray, with belongings haphazardly strewn about. After changing his shoes, Tu Yin paid little heed as he made his way straight to the bedroom, silently shedding his outer garments and burrowing beneath the covers. Meanwhile, Gu Chenbai busied himself outside, meticulously unsealing boxes and categorizing their contents on the dining table. The sound of Gu Chenbai's footsteps, measured and varied, harmonized with the clatter of his metal cane against the tiles, creating a rhythm that had haunted Tu Yin's dreams countless times. Tu Yin clutched the blanket tightly, tears welling in his eyes, yet refusing to fall. His mind was consumed by Gu Chenbai's recent inquiry, "Whose child is it?" Chapter 21. Of course I can't bear to part with it. Who else could it belong to? Regret washed over him as he reflected on how he had vowed to be detached, to leave when the time came. Yet he had unwittingly surrendered himself entirely to Gu Chenbai. In the end, he found himself without an escape. Having completed his task, Gu Chenbai entered the bedroom, bent down to retrieve his clothes from the floor, and placed them in the laundry basket in the bathroom before approaching Tu Yan's bedside. He suddenly sat down, causing Tu Yan's heart to race, prompting him to shut his eyes hastily. He sensed Gu Chenbai reaching out, holding his breath as silence enveloped them. Gu Chenbai's hand brushed against Tu Yan's collar, his fingertips caressing the fabric as he unfastened the first button of Tu Yan's shirt. Tu Yan's heart raced, his eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably. Gu Chenbai's fingers traced the nape of Tu Yan's neck, and as he swallowed, his Adam's apple brushed against Gu Chenbai's hand. He heard Gu Chenbai chuckle softly, still pretending to be asleep. Startled, Tu Yan opened his eyes to find Gu Chenbai playfully tugging at the necklace around his neck, which bore his wedding ring. Gu Chenbai's gaze was teasing, as if questioning Tu Yan. Didn't you say you would discard the ring? Why do you still wear it? With reddened eyes, Tu Yan snatched the necklace back, turning away to envelop himself in the blanket. After a prolonged silence, Gu Chenbai spoke again. I experienced a vulnerable period before, and upon waking, I remembered nothing, yet I felt your presence. No, impossible. Don't indulge in fantasies, Tu Yan muttered under the covers, angrily biting the blanket. I won't help you through your vulnerable period, nor will I bear your child, you scoundrel. His voice muffled within the blanket, and given his already low murmurs, Gu Chenbai seemed to struggle to hear him. Leaning down, he patted Tu Yan's waist through the blanket and asked, "What did you just say?" Feeling at a loss for words, Tu Yan quickly straightened his neck and declared, "I said I have no idea about your vulnerable periods. It has nothing to do with me." Gu Chenbai chuckled lightly. "I never said it was related to you. I merely dreamt that you had come." Tu Yan fell silent, and after a moment, he heard Gu Chenbai continue, "I know you wouldn't come." Tu Yan, in a fit of frustration, struck the bedboard beneath his covers. Gu Chenbai calmly inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight? I noticed from your medical records that your morning sickness is quite severe. Shall we opt for something light?" Each of his words seemed deliberately to sidestep the affectionate moniker Tu Bao, which filled Tu Yan with a sense of panic. In the past, Gu Chenbai had generously expressed his love for Tu Yan, providing him with an unwavering sense of security that had become so habitual that Tu Yan never considered that one day Gu Chenbai might effortlessly retract his exclusive nickname, along with his boundless affection. Tu Yan had believed he was the one in control. Gu Zhaocheng was right. There were other Omegas playing roles in youth dramas besides Tu Yan. Now that they were divorced, Gu Chenbai would not continue to love him. He would emerge from this exhausting and meaningless 6-month marriage, forget Tu Yan, and embrace a new life. Suddenly, Tu Yan began to weep quietly, tears streaming silently down his face. Gu Chenbai sensed it and pulled the covers away from Tu Yan's head, seeing the little tear-stained figure nestled in the blankets. He could not bear it and drew him into his embrace, gently patting his back to comfort him. The moment Tu Yan was enveloped by Gu Chenbai's pheromones. His sobs intensified, overwhelmed by the familiarity of the tenderness that had returned to him. His quiet weeping transformed into a full-blown wail, punctuated by gasps. It took a while for him to calm down. Gu Chenbai's clothes became soaked with Tu Yan's tears, and after Tu Yan regained his composure, Gu Chenbai released him, allowing him to return to the bed. Feeling a bit embarrassed after venting, Tu Yan turned away to grab a tissue from the bedside, speaking awkwardly. "I'm crying due to hormonal imbalance. Not because of you." "Yes, I understand," Gu Chenbai replied without annoyance, reaching out to tuck the covers around Tu Yan, ensuring his exposed legs were snugly tucked back in. Then he casually remarked, "If the child's biological father were here, his pheromones would likely soothe you well." Tu Yan's hand froze mid-motion, his entire being stiffening in disbelief. "What?" Gu Chenbai did not elaborate further. Instead, he propped himself up and made his way to the door. "If you don't prefer something light, I can make you a hot pot. Would you prefer beef or lamb?" Gu Chenbai. He paused, turning to look at Tu Yan. His expression still gentle, yet felt unfamiliar to Tu Yan. "Tu Yan, have you forgotten that we are already divorced?" "I have not forgotten," Tu Yan replied, locking eyes with Gu Chenbai. "We divorced on December 1st, and today is January 22nd, which means it has been 53 days since our separation. Gu Chenbai stepped back, approaching the side of Tu Yan's bed, leaning down with an imposing presence, his hand resting on Tu Yan's abdomen as he continued. You have the freedom to be with others and to allow them into your reproductive space. I have no right to comment, but Tu Yan, I cannot possibly be devoid of feelings. Tu Yan stared blankly, unable to utter a word. It must have been during those days shortly after their divorce that the conception occurred, but they had not seen each other during that time. Had they? Tu Yan opened his mouth, words poised to spill forth, but were swiftly stifled. Gu Chenbai withdrew his hand, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Unless the dream I had during my susceptible period was indeed real. Tu Yan felt an overwhelming urge to articulate his thoughts. He yearned to voice them, for he knew he was capable of doing so. Yet, the long-standing self-defense mechanisms had rendered him fearful of vulnerability. Those who wear their masks for too long often find that uttering heartfelt truths invites scorn from others. His friends were guilty of mocking his earnest sentiments behind his back. Everyone relished in his misfortunes. Gu Chenbai was no exception. The Tu Yan from that cherished coming-of-age film he adored was a proud swan, and he had fallen for that version of Tu Yan at first sight. Had he known that Tu Yan was, in reality, a fragile, timid soul unable to control his emotions, one who feigned maturity and aloofness while instinctively retreating to the shadows, his affection might have waned. He bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, his heart racing unevenly. Gu Chenbai pressed on relentlessly. But I am genuinely perplexed, Tu Yan. Why do you seek me out during your heat? Is it merely for casual encounters? Tu Yan lowered his head, having missed the prime opportunity to rebut. Uncertain of how to begin, Gu Chenbai took the tissue from Tu Yan's hand and gently wiped away his tears. The sight of Tu Yan's reddened eyes pained Gu Chenbai deeply. He inhaled sharply, suppressing the impulse to comfort him, and turned to leave the room. He picked up his phone from the dining table and sent a few messages, receiving a reply half a minute later. The sender was Ruan Nanxing, the third daughter of the HT group. The beef hot pot is fine. Ginger, garlic, and chili are acceptable, as long as it's not overly spicy or oily. Just ensure a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. Brother, pregnant women don't have that many restrictions. Gu Chenbai, hundreds of thousands of omegas get pregnant every day. Why is your wife so delicate? Gu Chenbai blanched the vegetables, then dried his hands and quickly typed back. My little bunny is indeed delicate. Haha, goodbye. By the way, Nanxing, can he not cry too often now? Why would you make him cry? Are you willing to? Of course, I cannot bear it. Yet, he knew he must find a way to compel him to open his heart. Chapter 22. Can you please stop being foolish? When Gu Zhaocheng delivered a change of clothes for Gu Chenbai, Tu Yan had just agreed to get out of bed, sitting at the edge and waiting for Gu Chenbai to fetch his cotton slippers. Since his divorce, Tu Yan's life had been chaotic, his home a disarray, and the shoe cabinet cluttered with summer flip-flops. Gu Chenbai could not bear to see this. He instructed Tu Yan to remain seated while he turned to the storage room to retrieve a pair of cotton slippers, placing them at Tu Yan's feet, along with a pair of mid-calf cotton socks. In the past, Tu Yan would have unabashedly reclined and propped his feet on Gu Chenbai's abs, expecting him to put them on. Now, he dare not do so, quietly accepting the socks and putting them on in silence. Afterward, he lifted his eyelids and shot Gu Chenbai a resentful glance. Gu Chenbai feigned ignorance, simply saying, "Get up and wash your face. Dinner will be ready soon." Gu Zhaocheng followed the address provided by Gu Chenbai and arrived at Tu Yan's residence. He rang the doorbell twice, but there was no response. Just as he was about to make a phone call, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Tu Yan, whose eyes and nose were red, resembling a rabbit. Upon seeing Gu Zhaocheng, he lowered his eyelids and offered no greeting. The usual tension between them dissipated, and he listlessly turned away, taking a seat at the dining table. Lost in thought, Gu Chenbai emerged from the kitchen, inviting, "You've arrived. Let us have dinner together." Gu Zhaocheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have social engagement this evening." He placed the bag at the entrance, changed in his slippers, and stepped inside, surveying Tu Yan's home before expressing his displeasure. "If it weren't for your pregnancy, I would never agree to Chenbai coming to be your free caretaker. At your age, how can you let someone with a disability run around taking care of you? Have you no shame?" Hearing Gu Chaoqing's voice annoyed Tu Yan, prompting him to roll his eyes and turn away. Gu Chenbai found his demeanor endearing and couldn't help but smile. Gu Chaoqing, frustrated and exasperated, exclaimed, "Chenbai, can't you see how foolish this is? If he truly cared for you, he wouldn't have hurt you so deeply. The divorce was rather swift, wasn't it? Why now play the victim? And pregnant. Who knows whose child it is?" Noticing that Tu Yan was on the verge of tears, Gu Chenbai quickly urged Gu Chaoqing to be quiet. "All right, if you have social obligations, you should leave." Gu Chaoqing was seething with anger, feeling as though his frustrations could find no outlet. Observing Tu Yan's despondent state was like throwing a punch into a pillow, only aggravating his irritation further. Gu Chenbai served Tu Yan a small bowl of rice and placed a bowl of cooled chicken soup before him, prompting Tu Yan to sip delicately with a spoon. Gu Chaoqing, standing behind with crossed arms, scrutinized him, unable to comprehend what Gu Chenbai found appealing about Tu Yan. This Omega possessed little beyond a decent appearance, being lazy and willful, a source of constant vexation. "Chenbai, what do you think of that Xiaochu I introduced to you last time?" Gu Chenbai was occupied adding vegetables to the hot pot, too preoccupied to heed Gu Chaoqing's inquiry, but Tu Yan heard it clearly and froze, causing his small porcelain spoon to clatter into the bowl. Gu Chenbai, mistaking his reaction for a burn, hastily set down his chopsticks, asking, "What's wrong?" Tu Yan shook his head. "I'm asking you, Chenbai, how did your conversation with that Xiao Chu go?" Gu Chenbai frowned. "Who is Xiao Chu?" "The one from Chenghe International. Didn't we have dinner together? He seemed to take quite a liking to you, and I noticed you both had common interests." Tu Yan suddenly gripped the porcelain spoon tightly, his head downcast, but Gu Chenbai could still see his trembling eyelashes. Feeling a rush of compassion, he replied, "I haven't been in touch with him. What about Ruan Nanqing? I ran in her father the other day when I was at HT. Enough, brother." Gu Chenbai shot a warning glance at Gu Chaoqing, pleading for him to cease his prattling. "Don't you have social engagements?" Gu Chaoqing wanted to say more, but Gu Chenbai's expression had turned frosty, compelling him to swallow his words. He cleared his throat and exited, closing the door behind him. "Ignore him." Gu Chenbai reassured Tu Yan as he ladled more hot soup in his bowl. "Drink your soup, be good." Tu Yan, with a heavy heart, murmured, "I cannot drink." "Why not?" Gu Chenbai inquired, fully aware of the answer. With reddened eyes, Tu Yan gazed at him. "You know very well." "I do not," Gu Chenbai replied, feigning ignorance. In a fit of frustration, Tu Yan stood abruptly and pushed Gu Chenbai. Leaning against the dining table, Gu Chenbai lost his balance and staggered backwards, instinctively grasping the wine cabinet to steady himself before he could fall. Panic washed over Tu Yan, leaving him breathless for a fleeting moment. He rushed to support Gu Chenbai, draping his arm over his shoulder and guiding him back to a chair. Resembling a child who had misbehaved, his eyes filled with fear and a whimper escaping his throat. As Gu Chenbai began to offer comfort, Tu Yan squatted down, grasping Gu Chenbai's frail ankle and looking up, asking, "Did you hurt here? Does it hurt?" Gu Chenbai shook his head. Yet Tu Yan remained unconvinced, helplessly cradling Gu Chenbai's delicate ankle, afraid to apply any pressure. Gu Chenbai gently pulled him up, chuckling softly. "There's no sensation there, my little rabbit." Tu Yan did not register the endearment and continued to probe, anxiously inquiring if Gu Chenbai had hit his back. Gu Chenbai again shook his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," he replied. Gu Chenbai took him in his hand and embraced him, reassuringly saying, "I know. I'm fine." Realizing something, Tu Yan asked, "What did you just call me?" "What did I call you?" Gu Chenbai countered with a question. "You just called me by my name," Tu Yan stammered, embarrassed and flustered, fearing that Gu Chenbai might tease him. Gu Chenbai's eyes twinkled with amusement as he playfully responded, "I called you Tu Yan. What of it? What did you hear?" Tu Yan felt deflated. The hot pot began to boil, prompting Gu Chenbai to rise and reduce the heat. "Let us eat first, shall we?" Tu Yan replied obediently, holding his bowl. As Gu Chenbai served him vegetables, he ate, and when meat was offered, he indulged as well, behaving like a contrite child striving to make amends. After finishing his meal, he complimented, "It was delicious." Gu Chenbai smiled, reaching out to gently touch Tu Yan's belly, asking, May I check if you're full? Gu Chenbai's hand, brushing against his skin through the fabric, sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps due to the changes brought on by pregnancy, rendering him extraordinarily sensitive to Gu Chenbai's warm fingertips and the calluses on his palm. Gu Chenbai curled his fingers and lightly tapped his belly, softly inquiring, "Have you had enough to eat?" Tu Yan paused, momentarily shocked, realizing he was conversing with the life growing within him. Just as he reached out to touch Gu Chenbai's hand, it was withdrawn. Gu Chenbai slowly sat up straight, gazing at Tu Yan, and remarked, "I once thought how wonderful it would be if you could give me a little bunny." Chapter 23. A lifetime of unsettled accounts. Stin finally acknowledged that all his previous discomfort stemmed from his pregnancy, yet had not been fully recognized. He experienced insomnia, vivid dreams, a lack of appetite, and whenever he could not detect Gu Chenbai's scent, anxiety would overwhelm him. He would shamelessly steal Gu Chenbai's garments to wrap around himself, finding solace in their presence to fall asleep. This was not merely a matter of habit. It was a profound physiological bond. From the moment he tacitly allowed Gu Chenbai to enter his intimate realm, he became inextricably linked to him. While he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of clinging to Gu Chenbai like a piece of chewing gum, his gaze was perpetually drawn to him. He observed Gu Chenbai washing the dishes, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-defined forearms. With unabashed scrutiny, he took in every movement of Gu Chenbai, who approached tasks with a deliberate calmness and meticulous attention to detail. When confronted with stubborn grease, he would furrow his brow, and he organized the spice jars by hue, arranging them into a pleasingly tidy display. Tu Yan watched, entranced, until Gu Chenbai finished washing his hands and approached him, carrying a faint scent of orange. It was only then that he snapped back to reality. A vague sense of disquiet lingered in his mind, though he could not articulate it. Gu Chenbai, drying his hands, inquired gently, "Would you mind if I stayed here for the next few days?" Tu Yan shook his head, eager for his presence. "After having taken care of you for so long," Gu Chenbai said with a wry smile, "I simply cannot bear the thought of you living alone." Tu Yan's heart fluttered at the warmth of his words. Gu Chenbai reached out to ruffle Tu Yan's hair, his fingers tracing down to the nape of his neck. Speaking softly, "I apologize. It was my fault for taking on everything myself, leading you to become accustomed to it. Now, it seems you are struggling to adapt." Tu Yan's heart sank once more. Gu Chenbai regretted indulging him. Following their endearing nickname exchange, Gu Chenbai gradually began to withdraw the boundless affection he had previously shown Tu Yan. "These days are crucial. A moment's carelessness could lead to a miscarriage. So I will stay here to help you restore your health," he explained. Gu Chenbai rummaged through Tu Yan's storage room, retrieving a set of pillows and blankets, which he placed on the sofa. Tu Yan silently observed, anxiety churning within him. Did Gu Chenbai not even wish to share a bed with him? It was understandable. Gu Chenbai had assumed he had conceived another's child immediately after their divorce. It was a kindness that he could treat him with any semblance of warmth at all. Sharing a bed seemed an impossibility. Tu Yan had felt disheartened countless times that day. Now, seeing Gu Chenbai's indifferent back, he found it somewhat less painful, though a bittersweet ache lingered in his chest, seeping into his very being, rendering him tearful yet unable to weep. He took out his phone and scrolled through, discovering that the news regarding him had vanished from trending topics, leaving behind a void as if nothing had ever occurred. He typed his name into the search bar, yielding only a few scattered real-time posts. Some remarked on the formidable power of capital, while others questioned their own eyes, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the trending topic. But the responses were few and far between. "Thank you for handling the trending news," Tu Yan said. "It was nothing, merely a small matter," Gu Chenbai replied. "Let me know how much it cost, and I will repay you. I will also settle my father's debts. You need not worry." Gu Chenbai paused in his task of making the bed, turning to smile at Tu Yan. "All right, I'll calculate it when I have the time." In truth, the debt Gu Chenbai had incurred on his behalf was something Tu Yan would never be able to repay. By the time Gu Chenbai had arranged his sleeping quarters, it was nearing 10 at night. He urged Tu Yan to take a shower. As Tu Yan began to undress, a sudden realization sparked in his mind, illuminating the source of the disquiet he had felt earlier but could not articulate. though Gu Chenbai had already concluded that the child in Tu Yan's womb belonged to another. He seemed never to have inquired about the true identity of the child's biological father. Did Gu Chenbai truly care so little about this matter? Had he completely lost interest in Tu Yan? Yet before he could contemplate this question further, he heard Gu Chenbai's voice in the living room, engaged in a phone call. Tu Yan quickly turned off the shower head and dashed at the door, pressing his ear against the crack to eavesdrop. Yes, I'm taking care of him. Did you receive what I just sent you? Haha, of course. In a few days, I'll host a gathering, and I hope Miss Ruan can grace us with her presence. The Miss Ruan, mentioned by Gu Chaocheng, referred to Ruan Nanqing, who was enjoying afternoon tea at Gu Chenbai's residence. A chill ran down Tu Yan's spine as he stumbled back to the shower, turning the water on again. As the hot water cascaded down from above, it washed away his tears. Like a mere shell of a person, he completed his shower, dried himself with a towel, donned his pajamas, and blow-dried his hair. He then opened the bathroom door and silently made his way to the bedroom. Gu Chenbai was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet, studying something intently. A few minutes later, Tu Yan heard Gu Chenbai approaching the bathroom. Without any safety rails in the shower, Tu Yan feared Gu Chenbai might slip. So he refrained from using his phone and sat at the edge of the bed, straining to listen, anxious not to miss any sound. Yet his thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to the night before their divorce. That night, they had not slept. Gu Chenbai held him tightly from behind. Tu Yan had asked, if given another chance to return 6 months in time, would you still marry me? Gu Chenbai replied, no. Tu Yan nodded absently, saying, that's good. In truth, prior to their divorce, Tu Yan had experienced moments of doubt, but he later overheard a conversation with Gu's mother, realizing that the marriage had never been Gu Chenbai's desire. It was a misunderstanding between Gu's mother and Tu Feihong, who assumed Gu Chenbai had feelings for Tu Yan and thus took it upon themselves to pair them together, attempting to remedy all of Gu Chenbai's shortcomings. To spare Tu Yan from embarrassment and out of pity for his lack of care, Gu Chenbai reluctantly entered into the marriage. Gu Chenbai had never spoken to Tu Yan about this matter, shouldering all the blame himself, while allowing Tu Yan to manipulate him with the threat of marriage. Gu Chenbai was the most self-sacrificing person Tu Yan had ever known. Even though he could have embarked upon a new life, he remained preoccupied with his pregnant ex-husband, tirelessly serving as a free caretaker. It was utterly foolish. Lost in thought, Tu Yan was suddenly jolted by the sound of the glass door of the shower being pulled open. Gu Chenbai had finished bathing. In that instant, Tu Yan made a resolute decision. He stood up and rummaged through the wardrobe, turning it upside down until he unearthed a long-neglected set of flannel pajamas. This particular set was a product he had endorsed, one his agent had whimsically secured for him, a brand with a cutesy aesthetic that had infuriated him to no end. He had vehemently refused to wear it, tossing it into the closet after the promotional shoot. Yet now, he willingly slipped it on. The white flannel material was soft and plush, snugging at his wrists and ankles, making him truly resemble a little rabbit. When Tu Yan heard Gu Chenbai open the bathroom door and saunter over to the sofa, he gently caressed his belly and whispered, "Little bunny, could you help me keep your father with me? If you can assist me in retaining him, I promise to love you doubly in the future." Chapter 24, Bunny. I Love You. Tu Yan's residence was procured by his agent, a fully furnished apartment ready for immediate occupancy. At the time, Tu Yan merely specified his preferred location and type of dwelling. When the agent inquired about his desired style, Tu Yan, feeling exasperated, simply replied, "Anything will do." After all, he lived alone and rarely returned home due to his filming commitments. Thus, exquisite decor seemed futile. Tu Yan had little concept of home, let alone a sense of belonging. Consequently, when the agent awkwardly informed him about a suitably located apartment with somewhat outdated decor, Tu Yan, without a second thought, waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no need for renovations, and promptly transferred the money. Thus, the circular chandelier in the living room remained, though its design was antiquated. Its brightness remained commendable, causing Tu Yan to squint each time he transitioned from the bedroom to the living room. He opened the door and stepped outside, observing Gu Chenbai seated on the sofa, fastening the buttons of his pajamas. The bright lighting accentuated the chiseled contours of his profile. His hair was not entirely dry. with a few strands falling across his forehead, lending him an air of nonchalance that reminded Tu Yin of a photograph from when Gu Chenbai was 14 and playing basketball. Entranced, Tu Yin approached Gu Chenbai. At the sound of his footsteps, Gu Chenbai turned, momentarily taken aback by Tu Yin's attire. Yet he quickly regained his composure, fastening the last button and curving his lips into a smile as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Tu Yin remained silent, extending his hand to remove the necklace from around his neck, presenting it to Gu Chenbai. Gu Chenbai's expression shifted slightly, but he did not take it. Tu Yin unclasped the delicate chain, removed the wedding ring, and took Gu Chenbai's hand, placing the ring in his palm. The ring was simple, yet featured subtle cutouts on either side resembling rabbit ears, with Tu Yin's initials engraved on the inner band. "What did you make this ring?" Tu Yin asked. 2 days before the wedding, Gu Chenbai replied. "Crooked and clumsy, quite tacky," Tu Yin remarked. "You engraved it yourself, didn't you?" Gu Chenbai glanced at the ring in his hand and chuckled softly. "Yes, I wanted to present you with a unique gift. So I attempted to learn how to polish a ring, but the wedding date was too close and I couldn't perfect it. What were you thinking when you engraved this?" Gu Chenbai gazed at Tu Yin, his expression inscrutable, and said, "I thought you might find it rather unappealing." Tu Yin lifted the blanket and sat beside Gu Chenbai. "I did not find it unappealing." He then asked, "What else were you thinking?" "You were going to marry me, like a dream, unreal. Unfortunately, I shattered your dream. I must have disappointed you. The films are all fictitious, and I am not the Tu Yin you envision." Gu Chenbai smiled gently and shook his head, "Not at all." Tu Yin settled back slightly, and Gu Chenbai promptly retrieved a cushion to support his lower back. Leaning against it, Tu Yin quietly observed Gu Chenbai, whose gaze rested upon him, taking in the plush collar of his attire, the delicate fairness of his skin akin to that of his nightwear, and the glimpse of his waist peeking from beneath the hem. Without preamble, Tu Yin addressed the matter directly. "Who is Xiao Chu?" Gu Chenbai replied candidly, "I truly do not recall such a person. And what about Miss Ruan? Why did you invite her to dinner?" Gu Chenbai raised an eyebrow. "Miss Ruan?" Tu Yin, emboldened by his eavesdropping, lifted his chin in a silent demand for answers. "I grew up alongside her. We are childhood friends. She is a beta, and our families often jested that we would marry once we graduated." Before Tu Yin could finish his sentence, a tear fell silently onto his flannel sleeve. Pretending to rub his eyes, he discreetly wiped his tear-stained eyelids and asked, "Then why did you not marry her?" Gu Chenbai countered with a question. "Then why are you not with Chi He?" Tu Yin was at a loss for words. He wished to express his disinterest. Yet the fear of further inquiries from Gu Chenbai silenced him. Placing the ring on the coffee table, Gu Chenbai smiled. "Rabbit, we shall continue like this. If you choose to remain silent, I shall likewise refrain from answering your questions." Tu Yin, with reddened eyes, glared at Gu Chenbai, eventually mustering the words, "I do not like him. I do not like Miss Ruan either." Gu Chenbai regarded Tu Yin intently, enunciating each word, before reaching out to brush away the tear from the corner of his eye. "Then why did you invite her to dinner? Why do you feel jealous?" Gu Chenbai retorted, seemingly resolved to compel Tu Yin to speak. Yet this was Tu Yin's forbidden territory, an unassailable fortress he had constructed over the years. Should this wall be breached, Tu Yin would feel as though stripped bare and exposed to the world, plunging into an abyss with no retreat. He could not relinquish the control of his emotions to another. "Gu Chenbai, leave my home. This is my house, and I do not require your care. Depart from here." Tu Yin suddenly leaped from the sofa, thrusting the empty necklace into Gu Chenbai's hands and pointing toward the door with a commanding gesture. Gu Chenbai gazed deeply at Tu Yin, seemingly unfazed. He retrieved a set of clean clothes from the paper bag sent by Gu Zhaocheng and leisurely began to unbutton his nightwear, preparing to change. Tu Yin clutched his sleeves tightly, his lips bleeding from the pressure of his bite. There were countless words he wished to convey to Gu Chenbai, yet he continually faltered, failing to control his emotions. He wanted to ask if Gu Chenbai still loved him, but the words morphed into daggers before they could escape his lips. In truth, he felt more pain than Gu Chenbai. As Gu Chenbai changed into his clothes and grasped his cane to rise, he walked past Tu Yin toward the door. Each step of Gu Chenbai seemed to inflict further agony upon Tu Yin. The sound of the doorknob turning was the final straw that broke Tu Yin's resolve. He He rushed forward, pushing Gu Chenbai's hand away, positioning himself in front of the door to block his exit. Through tears, he implored, "I have one more request." "What is it?" "Please, touch her, will you?" Tu Yin pointed to his belly, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Feel him, even though he is still so small that we cannot be certain he will thrive. Just once, please, just once, I beg you, for there may not be another chance." With his head bowed in sorrow, he failed to notice the tears glistening in Gu Chenbai's eyes. Gu Chenbai extended his hand, slipping it beneath the hem of Tu Yan's nightgown, resting it gently upon Tu Yan's flat abdomen, where a small life was blossoming. That was his little bunny. Tu Yan trembled, his face awash with tears, yet fearing Gu Chenbai's disdain, he wiped his face repeatedly with his sleeve. Gu Chenbai pulled his arm down and enveloped him tightly in his embrace, exclaiming helplessly, "Silly boy." Tu Yan paused for a moment, then swiftly returned the embrace. Burying his face in the crook of Gu Chenbai's neck, he stammered, You won't leave, will you?" This time, Gu Chenbai did not respond with a question. "I won't leave. I never intended to. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have found an excuse, shamelessly staying by your side." Tu Yan gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, yearning for an answer. "I love you from beginning to end. It has never changed. Initially, I wanted to compel you to articulate your feelings, but seeing you cry breaks my heart. The child is mine. I know you came during your sensitive period, and I am aware that I lied this afternoon. I do not wish to force you to declare your love. I merely want to understand why you hesitate to speak. What event from your childhood haunt you? What unspoken grievances and secrets do you carry? I hope you can share them with me. To me, you have always been perfect, a constant since the day you entered my life. Even your temper is endearing to me. Certainly, during the divorce, there was a fleeting moment of unappeal that made me want to drag you back and confine you. Yet you returned on your own the next day, even aiding me." Tu Yan covered Gu Chenbai's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Yet, Gu Chenbai insisted, playfully biting Tu Yan's pinky finger and leaning close to his ear. "I remember your actions. And I remember your words. You said, 'Husband, I was wrong.'" Tu Yan instinctively denied it, but fell silent under Gu Chenbai's gaze. "Little bunny," Gu Chenbai resumed his usual tenderness, kissing Tu Yan's lips and softly calling his name. Tu Yan sniffed and mumbled, "You mustn't call me by my full name anymore." "All right," Gu Chenbai repeated several times. "Little bunny, I love you." Tu Yan looked at Gu Chenbai and suddenly confessed, "When I first entered the industry, a producer attempted to exploit me. He got me drunk and forced me to take drugs, claiming that sleeping with him could secure me a role. I refused and struck him with a bedside lamp, giving him a good beating. Subsequently, I was shelved for 6 months, serving as mere background in various productions." Gu Chenbai, filled with compassion, gently rubbed his hand. Tu Yan lowered his head, softly conveying the essence of his words. "I will not share a bed with someone I do not like." Gu Chenbai leaned closer, teasing Tu Yan as if sharing a secret. "Little bunny, you must speak plainly. I am not clever enough to understand." "You comprehend," Tu Yan mumbled in response. Gu Chenbai's lips curled into a smile as he captured Tu Yan's lips in a kiss, rendering Tu Yan's legs weak and his body pliant against Gu Chenbai. "Let us head to the bed. We can talk leisurely there, shall we?" Tu Yan, still a bit dazed, came to his senses abruptly when Gu Chenbai led him into the room. "Have you been acting all afternoon?" Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. "So you didn't hear a word I just said?" Flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, Tu Yan grasped Gu Chenbai's collar. But before he could utter a single harsh word, Gu Chenbai wrapped his arms around Tu Yan's neck and captured his lips once more. Chapter 25. Did you dress up just for me? In the end, Tu Yan chose not to confess, as exhaustion overtook him, and he fell asleep. Gu Chenbai gently wiped Tu Yan's face with a wet tissue, then dressed him in his pajamas, thoroughly and methodically checking him from head to toe like a meticulous caretaker. "Bunny," he called softly. Tu Yan let out a small sound as he buried his face in Gu Chenbai's neck, murmuring in his sleep, Gu Chenbai, don't go." The delicate scent of cedarwood intertwined with the sweet aroma of milk, creating a warm fragrance that filled the room. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the plain curtains, stealthily creeping from the edge of the bed to Tu Yan's instep, preparing to advance towards his ankle, when a sudden movement of the blanket stifled it completely. Gu Chenbai embraced his plush rabbit toy, tucked the blanket snugly around Tu Yin, and finally settled down to sleep peacefully. The moonlight dimmed, suspended in the sky, observing the world below. When Tu Yin awoke again, it was already past 9 o'clock. And for once, Gu Chenbai lingered in bed. As Tu Yin opened his eyes, he found Gu Chenbai still in deep slumber, one arm draped over Tu Yin's waist. Fearing to disturb him, Tu Yin remained still, but memories of the previous afternoon flooded back, jolting him awake. The recollection of how he had cried uncontrollably made heat rise from his neck to his cheeks. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten that the source of his distress lay right beside him, in the form of the alpha. After a few more minutes, his stomach audibly protested, prompting Gu Chenbai to awaken quickly, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he tightened his embrace around Tu Yin and murmured, "Bunny, good morning." Unsure of how to respond, Tu Yin tilted his head slightly to look at him, only to hastily avert his gaze upon meeting Gu Chenbai's eyes. Gu Chenbai smiled and reached out to touch Tu Yin's small abdomen. "Is little Bunny hungry?" he asked, sitting up and speaking to himself. "All right, Daddy will go make you breakfast." Little Bunny, this little one, was still just an embryo and already vying for Gu Chenbai's exclusive nickname. Tu Yin watched Gu Chenbai's retreating figure, unable to suppress a pout. He gently patted his own belly, contemplating a rather improper thought. But remembering how this little one seemed to play a role the previous night, he temporarily shelved the wicked idea. After breakfast, Gu Chenbai expressed his desire to visit the supermarket for some groceries and asked Tu Yin if he would like to accompany him. With his gaze lowered, Tu Yin did not refuse insincerely, but instead nodded and returned to the bedroom to change his clothes. Gu Chenbai leaned against the doorframe, watching him with an insistent gaze. Tu Yin, feeling irked, braced his arms as if to push Gu Chenbai away. However, Gu Chenbai wrapped his arms around him, affectionately tousling his hair, and with a mischievous grin, asked, "Rabbit darling, is this nightwear specially for me?" Tu Yin remained silent. "Hey, didn't you promise me you'd answer any question I ask?" Tu Yin, biting down on his molars, retorted fiercely, "Who asks so many questions early in the morning? Besides, when did I ever agree to answer everything?" Gu Chenbai raised an eyebrow. "You said so last night in bed. I wanted to come in, and when you refused, I made you promise that you'd answer my questions without resorting to the silent treatment. You agreed." Tu Yin was on the verge of exploding, but Gu Chenbai, sensing the tension, chuckled and turned to leave before Tu Yin could react. After Tu Yin's return, his popularity remained high, with news of his public appearances in obstetrics making headlines. Thus, they chose a nearby supermarket with fewer crowds, opting to venture out after the peak hours. Upon entering the supermarket, Tu Yin grabbed a small plastic basket with wheels, linking his other arm with Gu Chenbai's as they stepped inside. Gu Chenbai headed straight for the vegetable section, with Tu Yin trailing behind like a shadow. Watching him sift through an array of unfamiliar vegetables, Tu Yin couldn't help but inquire, "Gu Chenbai, why do you enjoy grocery shopping so much? Who finds joy in the mundane aspects of life? Don't you find this process delightful? Strolling through the supermarket hand in hand with someone you love, picking out ingredients you cherish, imagining how to transform them into delicious meals. First the meat, then the vegetables and fruits, and when we reach the snack aisle, I'll grab you a couple of bags of fruit-flavored gummies, and then we'll head home." Gu Chenbai turned to Tu Yin, contemplating before continuing, "Rabbit darling, I'm not someone with grand ambitions. I don't yearn to amass great wealth or save the world. I simply wish to lead a modest, joyful life with the one I love." Tu Yin felt a surge of emotion, yet sorrow tugged at him. "But I might not be able to do that. I have to cover myself like a mummy just to step outside. There are so many constraints on me. Even your love for photographing scenic spots means I can't accompany you." Gu Chenbai gently squeezed Tu Yin's palm, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. If we can't go to scenic areas, we could take a stroll downstairs. If we can't dine out, I'll cook for you at home. As long as we are together, nothing else matters." Just as Tu Yin was about to express his vulnerability, Gu Chenbai suddenly leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If we can't go out, we can stay at home and make little rabbit babies instead. It's just as good." In a huff, Tu Yin grabbed a potato from the display and threw it at Gu Chenbai's hand before storming off. He walked ahead, careful not to stray too far from Gu Chenbai's sight. Soon, he paused in the baby section, where shelves were lined with colorful packages of diapers. After finishing his grocery shopping, Gu Chenbai weighed the items and slowly wheeled his basket over to Tu Yin, who stood there, masked and caped, arms crossed, looking quite serious amidst the diaper aisle, creating a rather absurd scene. Gu Chenbai laughed and asked, "What's this? Planning to stock up? Are you out of your mind? The little rabbit is only 5 weeks old." "What little rabbit?" Gu Chenbai frowned. Tears of emotion welled up in the air as Tu Yin stuttered. "Little bunny. A little bunny is just a little bunny." Gu Chenbai, though speechless, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right then, call it however you wish." After finishing their grocery shopping, Gu Chenbai finally managed to soothe Tu Yin, taking his hand as they exited the supermarket. The midday sun at 11 o'clock was blinding, causing Tu Yin to squint and lean against Gu Chenbai. "Are you tired? Shall I have the driver come pick us up?" Gu Chenbai inquired. Tu Yin shook his head. "Let us walk back. I'm not hungry anyway. We can have lunch a bit later." They strolled side by side along the sidewalk, surrounded by hurried individuals returning from work. The passers-by appeared somewhat anxious, and aside from a few elderly folks dragging small shopping carts, Tu Yin and Gu Chenbai seemed the most relaxed, as if untouched by the constraints of time, leisurely advancing forward. Suddenly, Tu Yin spoke up. "Gu Chenbai, let me share some of my past with you. It's rather dull, but if you wish to hear it, I want to hear it. Take your time." Gu Chenbai encouraged. Where to begin recounting the past? Too little detail would render it meaningless, while too much might feel overly sentimental. Tu Yin was not one to easily express his emotions or lament his misfortunes. Most of the time, he could process his feelings independently, and whatever couldn't be digested would gradually fade with time. Thus, to have him open up about his history on a warm winter afternoon was no small feat, however. With Gu Chenbai holding his hand, occasionally squeezing his palm, he spoke gently. "Bunny, don't be nervous. We're merely chatting." Tu Yin gazed at the barren trees lining the roadside and took a deep breath. "When I was very young, people often asked me, 'Tu Yin, what do you have to be troubled about? Your parents are wealthy, and you are an esteemed Omega. You are already luckier than 99 of the world. Why are you not happy?' Later, when I entered the entertainment industry, some would question, 'Tu Yin, why do you put on such a sour face, as if someone owes you money? You're young, famous, with so many fans and roles to play. There are countless people worse off than you. You have the least right to complain.'" Gu Chenbai listened attentively, refraining from interrupting, displaying remarkable patience. In truth, there wasn't much to complain about. Parents divorced? That was a rather common occurrence, wasn't it? Chihi's parents had divorced 2 years prior, and they still quarreled over the division of assets. Yet, Chihi seemed largely unaffected, enjoying life like a carefree butterfly. Perhaps it's my own issue. I'm too sensitive and not strong enough, often entangled in past matters. Gu Chenbai furrowed his brow, pulling Tu Yin closer and planting a gentle kiss on his hand. "My parents were involved in a family union, so they lacked a foundation of affection. After my birth, their relationship improved for a time, but they eventually separated, continuing to live their separate lives without officially filing for divorce for the sake of societal appearances. One afternoon in 6th grade, they unexpectedly took me to an amusement park and an aquarium, then informed me that they had officially divorced. I didn't cry that day. I was simply bewildered. They believed I accepted it quickly, so they didn't comfort me. A few days later, I had yet to fully recover. Overwhelmed by mental stress, I experienced a premature differentiation and fainted during physical education class. Upon regaining consciousness in the infirmary, the school physician informed me that I had transformed into a highly regarded Omega, urging me to promptly inform my parents of this fortunate news. In that moment, a wave of sorrow washed over me, for I knew I could not make that call. They would not rejoice for me, preoccupied as they were with their own lives. Later, a classmate visited me. He was the only person in the class with whom I could converse. Noticing my dismal state, he kindly said, "Tu Yin, if you have anything on your mind, feel free to share. Do not bottle it up." Initially, I hesitated to speak, but my heart was heavy that day, and I found myself pouring out the anguish of my parents' divorce and their indifference, tears streaming down my face. As he departed, he assured me that he would keep my confidences to himself. However, the following day upon returning to school, I discovered that the news of my parents' divorce had spread like wildfire, adorned with various embellishments. One of the most ludicrous versions claimed that I was the offspring of my father and his mistress. This revelation inflicted considerable distress upon my parents, who reprimanded me harshly, demanding that I refrain from sharing family matters with others. As you can see, I have grown into my current self, not particularly good nor entirely bad, devoid of any extreme personality traits. Gu Chenbai paused momentarily, then turned to smile at Tu Yin, saying, "You fortuitously evolved into the person I admire." Tu Yin forced a smile and replied dryly, "That's all I have to say." Gu Chenbai remained silent for a long while. Tu Yin, feeling uneasy, swallowed hard as his palms began to sweat. "Gu Chenbai, I'm not as pitiable as you think. I wish I had met you earlier." Gu Chenbai halted, turning to look at Tu Yin earnestly. "I would certainly steal you away and cherish you like a treasure." Tu Yin exhaled in relief, suppressing a grin as he teased. "Foolish, childish." Gu Chenbai grasped Tu Yin's hand, their fingers interlocking. "Rabbit, darling, I understand that forgetting the past is impossible. Yet I wish for you to confide in me completely, so that your suffering may find its end here with me." Tu Yin fell silent, gazing into Gu Chenbai's eyes, neither affirming nor denying. He simply linked his arm with Gu Chenbai's and continued walking in silence. As they passed a stationery store, Tu Yin abruptly stopped, instructing Gu Chenbai to remain still while he dashed inside. Moments later, he emerged with a small bag in hand. When Gu Chenbai inquired about it, Tu Yin remained mute. His cheeks flushed as he urged Gu Chenbai to return home. Gu Chenbai entered the kitchen to prepare lunch, his peripheral vision catching sight of Tu Yin seated cross-legged on the living room carpet, pen in hand, bent over the coffee table, engrossed in writing something. After they finished their meal, as Gu Chenbai began to clear the dishes, Tu Yin awkwardly intercepted him, shoving a small envelope into Gu Chenbai's pocket before swiftly snatching the dishes from his hands. "I'll wash the dishes today," he declared, darting into the kitchen and shutting the door behind him. Gu Chenbai stood before the closed door, perplexed, and retrieved the small item from his pocket. It was a cream-colored envelope and stationery, palm-sized, reminiscent of what a child might purchase to pen a love letter. Gu Chenbai extracted the letter, turned it over, and beheld the elegant script of Tu Yin. "Gu Chenbai, you are not the end of my suffering. You are the beginning of my beautiful days." In the bottom right corner, it was signed with rabbit treasure. Gu Chenbai pushed open the kitchen door and observed the person by the sink suddenly shudder, nearly burying his head into his chest. With a soft chuckle, Gu Chenbai approached from behind, wrapped his arms around him, and whispered in his ear, "I love you. Hey, keep your distance. You're pressing against me, and water is splashing all over me. I don't want this. Gu Chenbai, you're so annoying." Gu Chenbai stifled his laughter beside Tu Yin's ear, causing the latter's ears to turn a shade of crimson. After finishing the dishes, Gu Chenbai pulled Tu Yin onto the sofa and showered him with kisses before getting up to retrieve something and returning to his seat. Tu Yin focused intently, realizing it was the wedding ring. "Put the ring on first. Shall we remarry tomorrow?" Tu Yin pouted no. Gu Chenbai, embodying a rogue demeanor, seized Tu Yin's hand and declared theatrically, "Is that up to you?" Tu Yin burst into laughter, blushing with embarrassment as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to accidentally knock the ring to the floor. Before Gu Chenbai could bend down to retrieve it, Tu Yin hurriedly scrambled up. Where did it fall? "It should be under the coffee table." Tu Yin quickly knelt down to search, and just as he was about to reach beneath the table, he caught sight of an unfamiliar box of medication in the paper bag sent by Gu Cheng beside the sofa. He extracted the medication and read the label: alpha sensitivity suppression capsules. The packaging was evidently tampered with, and as Tu Yin pulled out the aluminum blister pack, he noticed that one of the 4 capsules was missing. The sensitivity period, unlike the estrus period, occurs roughly once every 6 months, and Gu Chenbai had not experienced a sensitivity phase during that half year. Therefore, the missing capsule could only have been consumed the day after their divorce, implying that Gu Chenbai had taken the medication before Tu Yin had climbed into his bed. Gu Chenbai quickly connected the dots, sheepishly taking the medication from Tu Yin's hands and pulling him close. Although Gu Chenbai had indeed taken the medication, He had no intention of deceiving Tu Yen. Merely 10 minutes after he ingested the pill, Tu Yen had ascended to his bed. Gu Chenbai thought to himself, this was merely a case of serendipity. He deliberately chose not to ponder the fact that he had taken advantage of the situation, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tu Yen finally understood why Gu Chenbai could recall the events of the sensitivity period so vividly. He shot Gu Chenbai a fierce glare, then pushed him away and retreated to the bedroom, overwhelmed with frustration, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to hide himself. That day, he had taken the initiative to engage in so many unspeakable acts. Gu Chenbai's temples throbbed as he hastily dialed Gu Xiaocheng, inquiring whether he was out of his mind for bringing the sensitivity suppression medication. Gu Xiaocheng responded innocently, "Huh? Did I grab the wrong one? I thought it was the medication for your joint pain. What happened?" Gu Chenbai scoffed coldly, causing Gu Xiaocheng to sense the gravity of the situation. "Well, I recently met a renowned director who is filming an art movie. Shall I help connect Tu Yen with him?" Chapter 27. Consider it my plea. Gu Chenbai, do you think I treat marriage as a joke? Tu Yen asked, sitting on the swinging chair in the study, clutching a cushion, tilting his head in inquiry. Gu Chenbai was intently focused on his computer screen, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. Yet he still managed to carve out a moment to respond to Tu Yan's inquiry. No. After pressuring him to sign the divorce agreement, she sought him out post-divorce. And now she wished to reconcile. Tu Yen, reclining in a plush blanket, lazily inquired, "Isn't this a farce?" Once Gu Chenbai completed the final document, he rose and approached Tu Yen. Noticing his approach, she playfully rocked the hanging chair, attempting to shift to the other side. Gu Chenbai grasped the frame, preventing her escape. "At that time, I was merely a stranger to you. You were justified in whatever actions you took for self-preservation. I never held it against you. Was there even a divorce agreement?" Gu Chenbai smiled, reaching out to pinch Tu Yan's cheek. "No, because I knew one day you would regret it." Tu Yan disdainfully swatted his hand away. "Narcissist." Gu Chenbai lifted Tu Yan from the chair, and she languidly leaned against his chest, one foot in a slipper while the other playfully nudged his cane. Gu Chenbai grinned, whispering in her ear, "Rabbit, didn't you feel regret on the day of our divorce?" "Not at all," Tu Yan replied with unwavering conviction. "But how is it that I remember someone sobbing under the covers the night before the divorce?" "That was not me. You're misremembering," she retorted. Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. "All right, I was the one crying." As Tu Yen inhaled the faint, pleasant scent emanating from Gu Chenbai, her thoughts drifted back to the days preceding their divorce. Some of the most arduous moments. To her, there existed an undeniable sense of fate between them, akin to solving a mathematical problem in school where the wrong method inadvertently yielded the correct answer. Their story, which should have unfolded like a melodramatic script, had instead transformed into a sweet romance under Gu Chenbai's influence. Having acted in numerous plays, this was the first time she found herself without a script, merely following Gu Chenbai's rhythm, sharing in his joys and sorrows, as time slipped away in the revolving hands of the clock, seemingly endless. However, contrary to her intentions, the 6-month deadline she had set was fast approaching. They had met in the sweltering heat of June, boldly traversing the scorching sun and cicada songs, lingering in ambiguity throughout the autumn, and ultimately stepping into the depths of winter. Tu Yen had not anticipated that the first to regret would be herself. On a day when the city experienced its first snowfall of the year, and with Huaxing's year-end affairs keeping Gu Chenbai often working late, Tu Yen found herself bored at home, occasionally visiting his office to pass the time. Naturally, she sought to avoid others, particularly Gu Xiaocheng. Yet that day, misfortune struck. Not only did she fail to evade Gu Xiaocheng, but she also encountered the last person she wished to see, Tu Feihong. Having just been rebuffed by Gu Xiaocheng, Tu Feihong was eager to seek assistance from Gu Chenbai. Upon pushing open the office door, he was greeted by the sight of Tu Yen lounging on the sofa, legs crossed in a leisurely manner. A spark of delight lit up Tu Feihong's eyes. He thought to himself that this situation might hold promise. The moment Tu Yen laid eyes on Tu Feihong, she froze, slowly straightening up, her expression growing cold. Unfazed, Tu Feihong approached her, warmly resting a hand on her shoulder while inquiring about her well-being. Gu Chenbai set aside his tasks and approached, pouring a cup of tea for Tu Feihong. General Tu, what is it? Tu Yin averted his gaze, impatiently fiddling with his phone. It's nothing significant. Tu Feihong replied with a smile as he took a seat, loosening his bulky suit. The old district is slated for redevelopment, and I wish to secure the relocation housing project there. However, as you know, my company has invested all its funds into previously halted projects, leaving us in a tight spot. Tu Yin, his blood boiling, turned in astonishment and asked, "Do you still have the audacity to borrow money from him?" Tu Feihong hastily waved his hand, saying, "No, Yin, you don't understand. This is a common interaction between companies, not as you perceive it." Just then, Gu Zhaocheng walked in and, overhearing Tu Feihong's words, scoffed, "Frequent interactions are one thing, but I haven't seen much reciprocity." Tu Feihong, feeling insulted, forced a smile and replied, "Aren't we all family here?" Tu Yin regarded Tu Feihong with a cold gaze, reminiscent of how the Gu family had looked at him 6 months prior, contemptible and laughable. The shame that had long tormented his pride surged back, causing him to clench his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Gu Chenbai leaned over, grasping Tu Yin's hand, subtly prying his fingers open and pressing against his palm to ease his tension. Yet Tu Yin brushed him off. Rising to his feet, Tu Yin addressed Tu Feihong with deliberate clarity. "Gu Chenbai and I will be divorcing at the end of this month, and thereafter I will have no ties to him, nor will you have the opportunity to borrow money under my name." Tu Feihong was left speechless, stammering, "W.A.?" Gu Zhaocheng, equally incredulous, asked, "Divorce? How long have you been married?" "Chenbai, do you agree?" Gu Chenbai nodded slightly. Tu Feihong, now frantic, questioned Tu Yin, "Why would you divorce? Isn't Chenbai good enough for you? Don't you like him?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Yin retorted, "I do not like him. We have already signed the divorce agreement. It will conclude at the end of the month." Tu Yin understood that if he had merely stated this to Tu Feihong, he might not believe it and would likely press further. However, saying it in front of Gu Chenbai, who nodded in affirmation, left no room for negotiation. Tu Feihong had no choice but to accept the truth. After Tu Feihong left the office, dazed, Gu Zhaocheng followed suit, casting a disdainful glance at Tu Yin, who refrained from retorting this time. He noticed Gu Chenbai seated on the sofa, his expression neutral, but his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Tu Yin approached, and Gu Chenbai pulled him onto his lap, gently inquiring, "Does your hand hurt?" Tu Yin felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears as he leaned against Gu Chenbai's chest. After a few moments, he could not help but embrace him tightly. "I cannot endure my father's behavior. If you help him once, he will cling to you indefinitely." Gu Chenbai enveloped him in his arms, but Tu Yin interrupted, "Please, do not say anything. Just consider it a plea from me." He scarcely dared to meet Gu Chenbai's gaze, fearing that a mere glance longer than necessary would compel him to retract his previous words, returning to the facade of their marriage, allowing his father to cling like a leech onto Hua Sheng, putting Gu Chenbai in an awkward position and becoming the source of ridicule for others. Yet, his fragile pride would not permit him to endure such indignities. He needed to swiftly return to work to earn money, and to personally redeem the contract of servitude he had previously signed. He wished to own no one, to stand before Gu Chenbai once more, unburdened and untainted. Despite his awareness of the immense debt he owed Gu Chenbai, he often mused that perhaps it would have been better had he never encountered him. He would have preferred to remain shackled by the torment of a painful marriage for a lifetime, rather than become ensnared in the treacherous mire of longing, wrought by Gu Chenbai's gentle nature. Chapter 28, youthful yet poignant. As the balance of their marriage dwindled, Tu Yin indeed contemplated the notion of dissolving their agreement. And not just once. Gu Chenbai's kindness towards him was so profound that Tu Yin found it difficult to part ways. The mere thought of Gu Chenbai bestowing his affection upon another was enough to drive him to madness. Was it possible that Gu Chenbai could fall for someone else? Tu Yin dared not voice the question, nor entertain the thought. 3 days prior to their divorce, it was Gu Chenbai's grandfather's 80th birthday, and Tu Yin accompanied Gu Chenbai to the celebration. As their relationship remained undisclosed to the public, he merely presented a gift and did not stay for the meal. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard a conversation between Gu's parents in a nearby booth. "Husband, we should not have arranged this marriage for Gu Chenbai." At the time, he was opposed. I assumed his reluctance stemmed from his insecurities regarding his leg and did not wish for him to have regrets. So I took the liberty of having Tu Feihong introduce Tu Yin to him. In hindsight, I truly regret it. Gu's father sighed in agreement. Indeed, Tu Yin's temperament is rather peculiar. He seems incapable of caring for others. I have witnessed him barking orders at Chenbai on several occasions, showing little regard for his leg injury. My heart aches. This marriage has not benefited Chenbai, but rather harmed him. It is difficult to broach the topic of divorce now, considering there are so many years ahead, and I cannot bear the thought of Chenbai being without someone to care for him. Tu Yin felt despondent, guilt-ridden at the thought. If Gu Chenbai's parents knew that their son had been coerced into signing a divorce agreement immediately after marriage, living each day in a countdown to the end, while wholeheartedly treating the instigator with kindness, would it not break their hearts further? Although Gu's mother did not voice her opinions outright, Tu Yin discerned her unspoken sentiments. They were dissatisfied with him and wished for Gu Chenbai to find someone more suitable. Tu Yin's previously wavering heart finally found resolution. Indeed, why should all blame rest upon the flimsy divorce agreement? Perhaps the greatest error lay within himself. He might never have been the right partner for Gu Chenbai. Perhaps in a previous life, he had accrued enough merit to encounter someone as remarkable as Gu Chenbai in this life, to accompany him for a time and heal his wounds. Yet, fortune is finite, and Gu Chenbai would not be doomed to suffer under his shadow for eternity. With these thoughts, he found some solace, though his heart felt pricked by a needle, causing his nose to tingle and tears to brim in his eyes. He retreated to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face. He gazed into the mirror, confronting his own reddened eyes, a pitiful sight that evoked a sense of disdain within himself. Nearby, someone halted, seemingly recognizing Tu Yin, tilting their head to observe his visage. Tu Yin concealed all emotions, offering a gracious smile to the onlooker. The passerby, delighted, retrieved their phone and inquired if they could take a photo together, to which Tu Yin nodded in agreement. Once the picture was taken and the stranger departed, Tu Yin retracted his smile. Turning around, he encountered Gu Chenbai, who leaned on a cane, standing behind him. Tu Yin lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Gu Chenbai approached, gently touching the corner of Tu Yin's eye, asking, "What troubles you?" He had an uncanny ability to perceive even the slightest shifts in Tu Yin's emotions. Tu Yin shook his head, replying, "I will head home now." Gu Chenbai grasped his wrist, unwilling to let go. "I am uneasy about you go home alone. Let us wait until the banquet concludes, and we shall return together. Shall we?" Tu Yin hesitated, but Gu Chenbai continued to coax him. "I procured a children's meal for you, with your favorite fried chicken and cake. I will accompany you while you eat, if you agree." Gu Chenbai pointed towards the upper floor, speaking softly as if to a child. "Gu Chenbai, I am capable of ordering food at a restaurant, and during my school days, I often dine alone in the cafeteria without feeling lonely." Gu Chenbai smiled gently. "I understand." Tu Yin lifted his gaze to meet his, and in their eyes, an intricate emotion was reflected, one that loomed constantly between them as they approached divorce, an inescapable presence. Enough, Tu Yin thought, unable to maintain eye contact with Gu Chenbai for more than 5 seconds. He raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming with impatience, "I will wait here for you. Go and spend time with your grandfather." Gu Chenbai had reserved a room upstairs, and he did not merely bring a children's meal. He had ordered an entire spread of dishes tailored for Tu Yin. Tu Yin was taken aback. "This is far too extravagant. I feared the food from his household would not suit your taste, so I ordered several more dishes." "Take your time eating," he said, preparing to leave, but ultimately sitting beside Tu Yin, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Rabbit, darling, if you feel tired, rest for a while until I return." Tu Yin nibbled on half a chicken wing from Gu Chenbai's hand, then absent-mindedly nodded, urging Gu Chenbai to depart. When Gu Chenbai finally returned after celebrating the old gentleman's birthday, he found Tu Yin reclining against the headboard, engrossed in watching his debut film. Gu Chenbai placed his cane beside the cabinet, climbed onto the bed, and embraced Tu Yin from behind, resting his chin on Tu Yin's shoulder. "Rabbit, darling, I am drunk. and my head aches. Tu Yin merely hummed, ignoring him. What a heartless rabbit you are. Tu Yin, fixated on the television screen, suddenly posed a question to Gu Chenbai. Which shot in this film do you cherish the most? I adore every scene featuring you, but I did not perform well. It was youthful yet poignant. Tu Yin remained skeptical of Gu Chenbai's flattery. Such sweet words. You are merely enamored with my appearance. Claiming not to notice looks would be disingenuous. Yet as I learn more about you, I realize that your beauty pales in comparison to your character, your dedication to acting, your principles. Even your little temper becomes trivial in contrast. Who besides Gu Chenbai would commend his character? Gu Chenbai caressed Tu Yin's face, leaning in to kiss him. And Tu Yin, lying beneath Gu Chenbai, offered no resistance. As the kiss concluded, Gu Chenbai held Tu Yin gently and spoke softly, "My dear rabbit, do not burden yourself excessively, nor should you feel any guilt towards me. I too bear responsibility concerning our marriage. Had I not been so selfish at that time and intervened in my parents' foolish decisions, you would not have had to abandon your work and be thrust into an unfamiliar union." He still regarded himself as selfish, which made Tu Yin chuckle inwardly. Gu Chenbai adjusted the blanket to cover Tu Yin more snugly. "I have indeed dreamt of spending a lifetime with you, yet that is not my foremost desire at present. What I yearn for most is that you find satisfaction in all I have done during these past 6 months." Tu Yin instinctively reached for the edge of the blanket, but Gu Chenbai grasped his hand, compelling him to hold onto his fingers instead. "I wish to provide you with the utmost happiness, enabling you to believe in love again after having been deeply cherished, to rekindle your passion for life, and not to keep others at arm's length. This is my greatest hope." Tu Yin remained silent for an extended period, gazing at the silvery wallpaper, unable to articulate his thoughts. Only when his eyes began to ache did he blink, realizing the passage of time. He turned, burying his face in Gu Chenbai's shoulder, wrapping his arms around his waist, and murmured, "It seems my heat cycle has arrived." Gu Chenbai was more aware of Tu Yin's cycle than Tu Yin himself. The little rabbit had always struggled to express love, and Gu Chenbai chose not to expose this, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, no wonder I detect a hint of sweetness." He turned and pressed Tu Yin onto the bed, unbuttoning his shirt. Tu Yin stared at Gu Chenbai in astonishment, then suddenly propped himself up to kiss Gu Chenbai's lips. Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deepened the kiss. Though he verbally reassured Tu Yin that he bore no blame, his body betrayed his honesty. With only 3 days remaining until the end of their marriage, he pondered what could be accomplished in such fleeting time, merely watching the seconds slip away. Regret washed over Gu Chenbai for the time wasted during their ambiguous phase. He feared that his affections were insufficient, that once the divorce certificate was signed, Tu Yin would vanish from his life. He reclined, drawing Tu Yin onto him, bypassing the usual tender moments and heading straight to the essence of their connection. Tu Yin, with teary eyes, attempted to crawl away, but Gu Chenbai did not stop him, merely stating, "My dear rabbit, my leg hurts." Tu Yin halted immediately, frozen in place as if he had erred, until Gu Chenbai leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on him, prompting Tu Yin to feel a sense of grievance. The pain lingered, and he buried his face in the crook of his arm, discreetly wiping away his tears. At times, Gu Chenbai became so consumed by his emotions that he forgot to be tender towards Tu Yin. Accustomed to Gu Chenbai's care, Tu Yin found it intolerable to feel even the slightest bit wronged, especially on this day. As Gu Chenbai embraced Tu Yin, he noticed the wedding ring on Tu Yin's finger, igniting a flame within him. The alpha's instinctual possessiveness and desire for conquest flooded his thoughts. He gripped the nape of Tu Yin's neck, and before Tu Yin could utter a sound of protest, he sank his teeth into the tender gland, causing Tu Yin to freeze, though his initial reaction was not to resist. Gu Chenbai's teeth had already grazed the gland, and that distinct sensation led Tu Yin to believe that complete marking was inevitable. Though he felt compelled to refuse, the words remained unspoken. In modern times, the territorial and possessive connotations of complete marking had diminished significantly. However, regardless of the alpha or omega's nature, the moment sharp canines pierced the gland, both individuals would tremble with a profound awareness. It symbolized a spiritual belonging and attachment, an irresistible temptation that none could resist. Time seemed to stand still as Tu Yan's vision gradually blurred, shrouded in a veil of mist. He could distinctly hear Gu Chenbai's heavy breaths and sense his suppressed emotions. Rabbit, sometimes I truly wish to be a little selfish. Gu Chenbai propped himself up, rising from Tu Yan's back to sit at the edge of the bed, self-deprecatingly mocking himself. Initially, Tu Yan did not register the weight of the moment. He refrained from marking Tu Yan completely, as stipulated in their contract, and so he had not. A sense of despondency enveloped Tu Yan as his heart sank. He turned his head to see Gu Chenbai sitting with his back to him, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, yet appearing somewhat forlorn, an expression of defeat Tu Yan had never witnessed before. For many nights following their divorce, he had dreamt of this scene, waking with tears in his eyes. Chapter 29. I wish to mark you completely, may I? Rabbit, rabbit, wake up and drink some water. Tu Yan heard Gu Chenbai's voice resonating from a distant place, gradually pulling him from slumber. As he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Chenbai seated at the bedside, holding a glass, concern etched across his features. Why is your reaction to complete marking so intense? You've been asleep for over 2 hours. Tu Yan blinked, momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Gu Chenbai leaned down and kissed him gently. What is the matter? Did you have a dream? Tu Yan nodded. I dreamt of events before our divorce. Gu Chenbai chuckled. Pouting your lips, what grievances did I inflict upon you before our separation? Tu Yan felt too shy to admit that Gu Chenbai had worn him down to near exhaustion, but a blush revealed enough for Gu Chenbai to surmise the truth. He leaned down and kissed him again. It took Tu Yan a moment to recall that he had been completely marked just 2 hours prior. Today was not a particularly noteworthy occasion. It was simply a beautiful day, with the sun shining brightly. Tu Yan nestled in Gu Chenbai's embrace for a midday nap, and upon waking, he found himself gazing directly into Gu Chenbai's eyes. Gu Chenbai had risen earlier, remaining still, quietly observing him as he slept, watching him smacking his lips as if savoring some exquisite delicacy in his dreams. Feeling shy under Gu Chenbai's gaze, Tu Yan lifted his eyelids slightly before burying his face in Gu Chenbai's neck, muttering, "Don't look at me." Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. You have a show to attend tomorrow. I fear I will miss you too much, so I take the liberty of admiring you while I can. Although pregnancy had not significantly impacted his work at this stage, the lack of complete marking during Tu Yan's pregnancy had resulted in considerable side effects, causing him frequent headaches and nausea, with reactions more pronounced than those of typical expectant mothers. After conversing with the previous production team, Tu Yan decided to terminate the contract. To avoid a decline in visibility, he selected a 2-day reality show, which involved living together, chatting, and cooking, activities devoid of any strenuous exertion. However, he expressed concern that he might overthink during these 2 days. While Tu Yan scoffed at Gu Chenbai's dramatics, he found himself leaning against Gu Chenbai, eventually resting his entire weight upon him. Gu Chenbai embraced him and suddenly said, Rabbit treasure, I wish to claim you completely. May I? Tu Yan froze, propping himself up on his arms to meet Gu Chenbai's gaze. Gu Chenbai's lips curved into a gentle smile as he looked at him tenderly. Firstly, I respect your wishes. If you do not wish it, I will not press you. Secondly, I am concerned for your well-being. Over the next 2 days, I will not be by your side, and without a complete bond, I fear you may struggle. Lastly, he paused, caressing the corner of Tu Yan's eye. I must confess my own desires, Rabbit treasure. I wish to mark you completely, to be with you for a lifetime. Tu Yan lost track of whether he had nodded or spoken in agreement. Perhaps he had done both. In his memory, he clung to Gu Chenbai's arm, allowing him to bite down on his gland. Their pheromones intertwined, causing both to exhale softly. Due to his pregnancy, the complete marking left Tu Yan somewhat dizzy, and Gu Chenbai comforted him until he tilted his head and fell asleep once more. As he closed his eyes, a singular thought consumed him. Gu Chenbai was his. Tu Yan reached behind his neck, feeling a slight sting that brought him back to consciousness. Gu Chenbai held him closely, gripping his hand, their rings clinking together softly. Tu Yan glanced at them and suddenly declared, I want to go public. Gu Chenbai was taken aback. Rabbit treasure, actually, I want to go public, Tu Yin reiterated, cutting off Gu Chenbai's attempt to speak, raising his chin with a sense of authority, adding, I will take responsibility for you. The reality show Tu Yin was about to participate in was titled New Star Gourmet, featuring a group of artists residing in a two-story villa, tasked with preparing dishes based on themed episodes. Initially, Tu Yin had little interest in such a program. His indifferent nature hindered his ability to navigate social relationships, and he lacked a sense of humor, often resulting in awkward silences. Thus, he had only participated in a handful of reality shows. However, this time he felt compelled to join as he carried a little rabbit in his belly. With the crew unavailable for travel and having recently made his comeback, he could not afford to vanish without reason. He had to engage in the reality show to maintain relevance. Tu Yin désirait Gu Chenbai. Yet he also yearned to revive his career, returning to his previous state. When Gu Chenbai accompanied him to the airport, Tu Yin felt a pang of reluctance. Though he concealed it well, with sunglasses on and a stern expression, he transformed back into the aloof superstar. His assistant messaged him, indicating she was waiting to the right of the airport entrance. Gu Chenbai instructed the driver to park in a less crowded area. As dusk settled, shadows danced within the car, and Gu Chenbai leaned over to embrace Tu Yin, his hand slipping beneath the hem of Tu Yin's shirt to caress his small belly. The landscape remained flat, yet the presence of a fragile life infused it with a touch of vibrant energy. Gu Chenbai placed his hand upon it, while Tu Yin became still, surrendering his strength to lean against Gu Chenbai's chest. The driver, perceptive as he was, exited the vehicle, leaving an atmosphere of tranquility within. Only Gu Chenbai's murmurs graced Tu Yin's ear. Avoid consuming cold beverages indiscriminately, and partake more of vegetables. I know. Will you be able to spare some time this evening for a video call with me? Tu Yin gently pressed his lips together, responding with a light, airy, and a smile danced in Gu Chenbai's eyes as he removed Tu Yin's feigned sunglasses, turning him towards the seat, and pressed a kiss upon his lips, teasingly inquiring, is this how a big star carries himself? What more do you wish to do? Tu Yin, in mock complaint, tilted his head away awkwardly, licking his lips in the shadows by the car window. Take care of yourself, and also of our little rabbit. Do you understand? It's merely 2 days. You speak of it as if it's a matter of life and death, Tu Yin remarked, exasperated, his thoughts consumed by sentimental musings, lacking ambition. Gu Chenbai feigned leaning onto Tu Yin. Just yesterday, you vowed to take responsibility for me, and today you disdain me. Tu Yin was uncertain if his words had been too harsh, but he was well aware that Gu Chenbai would not harbor anger towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out to pat Gu Chenbai's back, awkwardly soothing, I shall return swiftly. Gu Chenbai playfully nibbled on Tu Yin's earlobe, chuckling, yes, I will await your return at home. A warmth enveloped Tu Yin's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. I will await you at home, such a lovely phrase. Regardless of the tempest outside, there was always someone waiting for you, illuminating the room with a soft, yellow light by the bedside, preparing a warm nest for your return. The youthful fantasies of home had metamorphosed into reality. Blushing, he pulled Gu Chenbai's hand from beneath his clothing and forcefully shook it off. Gu Chenbai, it is forecasted to rain the day after tomorrow. Do not venture outside recklessly. After uttering this, Tu Yin donned his sunglasses and mask, hurriedly pushing open the car door to exit. 3 hours later, the plane descended. His itinerary had evidently been exposed. As soon as he disembarked, a throng of fans surrounded him, their cameras flashing incessantly. Instinctively, Tu Yin lowered his head, striving to evade the encroaching lenses. Fans shouted his name from behind, likely the so-called shipping fans. Tu Yin found himself unable to respond or refute, merely furrowing his brow in displeasure. Upon arriving at the filming base of the program, he encountered a familiar host named Chen Kai among the main guests. Chen Kai led Tu Yin to greet the other guests. Most of them were newly debuted artists, not much younger than Tu Yin. However, as he was somewhat aloof and regarded as a semi-senior figure, none dared approach him for conversation. Quietly, Tu Yin began washing the fruit laid upon the table. While he was occupied, Chen Kai approached with a tall, slender boy in tow. Leaning towards Tu Yin, Kai whispered, Xiao Yin, this is a newcomer from our company, an alpha. I would appreciate your assistance in guiding him and giving him some screen time. The request was simple, yet Tu Yin understood its implication instantly. They intended to create a screen couple. Tu Yin shook his head, replying, that clause does not exist in my contract. Kai, feeling slighted, awkwardly confessed, well, let me be frank with you. This is my distant relative. Could you consider it a personal request of mine? It wouldn't require much effort on your part. Just engage him in conversation. The boy is somewhat oblivious and fails to express himself. Tu Yan's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze turned somewhat frigid as he replied coolly, Brother Kai, it's not that I wish to deny your request, but rather that I find myself unable to assist. My performance in variety shows has consistently been lackluster. Kai was momentarily at a loss for words, aware of Tu Yan's connections, yet he never anticipated such audacity. Frustrated by Tu Yan's lack of cordiality, he stormed off. Unfortunately, the young artist behind him, oblivious to the situation, approached with the assumption that Kai had indeed leveraged his connections. Hello, Teacher 2. My name is Su Jian. He introduced himself. He went on to mention his membership in a certain band, his debut, and an upcoming concert, speaking as if they were longtime acquaintances. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with envy and disdain. As Tu Yin quietly listened while washing fruits, he chose not to engage. By the way, Teacher 2, what did you disappear for half a year? Tu Yin placed the freshly washed fruits into a clean dish, then took a tissue to dry his hands. Lifting his eyelids slightly, he casually replied, I got married. Su Jian stood stunned, unable to move for a moment, only to turn and see Tu Yan's back as he walked away, realizing that Tu Yan had no intention of forming a closer bond with him. Chapter 30. When will we remarry? Before the formal cooking scenes commenced, the director introduced a senior nutritionist. According to the script, this nutritionist would tailor a diet plan for each guest based on their physical condition, with the guests competing through games to obtain the necessary ingredients. The nutritionist appeared youthful, likely in her early 20s, and possessed striking beauty. She was a female beta. Her entrance caused quite a stir among the attendees. Calmly, she introduced herself as Ruan Nanqing, followed by an impressive array of titles, and expressed her hope to assist everyone in discovering their ideal dietary approach. After her introduction, she smiled and approached Tu Yin. Tu Yin graciously pulled out a chair for her and returned her smile. You must be Tu Yin, Ruan Nanqing whispered, lowering her voice after sitting down. Tu Yan nodded, puzzled by the familiarity of her name, when Ruan Nanqing continued, I am a friend of Gu Chenbai. Taken aback, Tu Yin recalled that this nutritionist was indeed the third miss of the HT group that Gu Chenbai had mentioned. Ruan Nanqing smiled at him. What is the matter? Has he spoken of me to you? Understanding that Gu Chenbai and this woman were merely friends, Tu Yin felt an inexplicable unease swell within him. He replied nonchalantly, he mentioned you, and he said he would invite you to dinner. Ruan Nanqing stifled a giggle. He intends to invite me to dinner. Yet I have graciously arranged an entire year's meal plan for you, detailing everything from prenatal to postnatal body recovery. Such meticulous service surely deserves more than just a meal. Or rather, it should be you two treating me together. Previously, there was a misunderstanding between Tu Yin and Gu Chenbai. However, Gu Chenbai took the initiative to provide an explanation, and now, upon hearing Ruan Nanqing's clarification, Tu Yan's heart finally settled. He smiled and remarked, that is certainly something I must attend. By the afternoon, during the intermission, Ruan Nanqing approached and handed Tu Yin a cup of vegetable juice. He mentioned that you're not fond of vegetables, so I specifically selected a few flavors that are rather palatable. It should be enjoyable. Thank you, Tu Yin replied, accepting the drink with both hands. For reasons unknown, the moment Ruan Nanqing appeared, the atmosphere felt significantly lighter, perhaps due to the mention of a certain individual's name. When are you two remarrying? Tu Yan is flushed. Soon, Ruan Nanqing teased him. Is it this time out of willingness? Tu Yin did not respond immediately, but countered with a question. What did he say to you? About remarriage? He hasn't mentioned it. I deduced it myself. Oh, previously, you forbade him from disclosing your marital relationship, right? He even concealed it from our close friends. It was only when we noticed something amiss and inquired that he finally confessed. Yet, he feared that one of us might inadvertently reveal it and jeopardize your career, compelling us to swear oaths, nearly making us write guarantees. Tu Yin found this amusing. The Gu Chenbai that Ruan Nanxing described seemed quite different from the one he knew. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "What was Gu Chenbai like back then?" Ruan Nanxing tilted his head in thought and replied, "He was very flamboyant, spirited, playful yet principled, the kind who had many admirers." Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback. "You know his brother, Gu Zhaocheng? He always has a stern expression, an eccentric personality, completely out of sync with others. Back then, Gu Chenbai would take him everywhere, always by his side, ensuring no one bullied him." Ruan Nanxing flicked his hair back and reminisced. "To put it dramatically, don't be jealous, but Gu Chenbai was truly the most dazzling youth I encountered in my teenage years. Even his flaws shone brightly. Who would have anticipated that a sudden car accident would injure his leg, transforming him overnight into a mature adult, devoid of laughter and mischief? It took several years for him to gradually reclaim a semblance of his former self." Noticing Tu Yan's silence, Ruan Nanxing nudged his arm. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. It aligns with what he mentioned." Ruan Nanxing laughed. You never express your true feelings." Ruan Nanxing playfully ran his fingers through his hair, gazing at Tu Yin with a warm smile. Tu Yin, instead of feeling annoyed, found himself more at ease. He looked at the vegetable juice in his hands and softly said, "I just feel a bit regretful for not being part of his youth." "There's no need for regret. The person you're encountering now is also the best version of him." Just then, the assistant director approached to announce the continuation of filming. The artists had prepared simple post-meal desserts and gathered in a circle to chat. The topic this time was first love. Chun Kai glanced at the script, recited the advertisement, and then stirred the atmosphere, as the artists took turns sharing their stories of first love. Due to the majority of idols debuting through talent shows, they dared not speak too freely, merely skirting around the topic of their youthful infatuations during their student days. Some even claimed to have never experienced a first love, nor even a crush, eliciting laughter from those nearby. They maintained their pure personas, only able to blush and admit that they indeed had not. When it was Tu Yin's turn, the atmosphere had completely loosened, yet upon seeing Tu Yin, those around him instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. They speculated that Tu Yin would surely utter a curt denial, followed by a disdainful expression. However, to their surprise, after a brief pause, Tu Yin earnestly declared, "My first love is a truly wonderful person." The crowd held their breath, exchanging inquisitive glances, while Su Jiayin raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Ruan Nanxing also cast a glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of indignation, feeling that Gu Chenbai was undeserving of such treatment. Chun Kai, relying on his professional hosting skills, swiftly seized the conversation, inquiring, "Oh, a wonderful person. That is quite a commendation. Indeed, he possesses numerous admirable qualities, too many to enumerate. I can only describe him as wonderful." "So, Xiaoyan, do you still keep in touch with this first love of yours?" Ruan Nanxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, internally pleading for the question to be retracted. She wondered if she should seek out Gu Zhaocheng to ask for a favor to have this segment cut, so that Gu Chenbai wouldn't see it. Tu Yin rested one hand on the table, fiddling with a wooden chopstick, and suddenly, a smile crept across his face as he astonishingly remarked, "Yes, he is now my husband." Chapter 31. Is this suitable for broadcast? What? Is this suitable for broadcast? My heavens! The moment Tu Yin's words left his lips, the entire venue fell silent, with Chun Kai momentarily neglecting his role to signal the director frantically. The artists exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. The director approached, placing a hand on Tu Yin's shoulder, leaning in to ask, "You're not joking, are you? If this airs, it will be monumental news. Tu Yin, you must carefully consider the consequences. For an Omega actor, who is immensely popular and in the ascendant phase of his career, to publicly declare his marriage was tantamount to severing his own path. Coupled with his previous abrupt disappearance and a 6-month hiatus from producing new work, there had already been considerable criticism from the public. To put it plainly, given Tu Yin's current standing, he was ill-prepared to face the repercussions that would accompany the revelation of his marital status. Ruan Nanxing, unaware of the gravity of the situation, was still pleased for Gu Chenbai. She winked at Tu Yin in approval. Tu Yin responded with a smile and said to the director, "I am indifferent. You may choose to edit it out or leave it in." The director was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself, well, we want need to pay for trending topics next month. As the filming continued into the evening, Ruan Nanxing prepared the final dinner and was about to leave. After finishing her part, she strolled over to Tu Yin, complaining, "Being a star is exhausting. One must always maintain a facade in front of so many cameras. It's challenging not to act." Tu Yin chuckled. "Why do you even want to be here?" "Because it's fun. I relish trying new experiences. My father wishes for me to take over the family business in a conventional manner, but I refuse to fulfill his expectations." Tu Yin nodded thoughtfully, then added after a moment, "However, being a star may not be the wisest choice. I too believe that being a celebrity is perhaps the most insipid endeavor. By the way, I noticed that they're all furtively discussing you. Could it be that your recent announcement of marriage might bring about some adverse repercussions?" Tu Yin did not deny it. "It is likely." "What kind of repercussions?" "A collective withdrawal of fans, termination of brand collaborations, a decline in film contracts. These are probably the main concerns." Ruan Nanxing, who was rather oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment industry, found the situation to sound rather grave. After contemplating for a moment, she leaned closer and earnestly inquired, "Can money resolve this?" Tu Yin suddenly smiled. "It should be possible." Offering reassurance. "Then there is nothing to fear. Gu Chenbai may lack other qualities, but he has an abundance of wealth." Tu Yin was momentarily taken aback, glancing back to meet the inquisitive gaze of a young artist, who, upon noticing Tu Yin's turn, quickly diverted his eyes elsewhere. One reason Tu Yin found it difficult to connect with them was that they believed his achievements were merely the result of luck and his striking appearance, fostering a sense of jealousy, while Tu Yin was not adept at clarifying such misconceptions. Those unfamiliar with Tu Yin only knew that at the age of 20, he was chosen by a renowned director to star in Summer Youth, which garnered him a measure of fame, allowing him to establish a foothold in the industry. He subsequently acted in several projects, albeit in minor roles, merely to accumulate experience. Last year, he won his first prestigious Best Newcomer award and received a nomination for Best Actor, resulting in a doubling of his fan base as his career reached its zenith. Everyone claimed he was sailing smoothly, yet only Tu Yin himself understood the underlying struggles. However, he had never perceived his journey as arduous nor considered leveraging his father's influence to pave his path. Each step he took was one he bore with determination. Regrettably, others did not believe him, but their disbelief mattered little to Tu Yin. It was enough that one person held faith in him. "I had always struggled to comprehend why Gu Chenbai would be fond of you. At that time, I knew little about you, only that you exuded an air of aloofness, distinct from those sycophantic little omega stars. I found it peculiar that Gu Chenbai would be drawn to someone with such a demeanor." Tu Yin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, instinctively clutching at the hem of his garment. "Now I understand. You two are not only well-matched, but are, in fact, a natural pair." Ruan Nanxing clasped her hands together, exclaiming, "Deep down, you are not as aloof as your exterior suggests, are you? You are indeed quite reliant on Gu Chenbai." After Gu Chenbai's injury, we all felt a deep sense of regret and sympathy for him. Yet, he is a proud individual who does not wish for others to perceive him as utterly worthless. He does not even consider himself disabled. Rather, his parents and our circle of friends employed misguided methods, focusing solely on showering him with concern and encouragement, neglecting the vital truth that he does not require pity. What he truly needs is for us to regard him with a sense of normalcy. Perhaps you alone have managed to do this. Your reliance upon him, to a certain extent, fulfills his deep-seated desire to feel needed. Tu Yin was so engrossed in the conversation that he momentarily lost track of his surroundings as everything around him dissolved into nothingness. Just as he was on the verge of panic, a figure approached, leaning on a black and gold cane, and in that instant, Tu Yin's world found tranquility once more. The contours of the person gradually came into focus. Lifting his gaze towards Tu Yin, he smiled, and around them, spring blossomed, blanketing the mountains in a riot of flowers. That evening, after a long day of filming, Tu finally concluded the first day's shoot. Once he ensured that all the cameras in the room were turned off, he sank onto his bed, cradling his phone. Gu Chenbai had yet to send him a video invitation, leaving Tu feeling somewhat disheartened. His finger hovered over the screen, hesitating for a full 10 minutes without pressing down. "Little rascal, has your father forgotten about me?" Tu muttered, and just as he was about to angrily toss his phone aside, it suddenly rang with a video invitation. His heart skipped a beat, and with a gulp, his hand moved faster than his mind to press the green button. When Gu Chenbai's face appeared on the screen, all the fatigue of the day vanished in an instant. "Rabbit, darling, were you waiting for me to call?" Tu huffed. "Dream on, I was just about to sleep." Gu Chenbai gazed at him, seemingly unable to take his eyes off him. Chapter 32. By what means did you ascend? When Tu uttered those words, it was not with the intention of making a public declaration. He had originally planned to find a moment to post on Weibo announcing his marriage. But in that moment, sitting there and hearing the term first love, he thought of Gu Chenbai and inexplicably uttered a few breathtakingly romantic words. Tu was aware that the production team was likely in a frenzy discussing his gossip. Their gazes toward him had shifted, with some speculating about the identity of his spouse, while others secretly rejoiced, claiming he was about to face misfortune. Tu couldn't be bothered to care. He had always been disdainful of concealing or pandering to others. He spoke freely without regret. Yet, upon seeing Gu Chenbai at that moment, he belatedly realized how absurd he had been, as if a cluster of fireworks had erupted in his mind. A chill swept through his limbs, and he hastily pulled the covers tightly around himself, gripping his phone nervously with his other hand. What to do? What if Gu Chenbai saw it? He would tease him, forever holding the first love incident over his head. From then on, he could no longer act pretentious in front of Gu Chenbai. Qilin had once said that in love, one must never display weakness. The more one loves today, the more pain one will endure upon parting. Although Tu dismissed his mother's romantic experiences, his own love life was a mere blank slate, inscribed only with Gu Chenbai's name. No one had taught him how to love, so he could only remind himself that being cautious was better than being reckless. But now, he had inadvertently shattered the barrier. Gu Chenbai was about to discover his secret. What should he do? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Gu Chenbai watched as Tu face first blanched, then flushed a delicate pink, his features scrunching up before finally resembling a perfectly ripe shrimp. Gu Chenbai paused for a moment, staring into Tu dazed eyes. And with a husky voice, he asked, "Rabbit darling, what are you doing?" Tu was jolted back to reality, and, as his gaze focused, it collided with Gu Chenbai's meaningful stare. He glanced at the small box in the lower left corner, finally realizing how he appeared, curled up in the covers, face flushed, lips slightly parted, and one hand nowhere to be seen. Tu face flushed even deeper as she quickly reacted. "I did not. You stop overthinking." Gu Chenbai's smile deepened. "I don't believe you, unless you show me." Tu was at a loss for words, angrily shouting at her phone. "You, Gu Chenbai, are being a rogue." "How am I being a rogue? Isn't this quite normal?" Gu Chenbai replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and face unblushing, as if it were a biology teacher, gently guiding her. "Besides, we just made a complete mark, and with you expecting a baby, it is only natural for me to be by your side." Tu, on the verge of tears, glared resentfully at Gu Chenbai, oblivious to the hidden implications in his words. "I said no means no," she stated emphatically. He despised being wronged more than anything. He threw off the covers and pointed the camera at his lower body, the pajama pants perfectly intact, even the drawstring untouched. "See? How'd I know you didn't just put them on while I was speaking?" Tu was incensed, nearly having a heart attack. "What more do you want?" Gu Chenbai teased him further. "Take off your pants. I need to check." Tu abruptly ended the video call, wiping away an uncharacteristic tear. He was for the first time in his life bullied into tears by just a couple of sentences. Gu Chenbai, feeling uneasy, called again, but Tu ignored it, furiously wrapping himself in the blanket to sleep. As he closed his eyes, he sniffled and seriously spoke to the little one in his belly. "Let's not keep him. I will raise you alone." Tu Yin was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone, struggling from his dreams, bleary-eyed. He stretched out his arm to grab his phone, realizing it was his agent calling. "Hello, Xiao Yin, your marriage has been exposed." Tu Yin instantly snapped to attention as his agent hurriedly continued. "What you said about being married on the show yesterday was caught on camera and posted online without the programmer's consent. Now it's all over the internet." Listening, Tu Yin gradually calmed down. "What's the situation now?" The agent hesitated, then said, "You've lost millions of fans and many are demanding a public apology, claiming you deceived them with a false boyfriend persona." Internally, Tu Yin remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing. "Chi's agent just called me, expressing concern that Chi might be dragged down by you and wants to terminate the contract early. Another 50,000 fans lost." Hearing the frantic tone on the other end, Tu Yin couldn't help but feel guilty for his impulsiveness. "I'm now worried that Huasheng will terminate your contract. We cannot afford to lose this major endorsement. That one T happened." "Oh, how can you be so sure? These brands only assess your commercial value based on Weibo statistics." As Tu Yin was about to respond, the agent interrupted. "Hey, you go record your show first. I'll rush over to you. We'll discuss everything when I get there." Tu Yin quickly deduced who was behind the chaos. If the segment revealing his marriage aired as planned, the show would undoubtedly capitalize on the ensuing buzz and attention. So there was no reason for the production team to undertake such a self-sabotaging act. Therefore, the issue must lie with one of the guests. While there were multiple guests, the one harboring the greatest animosity towards him was certainly the one who had covertly leaked the information. Tu Yin was not one to indulge in schemes. He had discerned the truth and was resolute in his conclusions. Thus he directly sought out Su Jian. At that moment, Su Jian was seated in the dressing room awaiting the makeup artist. Upon noticing Tu Yan's arrival, his demeanor immediately shifted to one of discomfort. He stood to greet him, saying, "Teacher Tuesday, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a few years your senior," Tu Yan replied. Su Jian, perplexed by this remark, awkwardly retorted, "But you are still a senior." "Senior is hardly an accurate description. I have been in this industry for less than 4 years," Tu Yin stated as he pulled up a chair, observing Su Jian's reflection in the makeup mirror. With an air of indifference, he inquired, "What is it? Are you envious of me?" "Not at all," Su Jian replied, only to be met with Tu Yan's cold retort. "Then, are you jealous of me?" Su Jian's face reddened. "What do you mean by that?" Feigning ignorance, Tu Yin continued in a chilling tone, "If you are neither envious nor jealous, then why seek to harm me? Since when have I harmed you?" "Do not slander me," Su Jian protested. Tu Yin rose and approached Su Jian. "Yesterday, Chen Kai attempted to facilitate a connection between you and me, and I declined. This must have humiliated you, perhaps even providing fodder for ridicule among those around you. Thus you harbored resentment, stealing materials from the photography team to post online while employing online trolls to tarnish my reputation. Am I mistaken?" Su Jian's pupils widened, and he forced himself to remain calm, lowering his voice. "What evidence do you possess?" "I shall find evidence sooner or later, perhaps even surveillance footage." Su Jian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. "It appears you lack evidence." Suddenly, Tu Yin lunged forward, grabbing Su Jian by the collar and forcefully pressing him against the makeup mirror, sending the items on the vanity scattering. With a fierce glare, Tu Yin warned, "Do not revel in your triumph. Every loss I endure today shall be repaid to you in double measure another day." "Teacher Tu, can you truly achieve that? You have become a pariah, universally reviled," Su Jian retorted, "in your quest to malign me. You even hired trolls to spread the rumor that a female fan committed suicide over you. How ruthless you are! What enmity could we possibly share? It is you who has looked down upon others." Su Jian, embodying an alpha demeanor, mustered the strength to push Tu Yin away. "On what grounds do you presume to look down upon me? Do not think I am unaware of how you ascended in this industry." Straightening his collar, Su Jian regarded Tu Yin with contempt. "You vanished for half a year without reason, and upon your return, you swiftly secured an endorsement with Huasheng. Who cannot see the underlying circumstances? You claim I am ruthless, yet you surpass me in that regard, willing to debase yourself for resources." Tu Yin narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" Su Jian burst into laughter. I have heard that the second young master of the Gu family is both ugly and crippled. Is he faring well? Do you have to assist him to move about? In that instant, Tu Yan's fist connected with Su Jian's nose. Chapter 33. Never expect to survive in the entertainment industry again. As Tu Yan prepared to advance once more, the door swung open, and the makeup artist along with the production staff rushed in, swiftly separating Tu Yan from Su Jian. Su Jian, blood streaming from his nose, tilted his head back to apply a damp tissue. Fearing Tu Yan might reveal too much, he waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was merely a playful scuffle. When the manager arrived, Tu Yan was seated in his dressing room, allowing the stylist to apply hairspray. What happened between you and Su Jian this time? Recently, he has been quite popular. However, I fear he might be captured again and posted online. I suspect there may be someone within the production team who wishes to harm you. The agent, fraught with anxiety, clutched his phone tightly, expressing his dread of receiving a call from Huashen. Should they terminate your contract, it would indeed spell trouble. Tu Yan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door, peering in to inform Tu Yan that Manager Gu from Huashen was seeking him. The agent, utterly dismayed, exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It's over, truly over." Tu Yan, with a sense of resignation, placed a reassuring hand on the agent's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I will not let it come to that." The agent grasped him firmly, warning, "Xiaoyan, do not act impulsively. You must engage with the investors with utmost care." As Tu Yan stepped outside, he found Gu Chenbai seated at the center of the long sofa in the reception area, surrounded by the director, assistant director, and producer, all bowing and flattering him. It seemed Gu Chenbai possessed an uncanny intuition. As soon as Tu Yan approached the doorway, he lifted his head and smiled warmly from a distance. Tu Yan advanced, and the director instinctively rose to grant him passage. "What is that person's name?" Gu Chenbai inquired abruptly. Tu Yan understood the question and promptly replied, "Su Jian." Gu Chenbai's smile vanished, and he turned to the director, stating, "You know what must be done." His tone was flat, devoid of inflection, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. The director, with a nervous chuckle, affirmed, "Of course. Of course." At that moment, Su Jian was obliviously engaged in shooting his individual promotional photographs, entirely unaware of the impending situation. Chun Kai hurried over, dragging him to a secluded area without preamble, and scolded him fiercely. "Is it true that you leaked Tu Yan's affair? Are you trying to sabotage yourself?" Su Jian, fearing eavesdroppers, urgently gestured for Chun Kai to lower his voice, pleading, "Could you keep it down? If anyone hears, I'm done for. You're already finished." Chun Kai retorted with a sneer, instinctively reaching for a cigarette before catching himself, exhaling heavily as he informed Su Jian, "Manager Gu from Huashen has arrived." "Who?" Su Jian asked, still processing the information. "Gu Chenbai from Huashen Group." Su Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, his demeanor stiffening as he incredulously questioned, "He not. What would he possibly want? What does he want?" "Naturally, he has come to address the mess you've created for Tu Yan. Do you think he will let you off the hook?" Chun Kai continued, "First, you must apologize to Tu Yan and take responsibility for your actions. We must find a way to suppress what transpired last night." "Damn it, I refuse to go," Su Jian retorted, being Chun Kai's cousin. He had relied on his good looks since his debut, and at just under 20, he was brimming with youthful arrogance. Upon hearing Chun Kai's words, his expression shifted dramatically as he shrugged off Chun Kai's grip, attempting to retreat. Chun Kai sees him again, fuming. "Are you truly this foolish? What are you still filming for? The production team is ready to terminate your contract. Do you realize that? The fact that Manager Gu is here personally signifies that your career in the entertainment industry is effectively over." Su Jian finally grasped the severity of the situation, his face paling in terror as he stammered. Surely he wouldn't stand up for Tu Yan in front of so many people. Would he? Tu Yan is already married. If others discover the clandestine relationship between them, it would spell disaster for Tu Yan. Chun Kai, increasingly perplexed, interrupted, "What are you talking about? What clandestine relationship?" Grasping at a lifeline, Su Jian hurriedly seized Chun Kai's arm, whispering, "Brother, do you not realize that Tu Yan is actually the lover of young Master Gu? I suspect the news of his marriage is merely a facade. We could expose this, or perhaps use it as leverage against them. If he is ungrateful, I shall be unjust. We can both perish together. Have you lost your senses? Chen Kai regarded Su Jiayin as if he were a hopeless fool. They are a legitimately married couple. What? Su Jiayin exclaimed. Tu Yin and young Master Gu have been married for over half a year? Ken, Gui, shaking his head in exasperation, decided to disregard Su Jiayin's distressing concerns. Put away your trivial schemes. The Gu family has already taken action. Your options are exhausted. Su Jiayin felt as if his very soul had been siphoned away, and he could no longer hear Chen Kai's words. When Chen Kai dragged him to the reception room where Gu Chenbai was, he was about to knock when his secretary emerged, impassively stating, "I'm sorry, mister. Gu is resting and does not wish to be disturbed." Through the half-open door, Su Jiayin glimpsed Tu Yin seated on a sofa, engrossed in his phone. Beside him sat a tall, handsome man, exuding an air of elegance, with a refined black and gold cane resting at his side. The man leaned towards Tu Yin, speaking to him, and although Tu Yin seemed unresponsive, the man smiled and gently kissed Tu Yin's hand. As the secretary concluded his statement and began to close the door, Su Jiayin caught sight of the man raising his head. The warmth in his gaze turned to icy disdain as he cast a distant look at Su Jiayin. In that fleeting moment, Su Jiayin felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Suddenly, he comprehended the weight of Chen Kai's words. Once the Gu family makes a move, you shall have no escape. Chapter 34. Have you been wronged? The power of public opinion is formidable. A mere 10 hours after the news of Tu Yan's marriage broke, the topic showed no sign of waning. The public's focus gradually shifted from Tu Yan's scandalous fall from grace to a more intriguing question. Who is Tu Yan's husband? Tu Yan has always been a rare Omega actor, maintaining an aloof persona, and his marriage at such a young age astonished many. The identity of this previously undisclosed spouse became shrouded in mystery. Numerous individuals fervently speculated that it must be Chi He. However, Chi He's agent swiftly took to social media to assert that he has always been single in response. The online discourse grew ever more frenzied, with spectators consuming the drama while others engaged in bitter disputes. The agency was caught in the storm, with the agent's phone vibrating incessantly, leaving her utterly flustered. She had never encountered such a grave crisis. As she monitored the unfolding events on social media, she couldn't help but fret over the conversation between Tu Yin and Gu Chenbai. Tu Yin had a volatile temperament, easily ignited. The agent anxiously thought. He mustn't anger the benefactor. Lost in thought and unable to let go, the agent pondered for a moment in the dressing room before ultimately deciding to check in. However, before reaching the reception area, he heard a voice from within. "Gu Chenbai, get out." The agent felt as though struck by lightning, disregarding all else, and rushed to the door, seizing the handle. Before he could utter an apology to Mr. Gu, he stood frozen in shock. The sight before him, a small Omega with flushed eyes, disheveled clothing, and hands pressed against his chest, was indeed the once mighty and arrogant Tu Yan. When the assistant hurriedly informed the director, Hua Sheng, that Mr. Gu was at the door, the director was taken aback. Upon hearing Gu Chenbai calmly declare, "I am Tu Yan's husband," the director's smile abruptly froze on his lips. As Gu Chenbai's secretary laid the meticulously arranged materials before the director, revealing that the leak from the previous day had been caused by someone from the production team, the director felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Mr. Gu is quite upset. You should consider the consequences," he warned, leaving the director in dismay. He relayed the news to the assistant director, who then informed the producer, who subsequently shared it with Chen Kai. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and the director, extinguishing his cigarette, lamented, "I only knew that Tu Yin's father was wealthy. Who would have thought his husband is even wealthier? Why would someone like him pursue dreams in the entertainment industry?" Chen Kai found himself in the most precarious position, trembling as he gazed at the director. "Let that little brat go. If he doesn't, I might have to leave." The director recalled how he had filmed a corporate promotional documentary for Hua Sheng 3 years prior, gaining some insight into the Gu family. He was aware that the elder Gu was in poor health and had retreated from the front lines, with Gu Zhaoqing nominally in charge. But every matter required the approval of the elusive second young Master Gu. While it was widely recognized that Gu Zhaocheng was a formidable figure in the business world, it was equally understood that crossing Gu Chenbai was not an option. Although Gu Chenbai appeared refined and understated, rarely making public appearances, those who had interacted with him knew of his formidable nature. Gu Chenbai never entered a battle unprepared. Once he spoke, he possessed unwavering confidence. Thus, when the director saw the ratings report for Rising Star Gourmet accompanying the materials handed to him by the secretary, he grasped Gu Chenbai's intent. This issue must be resolved, or the program would not air. Consequently, he respectfully exited the reception area and immediately dialed Tuyen's agency to discuss strategies for suppressing the negative public sentiment circulating online. While he was fraught with anxiety, Gu Chenbai was leisurely entertaining a rabbit in the room. "Did you miss me?" he asked, wrapping his arm around Tien's shoulders and pulling him close. Tien struggled, but could not break free, lowering his gaze in silence. "My dear rabbit, have you been wronged?" Gu Chenbai inquired gently. Tien had not initially felt wronged. The petty actions of Su Jian did not affect him, nor did the flood of insults online. Yet, Gu Chenbai's soft words made his nose tingle, and he clenched his teeth. It was peculiar. He had endured far worse treatment and bullying in the past without complaint. Yet Gu Chenbai had rendered him vulnerable. Gu Chenbai cupped his face, compelling him to meet his gaze. "I am here. You need not fear." "I'm not afraid. I know my little rabbit has always been the bravest." Gu Chenbai embraced him tightly, caressing the nape of his neck and pressing a gentle kiss to the crown of his head. In a soft voice, he continued, "You have walked this path alone, enduring much hardship and unfairness, yet you have never complained." Tuyen buried his face in Gu Chenbai's shoulder, a few silent tears blooming on Gu Chenbai's suit. Gu Chenbai held him closer and murmured, "I will not allow you to suffer such grievances any longer." Tuyen wiped away his tears, extricating himself from Gu Chenbai's embrace. "This is something I must endure in this industry. It is not your concern." In truth, Gu Chenbai paused momentarily. "Little rabbit, you need not reveal yourself so soon. You're still young. The status of being married may bring unnecessary complications to your acting career." Before Tuyen could fully comprehend, he looked at Gu Chenbai in astonishment. "What do you mean? Do you not wish for me to be open about it? I only feel for you." Tuyen, initially embarrassed by his public confession, feared Gu Chenbai would use it to tease him. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which Gu Chenbai would jest with him. Yet he never expected Gu Chenbai to calmly state that he should not disclose it too early. "So you wish to marry in secret and then divorce quietly?" "Indeed. This way, there would be no responsibilities to bear. I would not be scolded, nor would you need to travel far to sort things out for me." After saying this, Tuyen attempted to leave, but before he could rise, he was pulled back. Suddenly, he found himself pressed against the sofa, Gu Chenbai hovering over him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Before Tuyen could utter another word, Gu Chenbai kissed him. As Tuyen whimpered and glared at Gu Chenbai, he was released, only to hear the teasing remark, "Little rabbit, I have already been quite lenient by not mentioning my first love. You best not provoke me." Tuyen's face flushed a visible crimson, his cheeks reddening from neck to ear. The more Gu Chenbai observed him, the more endearing he appeared. Gu Chenbai unfastened 2 buttons of Tuyen's collar, and as expected, Tuyen ceased to struggle, wearing a look of tragic indignation. However, when Gu Chenbai went further to unbutton a 3rd, claiming he wished to assess the future quality of the little rabbit's food, Tuyen, in a mix of shame and anger, pushed him away, shouting for him to leave. Just as Gu Chenbai, undeterred, attempted to kiss him again, the door was suddenly flung open. The manager stood at the threshold, visibly flustered, and began to utter, "Mr. Gu, I apologize," only to choke on the words. The room fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Tuyen cursed inwardly, hastily pushing Gu Chenbai aside to sit up, hurriedly fastening his buttons, and dragging the manager out to explain the situation. "What?" The manager, upon hearing the explanation, still found it hard to believe, stammering, Gu Chenbai is your husband?" Tuyen felt a twinge of embarrassment at the term husband, yet he nodded. The manager finally understood why Tu Yin seemed unfazed by the endorsement issues with Huashen. Goodness, it turned out to be part of his own family enterprise. After listening to the conversation, the agent felt utterly bewildered, remaining so until they boarded Gu Chenbai's car en route to the hotel. Gu Chenbai and Tu Yin occupied the back seat. Gu Chenbai cast a glance at the agent in the front and, with a hint of politeness, said, "My apologies for not informing you in advance." The agent quickly waved her hand, replying, "It's quite all right. This is a private matter." She added, "I greatly appreciate your care for Tu Yin over the years." The agent smiled awkwardly, thinking to herself that Tu Yin had never truly required her assistance. Tu Yin had always kept others at arm's length, not even confiding in her about significant matters such as marriage or pregnancy, let alone seeking her help. Furthermore, she had poorly handled several of Tu Yin's urgent situations. Feeling a pang of regret, the agent admitted, "I lack the capability. I truly haven't been of any assistance to Tu Yin. I mishandled yesterday's incident." And it was only when Tu Yin confronted someone named Su Jian and got into a scuffle that I realized it was the program team's doing. Tu Yan, leaning back against the seat, was momentarily taken aback by the agent's words. A chill suddenly enveloped him, prompting him to open his eyes and glance to his right. Gu Chenbai squinted, casting a displeased look his way, and pronounced each word slowly. "You got into a fight?" Chapter 35. Because I am a mother, the hotel room door slammed shut, causing Tu Yin to shudder slightly. He caught a glimpse of Gu Chenbai's expression from the corner of his eye, noting the furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, as if he were struggling to contain his anger. Aware of his own fault, Tu Yin murmured softly, "But I wasn't hurt." Surprisingly, Gu Chenbai ignored him, striding straight toward the bedroom. Having never witnessed Gu Chenbai's anger directed at him, Tu Yin felt a surge of panic and hurriedly followed, presenting his recording pen to Gu Chenbai in defense. "I didn't intend to fight him. I merely wished to extract information for evidence. Besides, I didn't truly lay a hand on him, just intimidated him a bit and gave him a couple of pushes." Gu Chenbai removed his suit jacket and laid it at the foot of the bed before loosening his tie. He turned to Tu Yin and said, "That does not justify your actions, especially in your condition." Tu Yin faltered, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word, fully aware that Gu Chenbai was genuinely angry. But why should Gu Chenbai be upset? Tu Yin had fought for him. Su Jian had insulted Gu Chenbai with such harsh words. How could Tu Yin endure that? It was fortunate he hadn't seriously harmed him. Tu Yin had stood up for Gu Chenbai, yet Gu Chenbai deemed him reckless and impulsive. A wave of grievance washed over Tu Yin as he gazed at Gu Chenbai's stern profile, his thoughts tinged with resentment. Gu Chenbai's sole focus now was on their unborn child, solely concerned for its safety, without bothering to inquire whether Tu Yin had sustained any injuries. Indeed, ever since the arrival of their little one, he no longer held the same place in Gu Chenbai's heart. Just a month prior, after getting into a scuffle at a bar, the bruises from the incident had barely faded, and now he found himself embroiled in another altercation. Gu Chenbai's eyes were filled with helplessness, as if he were at a loss for how to address Tu Yin's reckless behavior. Did he wish for Tu Yin's demise? Let's not dress it up in noble terms. Wasn't it merely fear of Tu Yin endangering his precious child? Rest assured, for the next few months, I shall remain indoors, devotedly ensuring the safe arrival of our child. Can I? Is that sufficient? Tu Yin shouted at Gu Chenbai, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback by the shout. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tu Yin stormed into the bathroom and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The little one's temper seemed to grow more pronounced with each passing day. Gu Chenbai had no genuine desire to be angry with Tu Yin. It was merely a means to instill a lesson. Now that the desired effect had been achieved, he decided to retreat gracefully. Leaning on his cane, he approached the bathroom door, knocked gently, and called out to his little rabbit. Inside, Tu Yin's voice rang out. "Go away. I don't want to see you. Where should I go?" Gu Chenbai chuckled lightly. "It has nothing to do with me." Tu Yin's voice was tinged with a sob as he turned on the shower head, attempting to drown out his feelings with the sound of rushing water. Gu Chenbai remained silent for a long moment, standing at the bathroom door. After a few minutes, he gingerly grasped the brass doorknob and opened the door quietly. Tu Yin stood with his back to the door, facing the sink, his head bowed, oblivious to Gu Chenbai's presence. As Gu Chenbai drew closer, he overheard Tu Yan's plaintive murmurs to himself. "Little bunny, after you are born, please don't compete with me for Gu Chenbai, all right? Don't make him love you more." After a prolonged pause, Tu Yin finally found the right words, fiercely patting his belly and declaring, "Otherwise, I will surely throw you away." Gu Chenbai's heart melted at the sight, and he approached, wrapping his arms around Tu Yan's waist from behind, pulling him into a warm embrace. Startled, Tu Yin nearly lost his balance, forgetting to struggle. Upon looking up, he was met with Gu Chenbai's gentle smile. "Who allowed you to conspire against my little bunny?" Tu Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as though he transformed into an uncontrollable emotional wreck in Gu Chenbai's presence. He always cried, despite his deep-seated aversion to tears. Even when Qi Lan abandoned him abroad, or when Tu Feihong completely forgot his birthday for a project, he had not shed a tear. Yet, in front of Gu Chenbai, he found himself crying at the slightest provocation, feeling utterly pathetic and ashamed of himself. "Is it because I'm pregnant that you want to remarry me?" Gu Chenbai chuckled softly. "Where did that come from?" Tu Yin covered his face and wept, eventually managing to voice his heartfelt concern. "Then why don't you ever ask me if I'm hurt or if it hurts?" This marked the first time Tu Yin lowered his defenses and laid bare his innermost secrets to Gu Chenbai. No longer did he utter hurtful words. Instead, he cried like a child yearning for candy. Gu Chenbai turned him around and held him close, soothingly saying, "I was wrong. I admit it. But little bunny, do you still doubt my feelings for you at this point?" Gu Chenbai asked Tu Yin a simple question, and Tu Yan's sobs ceased immediately. With a pitiful gaze, he stared at Gu Chenbai, only to lower his head again, smearing his tear-streaked face against Gu Chenbai's chest. This question required no answer. "Did my little bunny get hurt?" Gu Chenbai grasped his hand, lifting it before his eyes as he inspected it while inquiring, "Did he hit you?" Tu Yin shook his head, murmuring, "I want to let him hit me." "Really? How so?" Because I'm a mother now." Gu Chenbai was taken aback for a moment, then gently lifted Tu Yan's face from his embrace, holding his chin to meet his eyes. He smiled and asked, "Could you repeat that?" Tu Yin pressed his lips tightly together, resolutely refusing to comply. Leaning down, Gu Chenbai whispered in Tu Yan's ear, "Little bunny, I have plenty of ways to make you speak." In the end, after Tu Yin was thoroughly cleaned by Gu Chenbai, tucked into bed, and embraced, his soul had completely detached from his body, leaving only one question lingering in his mind. Who among them was truly the disabled one? The following day, his bones felt as if they were falling apart, and he could not straighten his back. Tu Yin struggled to rise from the bed, but to no avail. He weakly kicked at the air with his legs, muttering curses. "Damn Gu Chenbai! Dressed up! Beast!" As Gu Chenbai reached the doorway of the bedroom, he overheard this fierce tirade and paused, leaning against the doorframe, intrigued by the performance of the little rabbit on the bed, who executed a complete routine of kicking and rolling. With a smile, he remarked, "Thank you for the compliment." Tu Yin was taken aback, instinctively curling into a ball and pulling the blanket over himself. Gu Chenbai, amused, approached the bed with his cane and gently patted Tu Yan's backside, announcing, "Time for breakfast." Regretting his reflexive cowardice, Tu Yin feigned nonchalance and slowly lifted the blanket, casting a stoic glance at Gu Chenbai, asking, "What time is it?" 9:30. They had returned to the hotel at 7 the previous evening. Tu Yin gazed at Gu Chenbai's cane, silently pondering. If this man had not injured his leg, would I have awakened alive today? Dully, he pulled back the covers to get out of bed, only to feel a sudden chill. Looking down, he realized he was clad only in his underwear and promptly recoiled under the blanket, raising his eyes to fixate on Gu Chenbai. Gu Chenbai chuckled and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving a set of loungewear for him. But Tu Yin shook his head, saying, "I don't want that. Bring me the turtleneck sweater. I'm going out today." "Where to?" Gu Chenbai inquired. "To the company, to deal with yesterday's matters." Gu Chenbai handed him the smoke blue turtleneck sweater and asked, "Rabbit, how do you intend to handle it?" "I'll just shoot a VCR and make a formal announcement." Gu Chenbai grasped Tu Yan's hand, which was preparing to dress, and whispered, "Because of me, you've already lost many fans. Will you regret it?" Tu Yin replied earnestly, "Perhaps due to my appearance, I am easily categorized as an idol, but I've always considered myself an actor. I've never established a boyfriend persona or claimed I wouldn't marry or have children. They only love the version of me they've concocted in their minds. I have no obligation to cater to their fantasies. Moreover, I did not reach this point solely on the support of fans. So they're free to come and go as they please. It matters not to me." Though he did not directly answer Gu Chenbai's question, every word conveyed a sense of no regret. Gu Chenbai understood that while his little rabbit had a tough exterior, his heart was incredibly tender. He rubbed Tu Yan's palm before releasing it, smiling as he pressed a kiss to his brow, saying, "I bought you several breakfast items, all of which you love." Tu Yan hummed in response, treating it as acknowledgement. As Gu Chenbai attempted to rise, Tu Yan caught his arm. "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Tu Yan finally asked, "Gu Chenbai, why do you never reveal your identity? Not just the media, but even those in our circle have no idea what you look like. They perpetuate misunderstandings and speak ill of you." The smile in Gu Chenbai's eyes faded slightly, causing Tu Yan's heart to skip a beat as she feared she had overstepped her bounds and asked an inappropriate question. Just as she was about to clarify, Gu Chenbai slowly spoke. "There is no particular reason. I simply do not wish to be regarded with pity, nor do I want to be the subject of what a pity remarks." Tu Yan bit her lip and remained silent. In truth, she did not feel unfortunate, yet every person she encountered echoed those sentiments, which she found tiresome and bothersome. Gu Chenbai chuckled lightly, exuding a certain nonchalance that allowed Tu Yan to faintly glimpse the audacious youth that Wan Nan had described. Thus, he preferred to avoid the public eye and shun recognition, as maintaining an air of mystery proved advantageous, lending him an aura of authority within the company. Tu Yan nodded. "I understand. However, Rabbit, if you need me to reveal my identity, I am willing. After all, hearing from your lips that my husband is Gu Chenbai is far more gratifying than the trivial gossip that comes with it." Blushing, Tu Yan shook off Gu Chenbai's hand, adjusted her turtleneck sweater, slipped on her slippers, and dashed into the bathroom. After finishing her breakfast, she headed to the office to discuss the public announcement with her manager. The team toiled throughout the morning before successfully filming a respectable short video. The content featured Tu Yan seated before the camera, responding to questions displayed on screen, such as whether the rumors of her marriage were true, why she chose to disclose it at this moment, how long she had been married, and why she had remained silent until now. The final question was, who was her spouse? Tu Yan hesitated for a few seconds, then lifted her gaze to the camera and stated, "My husband is a private individual outside the industry and prefers not to disclose his identity. I also wish for him to remain undisturbed." "Thank you, everyone. Is that sufficient?" Tu Yan inquired of her manager. He appeared momentarily stunned, then gave an approving gesture, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, I believe you have matured." Tu Yan smiled. "Thank you. And you seem softer," the assistant added. "It's as though you have suddenly become much gentler." Tu Yan patted her belly, thinking, "It's all your fault. I'm no longer cool at all." Chapter 36. He is not what you think he is. Within 10 minutes of Tu Yan's public video being posted on her personal Weibo, it swiftly ascended to the top of the trending topics. "Wow, Tu Yan is truly brave. An early marriage for an Omega. My heart is shattered." No explanation for the fans? Disappearing for half a year without a word, and upon returning, fans stayed up late to control comments, spend money on rankings, and buy endorsed products. Not a single complaint, simply wanting to continue walking the flower path with you. Yet you casually reveal your marriage. Isn't that rather dismissive of your fans? Existeres unite. The front row blessings are all bought fake accounts, truly disgusting. Refund. Refund. Let us disband the fan club. Unfollowing without backlash is my final act of love for you. Goodbye. May the next be more obedient. Fans are so hostile. Tu Yan is not an idol. Why shouldn't she be allowed to marry? Keep it up, Tu. I don't understand. Since you're already married, why still bind yourself to Chihi upon your return? Those above do not mention Chihi. Is Chihi your father? Why are you so dutifully bringing him up? Tu, you are only 23. Your mother does not permit you to marry. Why is no one concerned about who Tu's husband is? Who saved the galaxy in a past life? I too wish to know. I have heard that he hails from a prestigious family. Tu Yin switched off his phone and closed his eyes, allowing the makeup artist to apply his makeup. The director knocked and entered, approaching Tu Yin's side. The public opinion is under control. It should be settled by this afternoon. Also, Su Jian has publicly apologized on Weibo. Thank you. The director felt a bit awkward upon hearing this and added, "It's nothing. It's our oversight that caused you and Mr. Gu trouble." What time will the afternoon shoot end? Probably around 4. Tu Yin nodded, thinking to himself that he could still make it in time for dinner with Gu Chenbai. Upon entering the studio, Tu Yin sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Everyone except him appeared tense, whispering and refraining from conversation, likely fearing they might be the next Su Jian. Tu Yin felt irritated and raised his hands towards the director. How are we supposed to film this? The director quickly called over several artists and reprimanded them in private. Tu Yin's assistant watched anxiously, knowing this would lead to Tu Yin being accused of being difficult. However, Tu Yin remained unfazed, leaning back in his chair and sipping his vegetable juice leisurely. Eventually, the program was successfully wrapped up. After returning to the lounge to remove his makeup and change into casual clothes, Tu Yin powered on his phone and saw a message from Gu Chenbai sent 2 hours earlier. "Rabbit, there's an urgent matter at the company. I need to handle it." Tu Yin pouted, momentarily disappointed, and called him back. Gu Chenbai answered promptly. "Rabbit, have you arrived at the company?" "Yes, just got here." "Did you finish filming your program? Are you tired? Is there anything tiring about indoor variety shows?" Tu Yin tugged at his clothing, picking at the faux diamonds as he asked, "Gu Chenbai, have you had dinner?" Gu Chenbai, seemingly sifting through documents, answered absent-mindedly, "Not yet." "Don't eat." "Huh?" After a brief pause, Gu Chenbai's tone rose playfully. "Is Rabbit coming to deliver a heartfelt dinner for me?" Tu Yin remained silent, taken aback that Gu Chenbai guessed correctly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Rabbit, if you're tired, the heartfelt dinner can wait until next time. After recording for so long, you still have over an hour's drive ahead. I'm worried about your health. Mind your own business." Tu Yin raised his voice, shouted, and quickly hung up. Give a little color, and they started dying workshop, Tu Yin thought angrily. However, after ending the call, he felt an emptiness inside. He genuinely wished to converse sweetly with Gu Chenbai like any ordinary couple. Yet, Gu Chenbai was too cunning, adept at manipulation, and Tu Yin often found himself ensnared in his carefully laid traps, subject to his whims. Tu Yin knew he lacked Gu Chenbai's cleverness. He could only engage in childish verbal skirmishes. When they had just married, Tu Yin harbored resentment towards Gu Chenbai and refused to speak to him amicably, deliberately acting harsh and unpleasant, hoping Gu Chenbai would abandon his feelings for him. Over time, this behavior became a habit that he found difficult to change. Gu Chenbai harbored a certain wickedness, retreating step by step, swallowing down all grievances, allowing Tu Yin to bully him with increasing impunity, which in turn deepened his regret and guilt. Yet, simultaneously, it intensified his affection. Love made Tu Yin reluctant to witness Gu Chenbai's suffering. Next time, Tu Yin reassured himself. He boarded the vehicle heading back to Ming City, and when the driver inquired if he was returning home, Tu Yin shook his head and named a restaurant. This establishment was an investment of his friend, Shun Fei, renowned for its exquisite flavors. In his days on set, Tu Yin often had meals delivered from there. Unlike Gu Chenbai, who possessed a refined palate, Tu Yin held no particular culinary aspirations. He simply relished the delightful tastes and thought to share them with Gu Chenbai. He dialed Shun Fei, requesting a few signature dishes to be packaged in advance, intending to merely collect them upon arrival. Shun Fei, known for his efficiency, was already waiting at the restaurant's back entrance as soon as Tu Yin's vehicle arrived. After greeting him, Tu Yin received the food boxes, but Shun Fei hesitated, asking, "Tu Xiao, is that marriage business for real?" "With whom?" "It's not marriage," Tu Yin replied nonchalantly as he took the boxes. "It's a remarriage, with Gu Chenbai." Shun Fei was momentarily speechless, his expression a complex tapestry of disbelief and confusion, rendering him utterly at a loss for words. Typically reticent about his personal matters, Tu Yin preferred to keep such discussions limited even with close friends. He placed the food boxes on the car seat, ready to depart, but as he stepped inside, an inexplicable urge compelled him to pause. "What is wrong, Tu Xiao?" Shenfei inquired. Slowly rising, Tu Yin flipped his phone over in his palm, gripping it tightly before turning abruptly to say, "In truth, he is not at all as you perceive him." "What do you mean?" Shenfei stared at Tu Yin, taken aback, feeling as if he were facing a different person entirely. Standing beside the car with his hands clasped behind him, Tu Yin's expression remained neutral, though a barely concealed smile danced at the corners of his eyes as he stated, "In terms of appearance, Tenshi Hes wouldn't hold a candle to him." Shenfei was left momentarily speechless, carefully choosing his words before tentatively asking, "May I see a picture of him?" "Em genuinely curious." As if anticipating the request, Tu Yin swiftly raised his phone, opened his gallery, and tapped a few times before presenting it to Shenfei. Shenfei gasped, utterly astonished. "How could this be?" he questioned. "It is precisely as it appears." Chapter 37. You only comforted him, not me. As Tu Yin settled into the car, his heart inexplicably raced, feeling as if a small bird flapping its wings had taken flight within his chest, causing a flutter that left him unsettled. Aware of the presence of his assistant and the driver, he pressed a hand to his chest, forcing himself to regain composure. The vehicle sped along the road. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Huaseng, he rummaged through his bag for the employee access card Gu Chenbai had previously given him. After instructing his assistant and the driver to leave, he donned a mask and sunglasses, clutching the food boxes, and took the private elevator to Gu Chenbai's floor. However, as the elevator doors opened, he collided directly with Gu Xiaocheng. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xiaocheng did not recognize Tu Yin at first, apprehensively seizing him to inquire about his identity. With an air of impatience, Tu Yin removed his mask and sunglasses, fixing a direct gaze upon Gu Xiaocheng, who immediately withdrew his hand with an air of disdain. "What are you here for?" Gu Xiaocheng inquired. "What business is it of yours?" Tu Yin retorted. Gu Xiaocheng, with an icy demeanor, replied, "Troublemaker, don't think that your Weibo post this morning holds any significance. I have already stated that the opportunity was one you forfeited. Reclaiming it will not be easy, and my parents will not accept you. I have also mentioned that you cannot alter the fact that Gu Chenbai loves me. Someone like you is unworthy of him. You are not even fit to be his brother. If it weren't for you, how could Gu Chenbai have been injured?" Gu Xiaocheng struck a nerve, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. At that moment, Gu Chenbai emerged from his office, only to find Tu Yin and Gu Xiaocheng locked in a tense standoff at the elevator. Sighing internally, Gu Chenbai hastened to intervene. Hearing the sound of Gu Chenbai's cane, Tu Yin instinctively lowered his head, putting on a pitiful facade. As Gu Chenbai approached, Tu Yin silently burrowed into his embrace, burying his face in Gu Chenbai's shoulder and stifling a few sniffles. Misinterpreting the situation, Gu Chenbai scolded Gu Xiaocheng. "Brother, how could you bully him when he's pregnant?" Tu Yin remained motionless in Gu Chenbai's arms, ears perked up until the sound of Gu Xiaocheng's footsteps faded away, at which point he slowly peeked out to see that Gu Xiaocheng had already departed in the elevator. Releasing a breath of relief, Tu Yin attempted to retreat, only to be pulled back by Gu Chenbai's firm embrace. Although this floor housed only Gu Chenbai's office with no one else around, Tu Yin still felt a wave of shyness wash over him, struggling to break free, but Gu Chenbai held him tightly. "Has my little rabbit made a mistake?" Gu Chenbai teased. Tu Yin, with his neck stiffened, replied, "No. If you haven't erred, why then the display of submission? My little rabbit is not typically so compliant." Gu Chenbai remarked, "Plais cuisine Tu Yin is backside." "What did you say just now?" I noticed your brother's expression was rather grim as he left. Realizing he had crossed the line and invoked Gu Xiaocheng's taboos, Tu Yin felt a pang of regret, especially upon seeing the redness in Gu Xiaocheng's eyes. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Without hesitation, he began to complain. "He insulted me quite harshly. I will address that with him, but first, tell me, what did you just say?" Tu Yin's demeanor quickly deflated, recognizing that Gu Chenbai would not let him off the hook today. With downcast eyes, he replied tersely, "I said he caused your injury and that he is unworthy of being your brother." Gu Chenbai's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and Tu Yin felt a mixture of fear and grievance as he stepped aside. Gu Chenbai was indeed somewhat upset, yet he concealed it, gently coaxing. Please apologize to your brother, all right? This matter has always weighed heavily on his heart, and your words may lead him to believe this is my sentiment as well. It would truly sadden him. Gu Chenbai's voice possessed an alluring quality that even Tu Yin, with his stubborn disposition and lack of apologies, felt a stir of temptation. Yet, the thought of Gu Zhaocheng's words, "My parents will never accept you," weighed heavily on his heart. Gu Zhaocheng had his vulnerabilities, and so did Tu Yin. He genuinely feared the disdain of Gu Chenbai's parents. After much internal conflict, he finally declared, "I want to go." Gu Chenbai, somewhat resigned, gazed at Tu Yin for a moment before responding. "Very well, then I shall go alone." Tu Yin bit his lip in silence as Gu Chenbai turned to leave. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Tu Yin slipped inside, lowering his head and murmuring, "I'll accompany you, but I want to apologize." A smile broke across Gu Chenbai's face as he embraced Tu Yin, planting a gentle kiss on him. "Good boy." The office of Gu Zhaocheng was merely a floor below, and they arrived swiftly. Before exiting the elevator, Gu Chenbai helped Tu Yin adjust his mask, leading him to the door of Gu Zhaocheng's office. At the last moment, Tu Yin faltered, breaking free from Gu Chenbai's grasp and darting aside to feign admiration for a sculpture. With a resigned smile, Gu Chenbai knocked on the door. Upon hearing Gu Zhaocheng's voice, he entered. Gu Zhaocheng, initially standing by the window, changed his expression upon seeing Gu Chenbai and casually inquired, "What is the matter? Still angry?" Gu Chenbai approached, smiling. "I've come to apologize on behalf of the little one. He is outside and feels too awkward to come in." Gu Zhaocheng scoffed. "Don't take to heart what he said today." Gu Chenbai moved closer, resting his arm on his brother's shoulder. "Brother, so many years have passed. Why do you still harbor guilt? It's unnecessary." Gu Zhaocheng looked at Gu Chenbai's reflection in the glass, sharp features, mature and composed, and suddenly realized his brother was already 26 years old, with the accident now a long-term page from 11 years ago. He would always remember 15-year-old Gu Chenbai, smiling on a hospital bed, reassuring him, "Brother, don't be sad. I'm fine." Back then, Gu Chenbai was blissfully unaware that the accident had left him with a lifelong disability, naively believing that after a few months of recuperation, he could return to basketball. "We are brothers, bound by blood. If that car had struck me that day, you would have recklessly thrown yourself to push me away. Wouldn't you?" Gu Zhaocheng remained silent for a long while before slowly responding, "I would have preferred it to be me." "Brother, don't say that. I have never blamed you." "I know." Gu Chenbai shifted the topic, lamenting, "Can't you two get along? Why does it always end in conflict when you meet? Can you assure me he won't change his mind this time? I truly wonder how much your heart can endure against his hurt." "I can endure," Gu Chenbai replied with a gentle smile, twirling his cane playfully. "It's just a little scratch. It doesn't hurt." Gu Zhaocheng, exasperated, pushed Gu Chenbai away. "Keep your distance. Your omega scent is nauseating." Gu Chenbai laughed heartily. "Don't be so stubborn. I'm curious to see what kind of omega will eventually capture your heart. It certainly won't be someone like Tu Yin." With a scoff, Gu Chenbai turned to leave, and Gu Zhaocheng called after him, "Rest assured, since you've made your decision, I will support you no matter what." "Thanks," Gu Chenbai replied, raising a hand in acknowledgement. As he stepped outside, Tu Yin was still engrossed in the innocent deer-shaped fiberglass sculpture in the hallway. Upon hearing Gu Chenbai's footsteps, he stiffened for a moment, then turned away and walked toward the elevator without looking back. Gu Chenbai caught up to him, pressed the down button, and pinned him against the wall, resting his forehead against Tu Yin's. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "What wrong have I committed that requires me to appease you on both sides? Who asked you to appease me? Just leave me alone." Gu Chenbai silenced him with a kiss, not allowing Tu Yin the opportunity to sulk. As his tongue entered Tu Yin's mouth, it was met with a bite, causing Gu Chenbai to pull back in pain. Fearing that he had bitten too hard and feeling embarrassed to inquire about Gu Chenbai's well-being, Tu Yin lowered his head, tightly gripping the packaging of the food container. It was his first time delivering dinner to Gu Chenbai, and he had been bubbling with excitement along the way, only to be doused with cold water by Gu Zhaocheng, leaving all three of them in an unpleasant mood. Gu Chenbai pulled him into the elevator, and Tu Yin said, "Then I'll take my leave. You can eat slowly." Gu Chenbai grasped his wrist, not applying much pressure, merely encircling it loosely, allowing Tu Yin to easily shake it off. Yet he did not. Instead, he turned back, wrapped his arms around Gu Chenbai's waist, leaned up to give him a gentle kiss, and buried his face in the crook of Gu Chenbai's neck, murmuring, "You only comforted him, not me." Chapter 38, Bunny. Were you afraid of? Tu Yin suddenly realized that divorce for him seemed not to signify an end, but rather a new beginning. His first confession and his first display of vulnerability both occurred post-divorce. It sounded somewhat absurd, yet because of Gu Chenbai, it felt entirely natural. Tu Yin pressed closely against Gu Chenbai, who embraced him in return. They remained silent, as something akin to tendrils quietly grew and entwined around them, enveloping them in a cocoon, with the world around them fading away, leaving only the two of them in an embrace amidst the vast universe. Bunny, were you afraid of? Tu Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment of internal struggle, he bit his lip. What did he say to make you so sad? Will you tell me? With reddened eyes, Tu Yan gazed at Gu Chenbai, wrestling with his emotions before ultimately surrendering, murmuring, "He said your parents would never accept me." Before Gu Chenbai could respond, he continued, "Your family doesn't like me, and I can't make them like me. I've never been able to win over elders. Perhaps I'm simply not suited for marriage, nor to be your wife. Maybe we were wrong from the very beginning. Where did we go wrong? You shouldn't have to endure this so painfully. If you had married a gentle and considerate Omega, you wouldn't be in this predicament. But I don't find it painful. Why do you think I'm suffering?" Gu Chenbai gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Tu Yan's eyes, earnestly stating, "I am, without a doubt, the happiest person in this world." Tu Yan's gaze flickered with a sudden glimmer of hope, yet it was laced with trepidation. "Rabbit, humans are inherently self-serving creatures. My affection for you is not without expectation. Had you not shown even the slightest change in your feelings towards me, I would not have endured until now." Gu Chenbai caressed Tu Yan's nape, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on him, then said, "When you instinctively push me away, it does sadden me. However, I've come to realize that my little rabbit merely struggles to express his love. He harbors me in his heart and silently cares for me, and for that, everything feels worthwhile." Tu Yin felt a pang in his nose, fearing tears might spill forth, so he turned his face away. "Who says I have you in my heart?" The last word lingered on his lips, but never escaped. Stealing a glance at Gu Chenbai, he noticed a teasing smile playing on his lips. He suddenly plunged into Gu Chenbai's embrace, muttering, "I won't say anything more." Gu Chenbai pulled him back, locking eyes with him. "I will handle things with my parents. You need not worry." Tu Yan nodded. Gu Chenbai recalled that he had yet to press the elevator button. Just as he reached out, Tu Yin grasped his hand. Hesitating, Tu Yin said, "Tell me what I should do. I may not excel at it, but I will strive to satisfy your parents." Gu Chenbai fell silent for a while, and Tu Yin dared not meet his gaze. Assuming they had reached their floor, he moved to exit the elevator, only to be firmly held back by Gu Chenbai, who cupped his face and kissed him deeply. The kiss was so intense that it momentarily stole Tu Yan's breath away. Gu Chenbai seemed transformed, sending Tu Yan's thoughts into disarray, his very soul feeling as if it had left his body. He clung to Gu Chenbai's neck, akin to a floundering swimmer. Just as they were lost in their kiss, the elevator door suddenly swung open. A rush of cold air jolted Tu Yin awake, and Gu Chenbai's reaction was swifter. He held Tu Yin tightly, shielding his face while casting an impatient glance outside. Ready to reprimand, he was taken aback to find Gu Zhao Cheng, impeccably suited, standing at the elevator entrance, his expression dark and brimming with indignation. Gu Zhao Cheng spat out a few words through clenched teeth, in broad daylight, utterly shameless, before storming away in anger. Tu Yin peeked from Gu Chenbai's embrace, squinting in irritation. "He is infuriating." Gu Chenbai naturally agreed, responding, "Indeed, he's quite bothersome. Every encounter with him brings me misfortune." He chuckled, "Let us hope we never see him again. I wish him eternal bachelorhood." Recalling their kinship, Gu Chenbai added, "Perhaps that's a bit harsh. Tu Yin thought his future in-laws and deemed the curse a touch severe, so he amended. Then I wish him to remain a solitary figure next year, and even if he encounters an appealing Omega, may they not return his affections. Gu Chenbai silently thought, brother, I apologize for the plight. Then, in a moment of whimsical folly, he pressed a kiss to Tu Yan's forehead. All right. Tu Yan felt quite pleased with Gu Chenbai's reaction. During lunch at the office, he even took the initiative to feed Gu Chenbai 2 spoonfuls of egg custard. Once the meal concluded, Gu Chenbai could not resist slipping his hand beneath Tu Yan's shirt, gently caressing his abdomen. Has my little rabbit eaten enough? No. Tu Yan rolled his eyes. I said I wasn't hungry. Why not? Gu Chenbai rested his face against Tu Yan's belly and placed a kiss there. Because he insists on being called Little Rabbit Cub, not Little Rabbit Treasure. Gu Chenbai paused for a moment, and upon recovering, he chuckled. Ah, it is indeed my fault. I forgot that Tu Bao is a nickname exclusively reserved for your mother, one that no one else can use. Tu Yan oofed softly, his little legs swinging idly at the edge of the sofa as he gazed quietly out the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky transitioned from fiery orange to a deep purple, eventually surrendering to the profound black of night. Gu Chenbai, seated a few meters away, diligently attended to his work, occasionally interrupted by phone calls, during which Tu Yan could hear his melodious and magnetic voice. He found solace in the stillness of time, relishing the moment. After completing his tasks, Gu Chenbai donned his coat and reached out to Tu Yan. Tu Bao, shall we take a stroll? He helped Tu Yan secure his mask and scarf, meticulously zipping up his padded jacket to the top. Tu Yan, slightly annoyed, swatted at Gu Chenbai's hand, but Gu Chenbai, undeterred, stubbornly tied Tu Yan's long scarf in a knot, fearing even the slightest draft. Linking arms with Gu Chenbai, Tu Yan exited through the back door of the Huaxing headquarters, meandering slowly towards home. As they passed through a bustling square filled with people, a band performed nearby, and numerous vendors displayed their wares, selling glimmering trinkets. Tu Yan, concerned about the possibility of someone bumping into Gu Chenbai, hesitated to walk through the crowd and contemplated taking a different route. However, he noticed an elderly woman by the edge of the square, carrying a bamboo basket and attempting to sell what appeared to be talismans, although passers-by seemed uninterested. Perhaps influenced by the hormones of pregnancy, Tu Yan found himself increasingly sensitive lately. Seeing the dejection etched on the old woman's face stirred a pang of compassion within him, prompting him to approach her. Young man, would you like to buy a talisman? They've been blessed at Huin Temple, she eagerly exclaimed as Tu Yan drew near, her face brightening with a smile. Tu Yan recognized the falsehood in her words. Gu Chenbai stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Tu Yan's waist, and inquired, would you like to buy one? Tu Yan remained silent, but the old woman, noticing the couple's resemblance, quickly added, not just talismans. I also have blessed red strings here. Look, they are hand-woven and ensure lasting relationships. Wearing one guarantees you will never part ways. Gu Chenbai leaned closer to Tu Yan and whispered, so, my Tu Bao wishes for us to be together for eternity. Tu Yan, taken aback by this unexpected implication, felt his cheeks flush as he promptly dismissed the old woman's sales pitch. Do you have any red strings that ensure safety? Yes. The elderly woman quickly retrieved a couple from her basket and presented them to Tu Yan. These protect your peace. After all, ISNT good health and safe travels the most important thing? Hearing the words good health resonated with Tu Yan, and he found himself momentarily swayed, nodding. All right, I'll take two. Gu Chenbai paid for the items, and Tu Yan accepted the red strings from the old woman, pondering for a moment. You wear one for me, and I'll wear one for you. That would be better, he mused aloud. After a brief pause, he commanded, extending his hand. Gu Chenbai obliged, raising his hand before Tu Yan. My peace resides with you now. Take care not to drop it or break it, or I shall not forgive you. Tu Yan fastened the string on Gu Chenbai, and upon looking up, he found Gu Chenbai gazing at him with a tender expression. Feeling slightly awkward, he feigned ferocity and said, Did you hear that? Gu Chenbai leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, responding, As you command. He then helped Tu Yan secure his string, teasingly remarking, Does this mean my little Tu Bao will no longer engage in any brawls? Tu Yan, Feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, playfully struck Gu Chenbai with a fist and muttered softly, "I'll just hit you from now on." As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the elderly woman, hesitating to take a step forward. Gu Chenbai, as if he could read Tu Yan's thoughts, immediately guessed what was on his mind. "Rabbit, if you desire a marriage talisman, I shall take you to the temple next time to earnestly pray for one." Surprisingly, Tu Yan did not retort this time. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Tu Yan found himself once again enveloped in Gu Chenbai's affection at the entrance, showered with kisses. After being guided to wash up and dry off, he climbed into bed, feeling drowsy in Gu Chenbai's embrace. Yet, as he weakly tugged at the blanket, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His spirit jolted awake. The red string around his wrist had vanished. At 3 a.m, Gu Chenbai awoke from his slumber. Rising to head to the restroom, he instinctively reached out for the person beside him, only to find emptiness. The sensation of grasping at nothing sent a wave of panic through him, and he was abruptly alert, feeling as if all the blood in his body had congealed. He searched every room in the house, made phone calls, only to have the ring echo from the bedside table. Checking the surveillance footage confirmed his worst fear. Tu Yan had left. Alone and pregnant, Tu Yan had ventured out into the snowy night of early February in the north. Without a phone to contact Gu Chenbai, a dull ache throbbed at his temples, but he quickly steadied himself, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. Gu Chenbai, bewildered by Tu Yan's inexplicable disappearance, could only anxiously follow the faint footprints in the thin layer of snow. The marks faded significantly at the entrance of the villa, only vaguely indicating a direction. As he gazed eastward, the sight of a house with a red roof sparked a memory. He glanced down at the inferior red string on his wrist, quickly dismissing the implausible thought. It couldn't be. Nevertheless, Gu Chenbai continued his trek eastward. The detached villas on either side were shrouded in shadow, their lights extinguished, while the evergreen trees along the roadside swayed eerily, resembling specters. Suppressing his growing anxiety, Gu Chenbai quickened his pace. Just as he approached the entrance of the community, a familiar figure emerged from around the corner, briskly making their way toward him. Clad in a white down coat, with hands tucked in pockets and a flashlight tucked under an arm, Tu Yan trembled from the cold, yet moved with a lively step. Gu Chenbai's heart, once pounding like a drum, suddenly found its calm. As if sensing a connection, Tu Yan looked up and spotted Gu Chenbai standing tall in the snow. His features softened, a radiant smile breaking forth as he hurried forward, enveloping Gu Chenbai in a warm embrace, causing the flashlight to drop to the ground. Gu Chenbai staggered back a couple of steps, and before he could voice his reprimand, Tu Yan preempted him. "Gu Chenbai, I found it." Tu Yan triumphantly held up the item from his pocket before Gu Chenbai's eyes, as if he had accomplished something monumental, eagerly awaiting praise. "I managed to find it before the cleaners came. It was right by the roadside, covered in snow, but fortunately, a bit of red was still visible. Indeed, it was the red string, securely resting in Tu Yan's palm. He curled his fingers around it, fearful that the wind might whisk it away again. His cautious demeanor softened Gu Chenbai's heart, rendering his intended reproach unsaid. "It's all your fault for dressing me in so many layers last night. I didn't even notice the string had fallen off. Thankfully, I realized it before I went to sleep." Tu Yan chuckled. "What time did you leave?" Gu Chenbai inquired. "Around 1, came the reply. "Why didn't you call me? You didn't even take your phone. Do you know how worried I was?" Tu Yan, recognizing his mistake, lowered his head in silence before embracing him tightly, interjecting, "I know I was wrong. Please don't scold me." Gu Chenbai retorted, "I'm worried about you. Why would you venture out in the middle of the night for such a trivial string?" Tu Yan's expression shifted. "Of course it's worth it. This is a safety string. It holds your peace of mind." Gu Chenbai was momentarily speechless. His anger dissipated upon seeing the tears glistening in Tu Yan's eyes. He grasped Tu Yan's cold hand and said, "You silly thing. Why are you taking this so seriously?" Tu Yan defiantly replied, "I'm taking it seriously." The joy of retrieving the string melted in a frost under Gu Chenbai's cold demeanor, leaving Tu Yan's heart chilled, threatening tears to spill. He stifled them, pressing his thumb against his ring finger. "I know this string is worth just a few cents, has no special significance, and cannot truly safeguard your well-being. But I am genuinely afraid. Gu Chenbai enveloped him in an embrace, asking, afraid of what? The howling wind easily swallowed Tu Yan's joy, leaving behind his hurtful words that clashed with his heart. He had 1,000 sharp retorts lodged in his throat, almost spilling out due to habit. But he had resolved to change. He didn't want to be cruel anymore. He didn't want to hurt Gu Chenbai. He aspired to become someone deserving of Gu Chenbai's love. In that moment, if he had snapped back with a harsh mind your own business, Gu Chenbai wouldn't have been angry. He would have still leaned down to kiss him, reminding him to be more careful in the future. However, this time, Tu Yan was determined to be different. The dim, quiet surroundings emboldened him to speak heartfelt truths. I'm afraid of bad things happening, of you getting hurt, even if it's just a little bump. I know my worries seem foolish, but I am truly scared, especially after we have a baby. Tu Yan grasped Gu Chenbai's hand and pressed it against his face, softly saying, Gu Chenbai, you have to stay by my side and take care of me for a lifetime. It was the first time Tu Yan had uttered the word lifetime. Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback, momentarily unable to process Tu Yan's words. Tu Yan had expressed a desire to stay by his side for a lifetime, and Gu Chenbai thought, this little rabbit has finally been securely held in his palms. After speaking, Tu Yan felt a rush of warmth to his face, shyly extending his hand before Gu Chenbai and asking, help me put on. The dawn light was dim, yet Tu Yan's eyes shone brightly, filled with affection akin to that of Gu Chenbai. Gu Chenbai took the red string and deftly tied it around Tu Yan's delicate wrist. The knot signified a promise. He held Tu Yan's hand gently and murmured, let us return home. Tu Yan picked up the flashlight, switched it on, illuminating the path ahead. In the pristine snow, only the deep and shallow footprints of the two intertwined, resembling a clandestine rendezvous. Suddenly, Tu Yan felt a sense of fate in the air. If Tu Feihong had not gone bankrupt, if Gu Chenbai had not watched that youthful film, if Qi had not mistaken alcohol for soda, if the day after their divorce Tu Yan had not encountered Gu Chenbai during his vulnerable phase, could he still hold Gu Chenbai's hand like this on their way home? The heavy snow blanketed the past, leaving only 2 sets of footprints, symbolizing the act of forgetting the past and starting anew. He lifted his head and smiled at Gu Chenbai, saying, yes, let's go home. Chapter 40. What a beautiful love this is. Everything returned to the starting point. However, Tu Yan felt a tinge of sadness these past few days, for Gu Chenbai had not broached the subject of remarriage. Previously, when Gu Chenbai had placed the ring back on his finger, he had promised to remarry the following day, but delays had persisted, stretching into now. Today, while rummaging through the drawer, Tu Yan stumbled upon their divorce certificate, and a sharp pang of sadness struck him. Everything was perfect now, save for one missing formality. Tu Yan awaited Gu Chenbai's initiation. He even went so far as to place the divorce certificate on the bedside table as a subtle hint. Yet, Gu Chenbai passed by several times, oblivious to its presence, offering no acknowledgement. After 2 days of restraint, Tu Yan could no longer contain himself. Seizing the moment while Gu Chenbai was in the shower, he stealthily retrieved Gu Chenbai's clean pajamas and waited for the dampened figure of Gu Chenbai to notice him. When Gu Chenbai emerged, raising an eyebrow, he asked, Rabbit treasure, where are you up to? Tu Yan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. His gaze drawn to the robust form of Gu Chenbai, droplets cascading from his hair to his chest, exuding an irresistible allure. Despite having witnessed this many times before, Tu Yan felt his cheeks flush, chiding himself for his foolishness. Gu Chenbai, with a playful smile, took a towel to dry himself and approached Tu Yan, the bathroom equipped with numerous anti-slip devices. Without a cane, he steadied himself on the wall, making his way to Tu Yan's side. Rabbit treasure, are you going to help me get dressed? Tu Yan remained silent. With Gu Chenbai so close, he found himself caught between looking up and looking down, ultimately focusing on Gu Chenbai's collarbone. Slowly, he retrieved Gu Chenbai's underwear from his embrace, tossing it into Gu Chenbai's lap as if it burned his hands. Gu Chenbai seated himself on a nearby chair to get dressed, while Tu Yan produced a pair of sleeping pants. Gu Chenbai stifled a laugh, remaining silent. Here, Tu Yan presented the final piece of sleepwear. As Gu Chenbai accepted it, and slipped his arms into the sleeves, poised to fasten the buttons. Tu Yin suddenly leaned down, brushing Gu Chenbai's hands aside, and took the initiative to button him up. The bathroom steam was infused with Gu Chenbai's pheromone scent, and Tu Yan's mind quickly wandered to some inappropriate thoughts. Evidently, Gu Chenbai was no different. He wrapped his arms around Tu Yan's waist and playfully pinched his behind. Tu Yan's heart raced, yet a fragment of reason lingered, urging him to stand firm. With both hands grasping the collar of Gu Chenbai's nightgown, he feigned ferocity and said, "Gu Chenbai, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." "Very well," Gu Chenbai replied, a deepening smile gracing his lips. "Then why did you not take me sooner?" Gu Chenbai tightened his embrace around Tu Yan, feigning vulnerability, resting his face against Tu Yan's abdomen, and lamented, "I fear that if I were too forward, my dear rabbit would not cherish me." Tu Yan, fully aware of his pretense, still reached out to caress the nape of Gu Chenbai's neck, which was still slightly damp. "Oh, then let me take the initiative." Tu Yan cleared his throat and declared, "I shall take you tomorrow." Gu Chenbai chuckled heartily, looking up at Tu Yan and responding, "Excellent." Once again, they found themselves at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where a divorce certificate transformed back into a marriage certificate. Tu Yan stared at the little booklet in a daze, while Gu Chenbai held his hand, his warmth sufficient to ward off the chill. Gu Chenbai's parents were acutely aware that he was destined to be with Tu Yan, so when they heard the news of their remarriage, they were not particularly surprised. However, they were somewhat taken aback by the revelation of Tu Yan's pregnancy. They approached Gu Chenbai, inquiring, "Is Tu Yan truly willing to bear this child?" If it was merely an accident. Before Gu Chenbai could respond, Tu Yan knocked and entered, his head bowed, speaking nervously yet sincerely, "Mom and Dad, I am willing, and I genuinely love Chenbai." Clad in a fluffy nightgown, with soft hair, he still appeared quite youthful. Yet his slightly rounded belly seemed to emit a gentle glow. Unable to contain himself, Gu Chenbai pulled him into an embrace and kissed him in front of his parents. Gu Chenbai's parents exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Gu's mother approached, gently stroking Tu Yan's head and then his belly, smiling as she said, "Xiao Yan, you've worked hard." Tu Yan quickly shook his head in protest. "In 2 months, you should come live with us. I'll make you soup." Tu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Chenbai playfully patted Tu Yan's behind, calling out, "Rabbit." Tu Yan snapped back to reality, blushing with joy as he replied, "Thank you, Mom." The resolution of the situation unfolded so smoothly that Tu Yan felt grateful he had not heeded Gu Zhaocheng's ominous words, claiming Gu's parents would never accept him, which had instilled a psychological shadow over him. After securing the approval of Gu's parents, his favorite pastime became flaunting his success before Gu Zhaocheng, infuriating him to the point where his nose twisted in frustration. Gu Zhaocheng dared not retaliate, for Tu Yan had become adept at sowing discord. In Gu Zhaocheng's exasperation, he merely pointed a finger at Tu Yan, yet in Tu Yan's retelling, it morphed into Gu Zhaocheng throwing a folder at him for no reason. Gu Chenbai, disinterested in mediating, chose sides without inquiry, simply comforting Tu Yan in his embrace. Feeling wronged, Gu Zhaocheng resolved to demote his brother from the #1 spot in his heart to 2nd place. Gu Chenbai wished to take advantage of Tu Yan's still modestly visible pregnancy to organize a wedding ceremony anew. The event need not be ostentatious. Yet every detail was meticulously crafted and prepared by him. The guest list was intimate, comprised solely of close friends and family. "Wow, you have so many friends," Tu Yan exclaimed upon glancing at the list, leaning against Gu Chenbai's embrace, holding his own blank list. He hesitated, saying, "I only have Shen Fei and Qi he as friends." "No, that won't do. Let's not invite Qi." "Why?" Tu Yan initially hesitated to elaborate, but upon sensing the underlying tension in Gu Chenbai's inquiry, he was coaxed into submission with a gentle kiss. All right, I will tell you." Tu Yan, feeling like a rag doll in Gu Chenbai's arms, muttered, He once mentioned that you were his favorite type. Isn't he an alpha?" Gu Chenbai questioned. "Indeed," Tu Yan affirmed with a nod. "He also likes alphas. Otherwise, how could we have been friends for so many years?" He spoke without perceiving any issue. Yet after a prolonged silence from Gu Chenbai, he raised his head to find a hint of displeasure on his face. Tu Yin poked Gu Chenbai's cheek with his finger. What is wrong with you? Are you implying that if he prefers omegas, you wouldn't be friends? Not at all. Tu Yin quickly sat up, defending himself. What does that have to do with me? I never liked him that way. What type do you like then? Tu Yin found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had stepped into a verbal trap. Gu Chenbai feigned jealousy, half serious, and Tu Yin, feeling exasperated, retorted, "What do you want from me?" Gu Chenbai whispered something in Tu Yin's ear, prompting Tu Yin to push him away. "Don't even think about it, you big wolf." Although they kept the wedding plans under wraps, on the day itself, paparazzi were present, capturing blurred images of Gu Chenbai that were subsequently shared online, creating a stir among netizens. Wow, is this really not a filming set? The clarity of the images reveals his handsomeness. Oh my, he is truly handsome. They make a perfect couple, wishing them endless happiness. This young man looks different from what I imagined. I told you, Tu Yin is not the kind of omega who would marry into wealth for money. Take that, gossip mongers. Tu Yin looks so happy. It must be true love. I can't help but imagine a romantic drama. Breaking news. The groom's information has surfaced. Gu Chenbai, the second son of the Huasheng family, a prestigious university graduate with a fortune in the billions. I'm shipping this couple so hard. We need a dating show. Wait. Why does this handsome guy look so familiar? He asked the stunning gentleman I saw at Tu Yin's comeback event. He said he was a fan of Tu Yin, and when I asked for his WeChat, he smiled and said, "Sorry, my wife might get upset." What a beautiful love story, tears flowing. I am enamored. I finally understand why Tu Yin had that murderous gaze directed at me throughout the event. This sweetness arrived too late. It's so incredibly sweet. Locking to buy two couple. See you in the fan discussions. Chapter 41. The Growth Diary of the Little Bunny. 1. By the way, let me share a little secret with you. The true reason why Tu Yin is reluctant to have children is that he fears Gu Chenbai will no longer love him as he does now. Thus, during his pregnancy, he often dreams of giving birth to 4 little bunnies, and when Gu Chenbai is momentarily distracted, he organizes a lottery, giving away all the bunnies. He finds himself laughing joyfully in his dreams. However, he inadvertently blurts this out in front of Gu Chenbai, resulting in a rather intense reprimanding as Gu Chenbai pins him down on the bed. 2. Tu Yin feels that his anxieties have reached a terrifying level. He cannot comprehend why he is so afraid of the arrival of the bunnies. He seeks help from Ruan Nanqing, who possesses a modest knowledge of psychology and is quite conversational. Tu Yin often turns to her when in distress. After listening to Tu Yin, Ruan Nanqing pauses thoughtfully, crossing her arms and regarding him with a sidelong glance. "Are you sure you're not just trying to flaunt your affection?" Tu Yin, feeling exasperated, replies, "I am not." After a moment of contemplation, Ruan Nanqing states, "You mentioned that you fear Gu Chenbai will not love you once the baby is born." Tu Yin, quickly covering his belly, tried to convince himself, "Let us keep this from the little bunny." The root of his anxiety is undoubtedly prenatal worry, which is entirely normal. However, Ruan Nanqing muses, "It seems your anxiety has escalated to an unusual degree. Have you considered that your mindset might signify a fear of losing affection?" Tu Yin's eyes widen in confusion. "You are competing for affection with the baby. Perhaps you have yet to realize that you are a mother and Gu Chenbai's wife. On a subconscious level, you see yourself as Gu Chenbai's baby, and with the arrival of another baby, you feel your status is threatened, leading to your insecurities." Tu Yin suddenly comprehends the depth of her insight. "I know Gu Chenbai dotes on you immensely. Perhaps you could consider altering the dynamics of your relationship and shower him with affection instead," Ruan Nanqing suggests. As Tu Yin rides home, he contemplates how to pamper Gu Chenbai, but he seems to lack the skill. Gu Chenbai's care has always been so abundant. Tu Yin has only ever known how to indulge in it. After pondering for quite some time, he devises a simple plan to imitate Gu Chenbai. He decides to treat Gu Chenbai as he has always been treated. Thus, he dutifully calls Gu Chenbai, inquiring about his return home, and prepares a meal in advance. Setting the table. When Gu Chenbai arrives, Tu Yin eagerly rushes to the entrance, wrapping his arms around Gu Chenbai's waist, pressing him against the door for a kiss, and then proceeds to unbutton his coat. However, Gu Chenbai does not appear pleased. He grips Tu Yan's hand with a serious expression, stepping back to create distance between them, and questions, "Rabbit darling, have you done something to betray my trust?" 3. The little bunny is a boy, weighing 6 pounds and 7 ounces, born in winter. From the moment of his birth, he is strikingly beautiful, earning praise from both doctors and nurses, who assert that he has inherited all the best features from his parents. The birth examination indicates that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to be an exceptional alpha in the future. The nurse cradled the newborn and presented him to Gu Chenbai, who glanced hurriedly before inquiring, "How is my wife?" "Both mother and child are well," the nurse replied. A wave of relief washed over Gu Chenbai, his anxious heart finally at ease. He looked down at the little one, who had yet to open his eyes. The cherubic face was round and plump, and sensing his father's presence, the infant ceased to cry. A tiny hand emerged from the blanket, reaching out, and Gu Chenbai gently touched it, mirroring the playful gestures they shared while the baby was still in Tu Yan's womb. "Is his nickname Rabbit Treasure?" "I often hear you call him that," the nurse inquired. Gu Chenbai smiled softly and shook his head. "His name is Rabbit Cub. Rabbit Treasure is the name we use for his mother." The nurse paused, then remarked, "How affectionate you are." When Tu Yan was wheeled out, his parents and the entire Gu family awaited him. Yet his gaze was solely fixed on Gu Chenbai. Alone, Tu Yan had always maintained a facade of strength. Even during the most excruciating moments in the delivery room, he had bravely held back his tears, as the nurse had noted his remarkable courage. However, the instant he spotted Gu Chenbai amidst the crowd, tears cascaded down his face, as if he had borne the weight of the world. Gu Chenbai enveloped him in his embrace, using his pheromones to soothe him. Once back in the private ward, Gu Chenbai ushered his parents out, and meeting Tu Yan's eager gaze, he approached the bed, pulling him into his arms. He tenderly kissed Tu Yan's cheek and damp forehead, whispering, "You've worked hard, my dear." Tu Yan had no further harsh words to share. Instead, he gazed at him with a pitiful expression, saying, "Gu Chenbai, vous successfully delivered." He then pointed to the sleeping infant beside them. "He is so chubby." Gu Chenbai comforted him. "Rabbit Treasure is amazing. Isn't he adorable?" "He is quite cute," Gu Chenbai replied with a smile. "His eyes and nose resemble yours. He is utterly charming." Yet, Tu Yan's lips drooped in disappointment. "I knew it." Gu Chenbai understood the thoughts swirling in Tu Yan's mind and teasingly remarked, "I heard from Nanxing about your pre-delivery anxieties." Tu Yan's expression shifted, and he muttered, "She is talking nonsense. She mentioned that subconsciously you perceive yourself as my baby, which is why you fear losing affection." "That is not true." Gu Chenbai gently restrained the struggling Tu Yan in his embrace, chuckling, "What is wrong with that? You have always been my baby. I've cherished you as my little one from the start." Tu Yan paused, nestled against Gu Chenbai's chest, as he heard him chuckle softly. "How is it? Am I not good enough to you, my dear?" Tu Yan's face flushed crimson as he freed himself from Gu Chenbai's grasp, covering the infant's ears in embarrassment, exclaiming, "Don't speak so carelessly in front of Rabbit Cub." The baby, disturbed by the commotion and feeling hungry, suddenly began to cry. Startled, Tu Yan quickly retreated into Gu Chenbai's arms, pleading, "Ah, Gu Chenbai, he is crying." Gu Chenbai remained calmer than Tu Yan. He lifted the infant and placed him in Tu Yan's arms, giving his backside a gentle squeeze, reminding him, "Rabbit Cub is hungry." "What do we do if he's hungry?" Tu Yan asked, bewildered. Gu Chenbai, exasperated, lowered his gaze to Tu Yan's chest, prompting Tu Yan to follow suit, and then, suddenly, realization dawned upon him. His cheeks flushed. He instructed Gu Chenbai to draw the curtains tightly, lock the door, and then urged Gu Chenbai to step outside, but Gu Chenbai declined. Tu Yan cradled the little rabbit, gazing at its delicate face and soft hands, so white and tender that he could easily support it with one arm. The tiny feet dangled in the crook of Tu Yan's arm, and when drinking milk, it would exert some effort, kicking its legs occasionally. Suddenly, Tu Yan felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, realizing that this little creature was not so bothersome after all. How endearing it was! Gu Chenbai, observing from the side, mused, "Both of you are quite adorable." He leaned down to plant a kiss on Tu Yan's cheek, but Tu Yan pushed him away, exclaiming, "Oh, don't disturb the little rabbit while it's eating." Chapter 42. The Growth Diary of the Little Rabbit 2, 4. When the rabbit turned 10 months old, Tu Yin hurried off to the film set for a shoot. He did not take on a heavy role, merely making an appearance in a serious drama, and wrapped up filming within 2 weeks. The reason was simple. His body had not fully recovered, and moreover, he could not bear to be away from the 2 precious beings at home, despite his verbal denials. During video calls with Gu Chenbai, he would only say, "I want to see the little rabbit." Gu Chenbai would then hold the little rabbit in his arms, grasping its tiny hand and waving it towards the camera. "Look, little rabbit, do you see who this is?" The little rabbit's eyes lit up, calling out Mama in a sweet, tender voice. Tu Yan's gaze lingered on the little rabbit for a few seconds before inevitably drifting to Gu Chenbai's face. He simply could not bear to be apart from Gu Chenbai for even a moment. After calling out Mama a few times, the little rabbit tugged at Gu Chenbai's pajama hem for a bit before quickly running out of energy, its eyelids drooping in exhaustion. Gu Chenbai put down his phone and gently placed the little one in its crib, tucking it in snugly. When he returned to bed, he smiled at Tu Yan, only thinking of the little rabbit, not of me. Tu Yan remained silent. Gu Chenbai smirked, accustomed to the banter. What a heartless little treasure. Tu Yan lay in bed, holding his phone, idly chatting with Gu Chenbai. Gu Chenbai, freshly out of the shower with half-dried hair, looked irresistibly alluring, and the way his pajama collar had been pulled aside by the little rabbit revealed enticing muscle lines. Tu Yan swallowed hard, pretending to be indifferent while secretly capturing screenshots in a frenzy. 3 more days, Tu Yan remarked, just as Gu Chenbai interjected, "I'll be waiting for you at home." Tu Yan bit his lip and held Gu Chenbai's gaze on the screen for a long moment before finally responding with a soft mm. 3 days later, Tu Yan's filming ran late, finishing at 11 o'clock at night. His assistant asked if he would return the next day, noting that only a 3 o'clock flight remained. Tu Yan shook his head, replying, "Just a 3 o'clock one. I'll head back alone. You need not accompany me." Thus, Tu Yan boarded the 3 o'clock flight back to Ming City, arriving home at 5:30 in the morning, greeted by the pale dawn sky. He did not notify Gu Chenbai of his return. When he arrived home, Gu Chenbai was still asleep. He quietly set down his suitcase, peeked at the little rabbit, and quickly refreshed himself in the bathroom before shedding his clothes and climbing into bed. Gu Chenbai was stirred awake, and upon opening his eyes to see the longed-for person, he momentarily believed he was dreaming and stared in disbelief. Tu Yan silently nestled into his embrace, prompting Gu Chenbai to realize and hastily pull the weary little rabbit close to his chest. Upon witnessing Gu Chenbai awaken, Tu Yan chose silence, opting instead to nudge Gu Chenbai's leg with his own. However, Gu Chenbai remained oblivious to the signal, merely planting a gentle kiss upon Tu Yan's forehead before draping the quilt over him, urging him to return to slumber. When Tu Yan awoke again, it was already midday. As he prepared to open his eyes, an unexpected scent of milk enveloped him. He instinctively reached out, only to encounter a soft, living creature, startling him into full wakefulness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the little bunny that had finally managed to climb onto the bed and was now diligently burrowing into Tu Yan's covers. Tu Yan embraced the bunny, who reciprocated by wrapping its tiny arms around his neck and showering him with playful kisses. Yet, moments later, feeling the warmth too intense, it began to kick its little legs, signaling its desire to escape. Just then, Gu Chenbai entered the room. The bunny poked its head out from under the covers and stretched its arms toward Gu Chenbai, exclaiming, "Daddy, hold me," concerned that the bunny might disturb Tu Yan's sleep. Gu Chenbai shushed it and proceeded to lift the little one out, depositing it into the children's room while activating the toy train for its solitary amusement. Upon returning to the bedroom, Tu Yan remained in his previous position, staring blankly at the ceiling. Gu Chenbai approached him, inquiring, "Will you still have breakfast?" Tu Yan shook his head, tugging at the hem of Gu Chenbai's shirt. Gu Chenbai, unusually perplexed, frowned and asked, "What is it? Are you unwell?" Left speechless, Tu Yan pulled the quilt over himself, only to uncover it half a second later, mimicking the bunny's gesture, reaching out to Gu Chenbai, awkwardly cooing, "Daddy, hold me." Gu Chenbai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, placing his cane aside before climbing onto the bed. Tu Yan felt a flush of embarrassment. wishing to escape, but realizing it was too late. The little bunny learned to speak with remarkable speed, requiring little instruction from Tu Yan during their daily activities. As Tu Yan introduced him to various items around them, the bunny absorbed the information effortlessly. For instance, when Tu Yan washed cherry tomatoes and fed them to the bunny, who found them sweet and reminiscent of his own round face, he would excitedly proclaim, "Mommy, I am a cherry tomato." Upon spotting a balloon matching the color of his clothing, he would exclaim, "Mommy, I am a balloon." While walking, Tu Yan bent down to inform the bunny about a small dog. The bunny noticed the leash on the dog, identical to the safety strap he wore, and grinned at Tu Yan as if uncovering a monumental secret. "Mommy, I am a puppy." Tu Yan corrected him. "You are not a puppy. You are a little bunny." "Why not?" the bunny inquired. "Because Mommy is a big bunny, and you were born from Mommy, so you are a little bunny," Tu Yan rambled, completely disregarding Gu Chenbai's scientific parenting principles. In disbelief, the bunny pressed further. "Why?" After a moment's thought, Tu Yan replied, because Daddy likes bunnies." As the bunny, Gu Chenbai's #1 fan, considered this, he accepted Tu Yan's explanation, wrapping his arms around Tu Yan's neck and nuzzling his little face against Tu Yan's ear, asking, "Mommy, will we grow long ears?" "No, sweet baby, your ears will not grow long," Tu Yan reassured him, lifting the bunny into his arms. "I'm a good baby," the bunny confidently declared. He rested quietly on Tu Yan's shoulder for a few seconds, only to suddenly straighten up, questioning, "Mommy, are you lying to me?" "How am I lying?" Tu Yan replied, puzzled. "You are not a well-behaved child, and your ears have not elongated." Tu Yan expressed his confusion. "Huh? Yesterday, you and Dad were in the kitchen, and Dad said you were not a well-behaved child. I heard it all." Tu Yan's face flushed as he covered the bunny's mouth. "You misunderstood. Dad was referring to you. He said you were the naughty one." The bunny remained unwavering. "Impossible. Dad has always said that I am the most well-behaved child. He made me promise to keep a secret and not tell you that he has prepared a surprise for you at home tonight for Christmas Eve. I haven't said a word." "Oh, then you truly are well-behaved." Chapter 43. The Growth Diary of the Little Bunny 3:6. The bunny was quite puzzled as to why his father always carried a long wooden stick, unlike other fathers. Tu Yan explained, "Because Dad is a superhero, he needs to combat monsters. How could he fight monsters without a weapon? That cane is his weapon." The bunny admired his father even more and inquired, "When does Dad go to battle the monsters? Why am I never aware of it?" Tu Yan replied, "Monsters only emerge when children are asleep. They devour those little ones who cry and refuse to sleep. That is when Dad goes to confront the monsters." The bunny gasped and promptly vowed, "I will definitely go to sleep obediently." Tu Yan chuckled inwardly, thinking he was indeed an ordinary yet remarkable parenting genius. However, days later, that night, the bunny simply could not fall asleep. He was eager to sneak a peek at his father's heroic battle against the monsters. He thought, "Even if the monsters discover me tonight, Dad would surely come to my rescue. I have the strongest father in the world. I am not afraid." Thus, he pretended to sleep to deceive Tu Yan, waiting for him to close the door to the children's room and return to his own bedroom. After a few minutes, he stealthily climbed out of bed, tiptoed to the door, and slowly opened it, peering through the crack to catch a glimpse of the monsters. Yet, he waited for what felt like an eternity, seeing not even a shadow of a monster. All he could hear was the hushed whispers and laughter of his parents next door. The bunny, filled with anxious concern, scampered over, stood on tiptoe, and pulled open the door, bursting into the master bedroom. There, he saw his mother hastily rising from his father's side, her face flushed. Although her clothes were properly worn and no buttons were undone, she appeared quite disheveled. His father, on the other hand, sat up calmly and waved. "What is it, my little one?" The bunny placed his tiny hands on his hips, exclaiming in frustration, "Dad, why haven't you gone to battle the monsters yet? What if a child gets eaten?" Gu Chenbai responded, "Oh." The bunny climbed into Gu Chenbai's embrace and recounted Tu Yan's words. Gu Chenbai suppressed a chuckle, casting a glance at Tu Yan before carrying the bunny back to the children's room, where he explained the reason for his leg injury in a half-fairy tale, half-scientific manner. The bunny suddenly understood, hugging Gu Chenbai tightly and declaring, "Dad, Even though you were injured by a monster, in my heart, you will always be the most formidable person. Gu Chenbai gently patted the bunny's little head, kissed his cheek, and tucked him back under the covers, soothing him to sleep. Upon returning to the bedroom, Tu Yin remained seated in the same spot. He noticed Gu Chenbai's return and, feeling somewhat uneasy, swallowed hard, just as he intended to shift his position. Gu Chenbai caught him, teasingly remarking, "So, in the heart of my dear bunny, I am such a heroic figure." Tu Yin pushed him away, exclaiming in embarrassment, "Are you 3 years old?" Gu Chenbai buried his face in Tu Yan's chest, inhaling his scent, and chuckled, "I'm 2.5. Gu Chenbai's playful antics were utterly irresistible, even more so than a bunny's charm. Tu Yin gently wrapped his arm around Gu Chenbai's shoulder and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "You are the hero, and I am the child you rescued." Gu Chenbai paused in surprise, then leaned down to kiss Tu Yin. On that day, Tu Yin and he were invited to an award ceremony. Upon arriving, they discovered that the event was sponsored by Huasheng, with promotional displays featuring the latest mobile phone endorsers lining the entrance. Tu Yin halted, furrowing his brow. "Who is he?" "You don't know?" He asked the visual member of the boy band I signed, named Xie Jiao. "He has a substantial following of mom fans." "Why so many mom fans?" "Haven't you noticed? He is incredibly adorable, with charming crescent-shaped eyes when he smiles. Many people are drawn to that." To land a Huasheng endorsement right after debuting, he has got great resources, Tu Yin remarked, feeling a twinge of jealousy and unable to resist stealing another glance. "Why doesn't Gu Chenbai let me endorse? I would even charge. Look at the theme of this new phone, Gentle Autumn. Do you fit that description? Are you gentle? Do you have any connection to gentleness?" Tu Yin, incensed, cursed under his breath. Throughout the award ceremony, Tu Yin pondered this matter. Am I not gentle? I treat Gu Chenbai so well. I've turned down numerous work opportunities just to spend more time with him. I've used hot towels on his legs during rainy days. I devour every meal he prepares. I risk being followed by paparazzi just to accompany him on photography outings. I even considered having children with him. I'm already as gentle as one can be. Tu Yin concluded. This frustration lingered in his heart until the ceremony commenced. And it was only when he reminded him to go on stage to accept the award that he snapped back to reality. At the end, Gu Chenbai came to pick him up. As he opened the car door, Tu Yin reluctantly climbed inside, and Gu Chenbai pulled him into an embrace, asking, "Bunny, are you tired? Is this tiring? Do you think I made a dough?" Gu Chenbai chuckled, rubbing his belly. "The little bunny is at my parents' house. Shall we dine out today?" "Oh," Tu Yin shot him a glance. "You want to slack off and avoid cooking dinner?" Gu Chenbai smiled helplessly. "You caught me." As the car slowly started, Tu Yin nestled comfortably in Gu Chenbai's embrace. Did the little bunny cry? No, he just said he misses his grandparents. Tu Yin, feeling skeptical, pressed further. What is the reality? My dad bought him a bunch of toys. Huh. As Tu Yin spoke, he suddenly recognized a shift in his tone. Recalling his earlier words, he turned to face Gu Chenbai, leaning in. "Gu Chenbai, may I ask you a question?" "Sure, go ahead." Tu Yin stuttered slightly, then glanced at Gu Chenbai before quickly averting his gaze. Nervously, he asked, "Do you think I'm gentle?" Gu Chenbai, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, "You are gentle, remarkably gentle." "See? I knew it." Tu Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, nestled closer into Gu Chenbai's embrace, and remarked, "Humph, look how fortunate you are." Gu Chenbai smiled softly, tightening his hold, and replied, "I feel the same." Chapter 44. Gu Zhaocheng's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean. 1. On the day of their wedding, Tu Yin and Gu Chenbai were graced by the presence of Qi Husheng, who not only presented extravagant gifts, but also brought along a male idol group from his studio to perform during the intermission. The arrival of several celebrities instantly transformed the wedding venue into a lively celebration, with dozens of security personnel encircling the hotel to prevent any intrusive journalists or fans from capturing candid moments. Gu Zhaocheng detested such boisterous environments. After assisting Gu Chenbai in greeting the guests, he loosened his tie and retreated to a quieter area to catch his breath. Lost in thought, He noticed an Omega clad in white overalls and a khaki beret peeking around the corner, glancing outside, observing with a detached gaze. Gu Cheng watched as the Omega approached the door and gently pushed it open, attempting to sneak a look inside. His furtive behavior suggested he was either a paparazzo or an overzealous fan. Gu Cheng stepped forward, seized the Omega by the scruff of his neck, and shoved him through the door. The little Omega was taken aback, a shrill scream caught in his throat, only to be silenced as he choked on his own saliva, collapsing to the ground to cough for a while. Gu Cheng looked down at him, incredulously pondering. Are Omegas truly this delicate? What are you doing? The little Omega finally recovered from his coughing fit. His cheeks flushed as he glared at the instigator, only to freeze when he caught sight of Gu Cheng's face. The Omega's gaze remained steadfast, betraying no fear. His features were youthful, with notably large, round eyes, and a small mole at the outer corner of his eye that added an air of sentimentality. Gu Cheng was unaccustomed to such direct eye contact with an Omega, momentarily taken aback. He rubbed his nose and furrowed his brow, sternly addressing the Omega. You were lurking outside like a thief, and you still have the audacity to question me? With that, he pulled out his phone, feigning an intent to call security. The little Omega rushed forward, grasping his arm to stop him. I'm not a thief. I'm here to perform today. Just as Gu Cheng was about to respond, a strong scent of ripe peaches wafted into his nostrils. It was unmistakably not the fragrance of room freshener, and both of them paused in surprise. The little Omega released his grip, touched the back of his head, and stared blankly at Gu Cheng. Where's my heat patch? The heat patch was a commonly used pheromone-blocking medication for Omegas. How should I know? Gu Cheng replied. The Omega quickly bent down to search, looking around the floor and the doorway, but found nothing. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the crumpled heat patch stuck to Gu Cheng's sleeve, having been inadvertently torn off when Gu Cheng had grabbed him. The little Omega was on the verge of tears, unable to express his frustration, and could only furrow his brow and glare at Gu Cheng. How can you be so rough? Gu Cheng, caught off guard, stared at the heat patch in the Omega's hand, wondering if it was still usable. Can it be used again? It's single use, the Omega replied, his annoyance palpable. Gu Cheng felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained his aloof demeanor. Why are you running around during your heat period? Desiring employment. The protagonist found himself compelled by his superior to ascend the stage. How could he possibly refuse due to the throes of his estrus? Gu Cheng pondered with intrigue. Why would he not? The scent of peaches intensified around him, saturating the air like a sweet syrup, overwhelming and cloying. The young Omega's flushed visage, adorned in his juvenile performance attire, rendered him utterly endearing. When he glanced up at Gu Cheng, his expression was one of poignant vulnerability. A chill ran through Gu Cheng. Something felt amiss. Was this a cunning ploy to entice him during his fertile phase? He scoffed inwardly, having encountered such tactics far too often. As the scion of the Gu family, his years in the company had acquainted him with numerous Omegas and Betas attempting to ascend the ranks through questionable means. Yet, Gu Cheng prided himself on his integrity, resolutely refusing to entangle himself with such superficial temptations. With a disdainful huff, he slowly parted his lips. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. However, before he could finish his retort, he was abruptly thrust outside, the Omega swiftly shutting the door behind him, calling out bodyguard, could you kindly fetch me a heat patch? Thank you. The remainder of Gu Cheng's words lodged in his throat, and he pointed at the mahogany door, ultimately refraining from cursing. What else could he do? Resigned, he set out to assist the young Omega in acquiring a heat patch. Fortunately, the item was not difficult to procure. Soon, he borrowed a few from his assistant and briskly approached the door, knocking gently while calling out, hey. The Omega's voice had grown faint, responding weakly, bodyguard. Could you slide it under the door? Gu Cheng felt his heart soften, refraining from protest as he complied, crouching down to pass the heat patch through the gap. The Omega swiftly snatched it away, akin to a little mouse stealing a morsel. Having completed his act of kindness, Gu Cheng stood up only to hear a couple of tisk-tsks from beside him. Turning to investigate, he found Tu Yin, clad in an exquisite custom wedding suit, arms crossed and gazing down at him with an expression of inscrutable complexity. Who could have imagined that beneath the facade of the president of Huasen Group, one would engage in such clandestine activities outside a hotel room? Gu Xiaocheng felt a headache coming on at the sight of Tu Yan. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Today is Chenbai's momentous occasion. I shan't quarrel with you." Tu Yan, reveling in his mischief, darted away to where Gu Chenbai was reviewing the wedding itinerary, and with a playful leap into his arms, whispered conspiratorially, "Gu Chenbai, your brother is outside playing the gigolo." In the subsequent chapter, Xie Yao found himself on the brink of collapse in this unfamiliar room. After wiping his tears, he affixed the heat patch and splashed cold water on his face in the restroom, turning on the ventilation fan. Only when he felt the pheromones dissipate did he dare step outside. The bodyguard remained stationed outside, his expression one of displeasure, as if sulking. Xie Yao, momentarily taken aback, noted that this bodyguard possessed a refined and exquisite profile, distinct from ordinary guards. However, the residual effects of his near estrus left him disoriented, and he struggled to gather his thoughts. The man's impassive demeanor was strikingly handsome, surpassing many alphas in the entertainment industry. From his arched brows to the chiseled jaw, he perfectly aligned with Xie Jiao's aesthetic sensibilities, and the latter discreetly committed the man's visage to memory. With a hint of awkwardness, Xie Jiao gently poked Gu Xiaocheng's arm and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother bodyguard." Gu Xiaocheng, lost in thought, turned his head and was startled to find the Omega so close, instinctively taking a step back to avoid the cloying scent of Omega pheromones. Misinterpreting Gu Xiaocheng's hesitation, Xie Jiao earnestly clarified, "I assure you, I am not a thief. My name is Xie Jiao, a signed artist from Mr. Chi's studio. I was brought here to perform today, and I truly admire teacher Tu Yan. I merely wished to seek his autograph before the wedding commenced. But before I could locate him, I was apprehended by you." Gu Xiaocheng, however, fixated on the wrong aspect of the conversation, exclaimed, "You like Tu Yan? He's my idol." Having just been outdone by Tu Yan a mere 5 minutes prior, Gu Xiaocheng's temper flared at this revelation, and he scowled, "What poor taste." Xie Jiao instinctively felt compelled to defend his idol, but quickly realized that arguing with a stranger, especially a bodyguard, was futile. Thus, he shrugged and chose silence. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon answering, he was met with his manager's frantic voice on the line. "Xie Jiao, where have you been?" Startled, Xie Jiao hung up and hurried back, but just as he stepped away, he turned back to wave at Gu Xiaocheng, saying, "I'm off to perform. Goodbye, big brother bodyguard." Gu Xiaocheng glanced down at his six-figure custom suit, baffled as to why anyone would mistakenly identify him as a bodyguard. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small square notebook by the door, resembling a notepad. He picked it up and observed that the cover featured 2 cartoonish cats and dogs, with the name Xie Jiao inscribed in bold letters at the bottom. The handwriting was round and blunt, mirroring his personality. The notebook emitted a faint fragrance, which upon closer inspection, he recognized as peach. Furrowing his brow once more, Gu Xiaocheng found the Omega quite irksome. As the wedding was about to commence, he took his seat, and his mother approached him, pointing southeast and whispering, "Xiaocheng, what do you think of Miss Qin over there?" Without even glancing, he replied curtly, "Not much." His mother, exasperated, smacked his shoulder. "Children are already on the way for some, and you don't even have a partner in sight. What does that have to do with anything?" Gu Xiaocheng retorted. His mother, pained, sighed, "Fine, I won't meddle anymore. You can live your life with that foul temper." Gu Xiaocheng remained silent, bewildered by his mother's relentless attempts to arrange blind dates for him. He couldn't comprehend why his family was so concerned about his potential solitude when he was content with his busy, fulfilling life. For the first 27 years of his life, Gu Xiaocheng's world revolved around his younger brother, Gu Chenbai. However, now that Gu Chenbai had a wife and children, he no longer had the time to engage in the same camaraderie as before. Gu Xiaocheng adapted to this solitude and swiftly redirected his focus to his work. His responsibilities at Huasen were progressing smoothly, consuming all of his time. He found contentment in this arrangement, yet others began to label him a workaholic, speaking of him with a tone of reproach. He seems to make mistakes at every turn. Gumu moved to greet other guests at different tables. And a few minutes later, the lights dimmed, heralding the commencement of the opening performance. Gu Zhaoqing held no interest in the dance favored by the youth of today. After surveying his surroundings with a lackluster demeanor, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the stage, where it abruptly halted. That petite omega truly belonged to the boy band. He stood at the back of the formation, executing each movement with precision, his smile radiant. During brief pauses in the choreography, he glanced down at the audience, momentarily pausing when he caught sight of Gu Zhaoqing, before quickly regaining his rhythm. As the music concluded, several young men bowed in unison toward the audience before turning to retreat backstage. Just as Gu Zhaoqing was about to divert his gaze, he noticed the omega named Xie sneakily waving at him from the crowd, his face alight with joy as if greeting a long-lost friend. One could only wonder what brought him such delight. Gu Zhaoqing turned away, suppressing the flutter of emotions within, and adjusted the placement of his napkin. He would see Xie again in 3 days. That evening, Gu Zhaoqing concluded his work at 10 o'clock and took a car from the Huaxing headquarters back home. As he passed through Yufeng Road, the driver let him off, as usual. Once a thriving commercial street in Ming City a decade ago, Yufeng Road had since succumbed to the rapid development of the area. With the emergence of numerous commercial edifices, it gradually fell into decline, and by 10 o'clock at night, it was nearly devoid of pedestrians. As Gu Zhaoqing walked from the beginning to the end of the road, he spotted a familiar figure on the sidewalk midway. Xie donned a white tracksuit, a mask, and a hat, holding a cup of Odin in one hand while engrossed in his phone with the other. His head bowed as he walked across to the other side of the street. Gu Zhaoqing stood about 7 or 8 meters away, preparing to stop until Xie had passed, as he was not adept at greeting people on the street. However, at that moment, a car sped towards them, and Xie remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the screen of his phone. Gu Zhaoqing felt as though his heart had momentarily stopped. A vivid memory flashing before his eyes from over a decade ago. A pale face, bright red blood, the screech of tires, gasps of bystanders, and the anguished groans of his brother. By the time Xie realized the impending danger, it was too late. The headlights of the approaching vehicle blinded him. Fortunately, someone grabbed his arm from behind, pulling him back just in time. He stumbled into a solid embrace, the sound of hurried breaths filling his ears. Their heartbeats intertwined, making it difficult to discern whose was more frantic. Xie remained in a daze for a full half-minute before remembering to express his gratitude. As he lifted his head, he was taken aback to see who it was. "You?" he began to say, but then recalled that this person was not merely a bodyguard. His manager had mentioned that he was the CEO of Huaxing Group. Gu Zhaoqing's expression darkened. He released his grip, pushed Xie away, and turned to leave. Ignoring the pain in his ankle and wrist, Xie hurried after him, grasping at his sleeve, but was brushed off. He watched Gu Zhaoqing's hurried departure, puzzled. It was he who had been perilously close to danger. Yet Gu Zhaoqing appeared far more frightened. Chapter 46. Gu Zhaoqing's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean, 3. Xie? Could you refrain from attracting those stray cats and dogs? Do you consider yourself a saint, here to save all beings? Wu Ku, with an expression of disdain, cast aside the coat that Xie had removed. Xie picked up his garment and returned it to its place, protesting. "Why did you throw my clothes? I didn't even hold a cat. I dislike the presence of germs." Not wishing to argue with him, Xie proceeded to wash his hands again with antibacterial soap in front of Wu Ku, then dried them with a tissue before walking to the wardrobe. After much deliberation, he finally found a garment that pleased him. Wu Ku, regarding him with suspicion, inquired, "Are you going out?" Xie hummed a little tune, feeling quite cheerful. "Yes. I'm inviting my savior to dinner. Do you have his contact information?" Just as Xie was about to say he would find him at Huaxing, he recalled Gu Zhaoqing's status and, fearing Wu Ku might overthink, simply replied, "No, I'll just stroll along Yufeng Road. Perhaps I might run into him again." Wu Ku scoffed, calling him foolish. However, it soon became evident that Xie's actions were indeed somewhat foolish, for he could not gain entry to Huaxing. The reception staff, noticing he had no appointment and was wearing a mask and sunglasses, deemed him suspicious and refused even to make a phone call on his behalf. Xie Jiao recalled a few days prior, when he had naively shouted for the bodyguard, instructing him to fetch heat patches, only to learn afterward from his agent that the man was none other than Gu Zhaocheng, the president of Huaxing Group. The agent had asked, "Why would you inquire about him? Did you offend him?" Xie Jiao's face turned crimson. Did calling him bodyguard count as an offense? He lamented, wondering how he could be so oblivious. With no other option, he sat in the lobby of Huaxing, waiting until past 10 in the evening, feeling both hungry and weary. As he leaned against the armrest of the sofa, on the verge of dozing off, he suddenly sensed an intangible pressure closing in on him. He opened his eyes, bleary and bewildered, and was startled to see Gu Zhaocheng standing before him. Gu Zhaocheng looked down at him, his brow slightly furrowed, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Standing upright, Xie Jiao forgot his rehearsed lines and stammered, "Mr. Gu, I came specifically to thank you. You saved me last time, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know if I could stand here now. I intended to invite you to lunch." Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly added, "But I forgot that you are the president, and without an appointment, I can't meet you." "So you waited all this time?" Xie Jiao nodded. "What about tomorrow?" "No need. It's merely a small effort." Gu Zhaocheng turned to leave, but Xie Jiao grasped his sleeve. Before Gu Zhaocheng could express his irritation, he released it, pleading, "Mr. Gu, please grant me this chance to repay you just this once." Indeed, Omegas often play the pitiful card, believing that their charm and innocence could earn them everything. Gu Zhaocheng, reminded of Tu Yan's vile demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine. As he spoke, a gurgling sound interrupted, emanating from the stomach of the man before him. Xie Jiao clutched his stomach, his face ablaze. "No, I'm just a little hungry. What would you like to eat?" Aren't you the one to treat? Right now, just this once." Xie Jiao's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." Ultimately, they found themselves at a Chinese restaurant that served late-night snacks. Xie Jiao eagerly pulled Gu Zhaocheng to a quiet corner, presenting the menu to him as if unveiling a treasure. "Please, you order." Gu Zhaocheng, indifferent to culinary preferences, prioritized a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables. And with a grand wave of his hand, he ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Xie Jiao was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this differed from those portrayed on television. Gu Zhaocheng glanced at him sideways. "Are you worried about the cost?" "No, not at all," Xie Jiao replied sincerely. "I simply think you have a remarkable palate. You've chosen all the restaurant's specialties." Gu Zhaocheng, though skeptical, chose to believe him. As the dishes began to arrive, Gu Zhaocheng requested 2 bowls of rice from the owner, one for himself and the other placed in front of Xie Jiao, before he promptly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Xie Jiao was once again stunned, suddenly engulfed in self-doubt. Who was it that had been so loud just moments ago? Yet, observing Gu Zhaocheng's mannerisms while dining, he found an odd charm in the scene. The impeccably dressed elite devouring his meal with the enthusiasm of a stray dog he had secretly been nurturing downstairs, devoid of any airs of wealth. "Do you think I appear foolish like this?" Gu Zhaocheng inquired, setting down his bowl of soup and glancing at his watch. "You've been staring at me for 10 minutes." Xie Jiao felt a flush of embarrassment. "No, I just find it particularly delightful to watch you eat. Much like those food vloggers online, it looks so appetizing." "Then why aren't you eating?" Gu Jiao pressed. Xie Jiao fiddled with his chopsticks, awkwardly confessing, "I'm too hungry to have an appetite, and I have a program to attend tomorrow afternoon, so I dare not indulge in late-night snacks." "How old are you?" Gu Zhaocheng asked. 21. He then ordered a bowl of pork rib congee for Xie Jiao, admonishing, "What a twisted sense of aesthetics. You're not overweight, so eat more." Xie Jiao obediently adjusted his posture, suddenly recalling Gu Zhaocheng's earlier remark. He gathered his thoughts and hesitated before speaking. "Mr. Gu, I truly meant what I said. I genuinely think you eat with great enjoyment. I do not intend to mock you." "Oh, I don't mind," Gu Zhaocheng replied casually. Xie Jiao, growing anxious, insisted, "You mustn't misunderstand me. I swear it's sincere." "It's not a big deal," Gu Zhaocheng said, pressing down Xie Jiao's raised arm. "I believe you, all right?" With a cautious glance at Gu Zhaocheng, Xie Jiao ventured, "Has anyone ever told you this before?" "My blind date," Gu Zhaocheng replied, continuing to enjoy his boiled fish slices. Xie Jiao, overly empathizing, immediately felt indignant on Gu Zhaoqing's behalf. They simply do not understand. Eating is such a joyful experience. Is not the greatest respect for fine cuisine to leave nothing behind? If one cannot eat to their fill, what is the purpose of such extravagant rituals? Gu Zhaoqing was momentarily taken aback, finally responding, "Indeed, I share your sentiment." Xie Jiao beamed with a silly grin. After a while, when the pork rib congee was served, Xie Jiao filled a small bowl for Gu Zhaoqing. Initially, Gu Zhaoqing declined, but he eventually accepted it, finishing it in just a few bites. Xie Jiao bit his small spoon, unable to suppress a chuckle. After finishing his meal, Xie Jiao went to settle the bill. Upon his return, he held several small plastic bags, in which I packed some leftover food for the stray dog beneath my dormitory. Gu Zhaoqing nodded, proactively assisting him in stretching the plastic bags, while Xie Jiao fished for meat in the soup like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xie Jiao even invited Gu Zhaoqing to see the cats and dogs under his company's dormitory, but Gu Zhaoqing declined. He felt that spending 3 hours alone with an Omega was already his limit. Upon returning home, Gu Zhaoqing removed his suit jacket, faintly perceiving the lingering scent of Xie Jiao on it. He felt a wave of irritation wash over him and instinctively reached for his phone to call Gu Chenbai for support. But upon glancing at the time, 1 in the morning, he abandoned the idea. Just before sleeping, he recalled the scene on Yufeng Road. But this time the figure standing at the crosswalk was not the 15-year-old Gu Chenbai, but rather the lively and dimpled Xie Jiao. This was not how it should be, Gu Zhaoqing thought as he closed his eyes. He reassured himself that by morning, his life would return to its usual tranquility. Meanwhile, Xie Jiao was not as composed. He was overly excited on his way back, climbing the stairs to his dormitory while clutching his racing heart, as his manager descended from above and noticed his distracted demeanor. They asked, "Are you up to no good?" Xie Jiao sluggishly shook his head, "No." The manager, growing suspicious, asked, "Are you in a relationship?" Xie Jiao's face flushed, and he hurriedly denied, No, how could that be?" The manager remained unconvinced, advising him to break up quickly if he was indeed dating, warning him not to cause any trouble. Xie Jiao contemplated this seriously. He wanted to argue, but ultimately succumbed to the manager's piercing gaze and nodded. After the manager left, the cheerful spark within Xie Jiao was extinguished, and he returned to his dormitory with a heavy heart. Wu Ku was still awake, engaged in a video call with a newly acquainted wealthy heir. Upon seeing Xie Jiao return, he quickly adjusted his phone's angle, fearful that the camera would capture Xie Jiao. Before sleeping, Xie Jiao thought of Gu Zhaoqing again, unable to suppress a smile. He found Gu Zhaoqing endearing, though no one would agree with his sentiment, nor would anyone label the tall and robust Gu Zhaoqing as cute. Yet, Xie Jiao felt he was adorable. His eating habits were charming, his frowns were delightful, and everything about him was genuinely lovable, unlike anyone Xie Jiao had ever encountered. The more he thought about it, the warmer he became, prompting him to slightly lift the blanket, only to shyly cover himself completely moments later, spending the night in a flurry of blush-inducing dreams. Chapter 47. Gu Zhaoqing's Side Story. Sweet Little Bean. 4. Xie Jiao did not expect to see Gu Zhaoqing again so soon. His boy band was scheduled for a fan meeting at Shenghe Building that afternoon, which happened to be under the auspices of Huaxing. Coincidentally, Gu Zhaoqing was there to inspect the work. Upon hearing this news, Xie Jiao jumped with joy and hurried to the makeup room, spending a considerable time on his hair. Gu Zhaoqing arrived at the event venue just before Xie Jiao took the stage, and upon hearing of his arrival, the manager and event organizers rushed to greet him warmly. Xie Jiao sought to slip into the chaos, yet was abruptly pulled back by his agent, who reprimanded him. "Xie Jiao, do you have any notion of who is seated inside? You dare to barge in like this?" Xie Jiao's lips quivered as he tentatively inquired, "Is it President Gu? You're aware, then? So why are you here?" The agent urged him towards the stage, insisting, "Get on with your rehearsal." Xie Jiao trudged towards the stage, his spirit as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. However, halfway there, he heard a stir behind him. It turned out that Gu Zhaoqing had emerged, surrounded by a throng. The agent eagerly introduced, "Though our troupe may lack fame, the quality of our work is exceptional. If you have time, President Gu, perhaps you could witness their performance, or they could provide you with some insights about us. In an instant, Xiezio was revitalized. He turned around, his eyes fixated on Gu Zhaoqing, a smile spreading across his face as he discreetly waved his hand from within his sleeve, greeting Gu Zhaoqing. Indeed, Gu Zhaoqing noticed him, but after a few seconds of scrutiny, his gaze subtly shifted away. The agent, recognizing that Xiezio was closest and adept at charming others, beckoned him, "Zio, come here and discuss our troop with President Gu." Just as Xiezio took a step forward, he heard Gu Zhaoqing say, "The beta beside you. Come here." In an instant, Xiezio felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, staring blankly at Gu Zhaoqing, who, however, did not meet his gaze. Wu Ku, standing nearby, quickly approached once he confirmed that Gu Zhaoqing was indeed calling him. The events that followed blurred in Xiezio's memory. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening when Wu Ku had yet to return. Not wanting to go back to the dormitory, he lingered downstairs, conversing with a contemplative little cat that ignored him. A small dog, however, approached, bringing a touch of melancholy to Xiezio. He gently tapped the dog's nose, sighed, and murmured, "You brought this upon yourself, didn't you? How awkward." Wu Ku had never experienced such indignity. Though not the most distinguished in appearance within the industry, he was nonetheless a representative of the team, and there were plenty of wealthy heirs eager to befriend him. Yet, Gu Zhaoqing had completely disregarded him throughout their time together. Gu Zhaoqing had taken him to a restaurant, where the food was served, and he began eating without uttering a word, only to have the driver take him home afterward, as if fulfilling an exceedingly reluctant task. What a peculiar individual. The mere thought of Gu Zhaoqing eating in silence sent chills down Wu Ku's spine. After all, he was the president of Huasheng. How could he lack any sense of refinement? As Wu Ku grumbled while approaching the dormitory, he spotted Xiezio crouched in a corner, tending to a cat. Upon getting closer, he overheard Xiezio muttering to himself. Wu Ku initially intended to avoid greeting him, but when Xiezio turned and spotted him, he sprang to his feet. "You're back. Why are you lingering downstairs?" Xiezio concealed his thoughts, responding, "Just feeding the cat." Uninterested in engaging him, and proceeded directly to the elevator. Nonetheless, Xiezio trailed behind, stammering, "Why are you back so late? What's it to you?" Xiezio found himself at a loss for words, grappling with how to extract information from Wu Ku. At that moment, several artists from the company approached, dramatically greeting him. "Oh, is this not our future president's wife?" Wu Ku, known for his poor rapport within the company, understood the underlying implications of their jest. "Hey, Wu Ku, what has Gu Zhaoqing taken you to do today?" someone inquired. Xiezio's heart tightened, and he immediately perked up his ears. "We just had a simple meal," Wu Ku replied, casually flipping his hair and smiling. Mr. Gu is quite humorous. He shared numerous stories from his past. "I heard his pheromone level is exceptionally high, and he maintains a particularly virtuous lifestyle." Wu Ku covered his mouth and chuckled. "Ah, that I cannot confirm." The surrounding crowd erupted in a mix of genuine and feigned laughter, lavishing him with praise. Only Xiezio remained silent, his gaze fixed on his own shoe tips as he stood in the corner of the elevator. So, Gu Zhaoqing possesses such a different side. His awkwardness and bluntness are but a facade, while his indifference towards exuding charm is the truth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Ku took a shower. When he emerged, Xiezio was already cocooned in his blanket. Suddenly, Wu Ku recalled something, walked into the living room, retrieved an item from his coat, and then returned to the bedroom, tossing it onto Xiezio's bed from distance. "Mr. Gu asked me to give this to you." Xiezio, momentarily bewildered, picked it up to discover it was his notepad, which he had dropped backstage at the wedding. Gu Zhaoqing had actually picked it up for him and arranged for its return. "Do you know him?" Xiezio found himself at a loss for words and merely stated, "He was the one who saved me that day on the road." It was Mr. Gu. Wu Ku was taken aback, raising an eyebrow after a pause. "Oh, what's wrong?" Xiezio clutched his blanket, anxious as he asked, "Did Mr. Gu say anything?" Wu Ku shook his head. "No, he said nothing at all. He merely asked me to bring this to you." Xiezio nodded in disappointment. As Wu Ku climbed into bed, he suddenly remarked while reaching for the light switch, "It seems Mr. Gu doesn't particularly like omegas." He has an aversion to the scent, though he isn't gay. This statement was not directly from Gu Zhaocheng, as he had never even glanced at Xie Zhiyao. Rather, Wu Ke had gleaned this insight during a casual conversation with Gu Zhaocheng's driver while the latter fetched something from the company. The young master is quite peculiar, was the driver's assessment of Gu Zhaocheng. A little eccentricity could be tolerated, Wu Ke reassured himself, and then picked up his phone, humming a tune while browsing his social media. He failed to notice Xie Zhiyao on the other side, whose expression had grown despondent, his eyes slightly red, gripping the small notepad and silently staring at the ceiling. In his heart, Xie Zhiyao lamented. He had not yet tasted the sweetness of love, but had already encountered its bitterness. He should not have allowed his heart to flutter so easily. Chapter 48. Gu Zhaocheng Extra. Little Sweet Bean 5. Zhiao, why do you have such heavy dark circles? Lang Gu, the oldest member of the group, noticed the lethargic Xie Zhiyao and promptly set aside his tasks to approach him. Xie Zhiyao rubbed his eyes and hesitantly asked, Lang Gu, what does it feel like to have your heart stirred? Lang Gu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Oh, our youngest has grown up and finally seen the light. Come on, tell your brother, who is the lucky one. As I was in another room, my teammate coincidentally emerged just in time to overhear Lang Gu's words. He quickly stepped forward, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Xie Zhiyao, exclaiming, What is this? Has the youngest member found love? I hadn't even finished my sentence when the two surrounding him began to chatter, causing me to surrender in exasperation. I'm not in a relationship, nor do I have a partner. I merely harbor a one-sided infatuation, and alas, he does not fancy omegas. Lang Gu paused momentarily, his expression faltering before he patted Xie Zhiyao on the shoulder, reassuring him, It's all right, Zhiyao. Don't be disheartened. There are countless flowers blooming in the world. Indeed, it isn't your fault. You are so charming. If he doesn't appreciate you, it is his loss. Wu Ke emerged from the bedroom, yawning several times before glancing at the trio on the sofa, and then ambled towards the kitchen. Lang Gu scoffed disdainfully, remarking, Pay him no mind. He merely dined alone with Gu Zhaocheng, and now thinks he is destined for a life of luxury. A nearby individual whispered, but it is rather peculiar. I've heard that Gu Zhaocheng usually avoids interactions with celebrities. He wouldn't even take a photo with them. How could someone like him take an interest in Wu Ke? Who cares? Lang Gu patted Xie Zhiyao's back, saying, Zhiyao, don't let him influence you. Whether it's Gu Zhaocheng or Li Zhaocheng, we don't need to concern ourselves with him. Xie Zhiyao's smile faltered further. He longed to heed Lang Gu's advice and dismiss this sudden, unacknowledged infatuation, yet his legs betrayed him, leading him towards Yufeng Road around 10 o'clock. What if he encounters him? Even a silent glance would suffice. During high school, he often heard friends say that if they secretly liked someone, they would meander past the person's classroom after class, even if it meant circling 2 or 3 buildings. At the time, he found it ridiculous. Now, he finally comprehended. He couldn't pinpoint the exact moment he developed feelings for Gu Zhaocheng. Perhaps it was during those thrilling seconds on Yufeng Road, the bridge effect at play, where danger breeds excitement. He reassured himself of this notion. However, as he approached the intersection of Yufeng Road and caught sight of Gu Zhaocheng under the dim streetlight, clad in a sharply tailored suit, his heart raced uncontrollably. Forgetting all about the bridge effect and the notion of myriad blooming flowers, he chased after him. Perhaps his steps were too heavy, or perhaps it was his overwhelming excitement. As he drew within mere meters of Gu Zhaocheng, the latter abruptly halted and turned around. Xie Zhiyao could not stop in time and collided directly into Gu Zhaocheng's chest. The unexpected impact caused Gu Zhaocheng's chin to throb painfully. Just as he was about to reprimand the small omega who had crashed into him, he noticed Xie Zhiyao clutching his forehead, tears welling in his eyes as he whimpered. It hurt so much. In that instant, Gu Zhaocheng forgot his initial intention, loosening his grip to examine Xie Zhiyao's forehead. Are you all right? He inquired, concerned. It's bound to swell, Xie Zhiyao cried. I'm going to be disfigured. No sweating. It will swell in a moment. Gu Zhaocheng, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt as the one responsible for the mishap, hesitated. What should I do? Shall I fetch you some medicine? After a few moments, Xie Zhiyao managed to compose himself, feeling embarrassed by his earlier display of fragility. He turned away to wipe his tears and then faced Gu Zhaocheng, offering an apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't mean to bump into you." Gu Zhaocheng, at a loss for his sudden shift in emotions, inquired, "Are you still in pain?" "Much better," Xie Jiao replied, shaking his head. Gu Zhaocheng extended his hand, brushing the back of it against the red mark where Xie Jiao had been struck. His hand felt cool, and Xie Jiao stood frozen, suddenly reminded of Wu Ku's words. Mr. Gu disliked omegas and found their scent repugnant. In a moment of panic, he instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. Gu Zhaocheng, confused by the abrupt withdrawal, looked at him quizzically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu," Xie Jiao reiterated. His submissive demeanor bewildered Gu Zhaocheng, who had little experience with omegas. In the past, he had avoided contact, but now that he found himself in such a situation, he felt utterly flustered. However, Xie Jiao seemed somewhat different from other omegas. He was not as troublesome as Tu Yan, nor did he resemble those who persistently sought to climb into his bed. "Stop!" Gu Zhaocheng abruptly halted his spiraling thoughts and glanced down at Xie Jiao. "As long as you're fine." He turned to leave, but Xie Jiao grasped his sleeve. "Mr. Gu, may I treat you to a meal as an apology?" "No need," Gu Zhaocheng replied. Xie Jiao reluctantly released his grip, a soft "oh" escaping his lips. He watched as Gu Zhaocheng walked away, noting that his back remained impeccably straight, exuding an air of stature and confidence. Yet, perhaps it was just Xie Jiao's imagination, but he felt Gu Zhaocheng's strides were slightly quicker than before. Upon returning to his dormitory, he applied an ice pack to his forehead throughout the night. When he awoke the next morning, he hurried to the mirror, anxious to check for any swelling. Fortunately, his appearance remained intact. He sighed deeply with relief, grateful that he wouldn't be marred for the afternoon's performance. In a fit of joy, he kicked the blanket, only to hear a voice from the living room raise its volume. "What? An invitation from the Yu-In music channel? They want us to promote our new album next month?" Xie Jiao was taken aback. Yu-In was currently the most popular music channel, and logically, their group was not qualified for such an opportunity. "Brother, did you pull this resource?" A voice chimed in from the manager. "No, I lack such influence. I'm not sure how it happened, but I suspect it's because of Wu Ke. He dined with Gu Zhaocheng last time, so perhaps Gu Zhaocheng was pleased with him and helped him with connections." The room erupted into excited chatter and laughter, their usual malice dissipating in the thrill of their impending appearance on Yu-In. Xie Jiao felt conflicted. He recognized his feelings as selfish, insidious, and infatuated. Yet he could not shake off his elation. Seizing a moment of solitude, he melancholically fetched a bowl of dog food and a bowl of cat food, carrying them downstairs. The two kittens soon detected his presence, nuzzling against his pant leg. He poured the cat food into their dish and turned to serve the dog. As he reached out to pat its head, the dog nimbly sidestepped him, rushing to devour its meal. This scene stirred bittersweet emotions within Xie Jiao, and he lamented, "You little rascal, just like that big, silly dog." Xie Jiao stormed upstairs, grabbing his notepad, intent on solemnly inscribing the words, "I shall never again harbor feelings for Gu Zhaocheng." Halfway through, he found the handwriting unsatisfactory and resolved to turn to a fresh page. However, as he flipped through the pages, something felt amiss. He slowed his pace, leafing through each page until he abruptly halted. On a blank page, the unmistakable signature of Tu Yan was clearly inscribed. Xie Jiao recognized Tu Yan's signature. It was undeniably authentic. His breath hitched, and he found himself unable to write the remaining 3 characters, Gu Zhaocheng. Chapter 49, Gu Zhaocheng's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean. 6. Gu Chenbai concluded his work and prepared to head home. Upon entering the elevator, he recalled something and pressed a button for the next floor, making his way to Gu Zhaocheng's office. As expected, Gu Zhaocheng was still at work. Gu Chenbai knocked lightly on the door and was greeted by a low come-in from within. "Brother, have you eaten?" Gu Zhaocheng looked up at the sound, his austere expression softening slightly. "Yes, are you leaving?" "Yes, Rabbit hasn't eaten yet." Gu Zhaocheng frowned. Is he incapable of taking care of himself? "I don't understand. Are you marrying a wife or raising a child?" Gu Chenbai raised an eyebrow. "There's no conflict. It's double the fun." Gu Zhaoqing's expression darkened instantly as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may go. Brother, Gu Chenbai stepped closer, smiling as he inquired. Did you return that notepad? Yes. What was his reaction? Who? Gu Chenbai sighed in exasperation. The owner of a notepad. Oh, I'm not sure. I had his roommate return it for me. Gu Zhaoqing replied earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning. Gu Chenbai couldn't help but laugh in frustration. I risked being shut out by Rabbit to get you that signature, and yet you didn't even get to see him? I never said I wanted to meet him. Gu Zhaoqing paused, his gaze nervously fixating on the computer screen. Oh, who was it that ran backstage after the wedding, asking everyone if the performance troupe had left, only to stand under the eaves, dazed, clutching a notepad as the bus from Chihi's studio drove away? Gu Chenbai, having tried to help, was met with Gu Zhaoqing's dismissive attitude. With a resigned sigh, he concluded, such a splendid opportunity, and you squander it. Do as you please. Gu Zhaoqing sat rigidly for a few seconds, calling out to Gu Chenbai just before he was about to leave. Chenbai, not all Omegas are like Tu Yan, right? Gu Chenbai chuckled. What is wrong with Tu Yan? Are you that afraid of him? He annoys me, causing a ruckus and speaking hurtfully. Then find someone obedient, gentle, and articulate. Gu Zhaoqing paused, at a loss for words. Gu Chenbai added, Brother, if you ever meet someone like that, you must find a way to hold on to them. Missing out would lead to a lifetime of regret. With that, he closed the door and departed. Xie Zhiao's emotions were now quite complex. He could not fathom why Gu Zhaoqing would go to the trouble of obtaining Tu Yan's signature for him. This action, in Xie Zhiao's eyes, bordered on the ambiguous, as if it were a little secret known only to the two of them. He dared not look at the notepad, for the mere sight of it sent his heart racing. Xie Zhiao felt that his arrhythmia had become quite severe recently. At this rate, he feared for his well-being. First love proved to be painfully intense. Indeed, romantic relationships are far from trivial matter. He had initially intended to wander along Yufeng Road tonight, but his manager forbade him, citing his recent lackadaisical attitude towards dance practice. Thus, he was instructed to dedicate himself to solitary rehearsal in the dance studio. Frustrated, Xie Zhiao stuffed his mouth full of rice, resolving to consume as much as he could manage later. At that moment, Wu Ke returned from outside. The manager had initially intended to reprimand him, but, recalling Gu Zhaoqing's situation, hesitated to express anger. Instead, he inquired solicitously, Ku, has General Gu been in touch with you lately? Wu Ke paused, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Not much. He mentioned he has been busy with work. The manager, though somewhat disappointed, maintained a smile, suggesting, You might consider being more proactive. Wu Ke nonchalantly nodded and changed his shoes before heading towards his room. Xie Zhiao, listening quietly from the side, found the food in his mouth increasingly difficult to swallow. He thought to himself, what ambiguity. Xie Zhiao, you are indulging in self-deception again. You don't even have the big dog's phone number, yet dare to ponder romance? Nevertheless, being an optimistic soul, he forcefully swallowed half a bowl of rice and reminded himself, when faced with difficulties, confront them. If you lack a phone number, then ask for one. He dashed to the dance studio, practiced his routine dozens of times, and, adhering to his manager's request, recorded a video to send to the planning team, asking them to assist in posting it on Weibo. He then rushed to Yufeng Road, arriving just before 10 o'clock, stretching his neck to look both ways. However, he waited for over 2 hours without sight of Gu Zhaoqing. Little did he know, Gu Zhaoqing had flown to Lancy for a business trip that very morning. The chilly wind of dawn caused Xie Zhiao to sneeze thrice, and shivering, he hurried back to his dormitory, skipping a bath and diving straight into bed. The following day, the alarm rang incessantly. Xie Zhiao heard it, but struggled to open his eyes. It was only when Lang Gu approached and checked his forehead that he realized he had a fever. In a daze, Xie Zhiao gulped down the medicine Lang Gu had prepared for him. Just then, their manager knocked on the door to inform them, Today we are heading to Lancy. A variety show is being filmed there. Xie Zhiao, who typically enjoyed robust health, rarely caught colds, once a year at most, and had never experienced such a debilitating illness. After taking the medicine, he reflected quietly, realizing that this high fever was likely compounded by emotional distress. Struggling through an entire day of performances, Xie Zhiao felt like he might crumble Nearly fainting in the makeup room, Langa handed him the room card, urging him to return to his room for rest and to skip the evening's dinner gathering. Xie had no interest in the gathering anyway, so he accepted the room card and departed. Before stepping into the elevator, he glanced at the room card number and followed the directional arrows on the wall to his room. Upon arriving at 1808, he swiped the card at the sensor twice, only to be met with an error alert. He thought, puzzled. He flipped the card over and tried a few more times, but the door remained stubbornly shut. Just as he was about to attempt once more, the door unexpectedly swung open before him. A stranger stood within, a tall figure exuding an alpha presence, clad in an exquisite robe, yet his brow furrowed with impatience, and his gaze conveyed a menacing air. "Who are you?" Xie shivered, realizing he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. He hastily bowed in apology, but as he turned to leave, the man seized his wrist. Noticing Xie flushed cheeks and weakened limbs, he mistakenly assumed the young Omega was in the throes of arousal and needed immediate attention. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he pulled Xie into the room, deeming the pretty Omega a fortunate encounter. However, the man's grip was painfully strong, and despite Xie's feeble attempts to escape, his body felt utterly limp. In a panic, he cried out for help, only to have his mouth covered. Just then, someone grasped his shoulder from behind and pulled him back. His back pressed against a solid chest, and Xie's heart raced in his throat. "Emeryang, have you had too much to drink?" Gu Cheng's voice resonated in Xie's ear. Like a divine intervention, Xie froze for a moment, suddenly feeling unafraid. The man was taken aback, looking up to see Gu Cheng, and immediately released his hold. "Mr. Gu?" Gu Cheng positioned Xie behind him, his expression impassive as he addressed the man. Since Mr. Yang is inebriated, it would be wise for him to retire early. The man cast a glance at Xie and then at Gu Cheng, comprehension dawning upon him. He awkwardly chuckled. Yes, I mistook him for a friend." He sheepishly apologized to Xie, who remained silent and unresponsive, shrinking behind Gu Cheng. As Gu Cheng led Xie away, the man continued to smile, though his demeanor clearly darkened. "Mr. Gu, what should we do?" Xie, still shaken, followed closely behind Gu Cheng, anxiously inquiring, "Will he seek revenge on you?" Without a word, Gu Cheng brought him to his own room, opened the door, and instructed, "Stay here for now. I will return shortly." Having narrowly escaped danger, Xie regarded him as a lifeline, willing to adhere to his every word. Once Gu Cheng exited, Xie perched on the sofa, anxiously awaiting his return. After a brief interval, Gu Cheng re-entered, immediately meeting Xie's distressed gaze. "Do not be afraid," he instinctively said. Tears brimmed in Xie's eyes, prompting Gu Cheng to hesitantly approach, awkwardly extending his hand to gently stroke the top of Xie's head. "Do not fear, it has been resolved," he reassured. "I have requested the hotel surveillance. He will not dare confront you." Xie sniffed, and Gu Cheng, believing he was still frightened, racked his brain for comforting words, only to hear Xie's voice, tinged with tears and indignation. "Did you help me take revenge?" Gu Cheng mused. Having just contacted legal counsel to terminate the renewal of the contract with that man-ass company. Did that count as revenge? Chapter 50. Gu Cheng's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean, 7. "Do you wish for me to beat him up?" Xie contemplated nodding, yet he felt his request was somewhat excessive. What was his standing, after all? Gu Cheng might not even remember his name. The individual before him appeared to be a business associate of Gu Cheng, someone not to be trifled with. As Xie's fist clenched and then loosened, he resigned himself to the situation. Gu Cheng recalled that the door was still ajar and turned to close it. 11e Xiao, misinterpretant Gu Chenbai's intention. Panicked and quickly clutched his arm, pleading, "No fighting, please. I don't want you to get hurt." Upon feeling Xie's warmth, Gu Cheng remarked in surprise, "Why are you so hot? Are you in heat? You dare run around during your heat?" Gu Cheng retorted, pushing Xie away to maintain distance. Angrily, he demanded, "What business does an Omega in heat have in a strange Alpha's room? Do you know what could have happened if I hadn't shown up?" Xie, chastised into silence, felt even more aggrieved. If he hadn't foolishly wandered to Yufeng Road to endure the cold wind all night, he wouldn't have caught a fever. Nor would he be in this predicament. I only entered my heat 2 weeks ago. You knew that, didn't you? The moment the words left his mouth, both were taken aback. As Xie Jiao wiped away his tears and attempted to leave, Gu Zhaocheng, hesitant to restrain him, followed closely behind and quietly inquired, "What's wrong with you?" "I have a fever." "Is that a problem?" Xie Jiao raised a packet of cold medicine from his pocket in front of Gu Zhaocheng. Suddenly, Gu Zhaocheng's mind went blank. He seized the medicine from Xie Jiao's hands, blocking him and stammering, "I'll prepare it for you." Thus, Xie Jiao found himself inexplicably lying on Gu Zhaocheng's bed, watching as he procured a portable dining tray and brought the prepared medicine to him. His demeanor, so natural, it was as if they were intimately connected lovers. "Have you eaten?" Gu Zhaocheng asked. "No," Xie Jiao replied, cradling the bowl. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll order for you." Feeling the heat rising within him, Xie Jiao buried his face in the bowl and shyly responded, "I'm not picky." "Then let me order something?" Xie Jiao nodded, "All right." Gu Zhaocheng walked to the living room, called his secretary, reported a few dish names, and instructed him to expedite the delivery from the hotel kitchen. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Xie Jiao just finishing his medicine, secretly glancing at him from behind the bowl. When their eyes met, Xie Jiao quickly averted his gaze. Seeing him obediently sitting on his bed stirred an unusual feeling within Gu Zhaocheng. "Mr. Gu," Xie Jiao said, lowering his head, "do you still remember my name?" "Of course, it's Xie Jiao." Gu Zhaocheng addressed him by both name and surname for the first time, causing Xie Jiao's face to flush deeper. He fidgeted with the blanket and added, "Well, you only know my name, right? After all, we've only met a handful of times. We are practically strangers." Gu Zhaocheng felt a pang of sadness at his words, as if his budding emotions had been doused with cold water. Indeed, to Xie Jiao, he was merely a stranger, and not a particularly likable one, given that Xie Jiao had either cried or been angry each time they met. As Xie Jiao observed Gu Zhaocheng's silence, he feared he had overstepped his bounds. He set down his bowl and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Gu, have I disturbed you?" Gu Zhaocheng, coming back to reality, accepted the bowl from him and replied, "No." Xie Jiao looked up at him, his gaze unwavering, and asked, "Mr. Gu, are you single?" Gu Zhaocheng froze, unable to meet Xie Jiao's eyes, instead focusing on the bowl in his hands as he answered, "Yes." Xie Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he broke into a broad smile, reclining slightly and fixing his gaze on Gu Zhaocheng, playfully questioning, "Mr. Gu, what kind of medicine did you give me?" "The effect is remarkable. My headache vanished the moment I took it." Gu Zhaocheng's expression turned serious as he hurried to the kitchen to check the cold medicine he had just opened. After confirming its integrity, he returned to Xie Jiao's side and said, "It's the cold remedy you just gave me. I didn't mix it up. Is there something wrong with this medication?" Xie Jiao's smile faltered, and he turned away, pulling the blanket over himself, responding sullenly, "There's nothing wrong." Gu Zhaocheng, perplexed by his reaction, stood at the bedside, torn between confusion and concern. After a few moments of internal struggle, he decided to continue with what he had left unsaid. "I not only know your name, but I also know you're 21 this year, an artist from Chihi Studio, and that your dance troupe is called AGT." Xie Jiao pouted, thinking to himself that this hardly constituted knowledge, as he had already thoroughly researched Gu Zhaocheng's background online. "Oh, then that makes us half strangers." Gu Zhaocheng fell silent again. At that moment, he wished desperately to call Gu Chenbai for assistance, seeking guidance on conversing with an Omega. After a prolonged silence, the soft voice of the young Omega filled the room. "Mr. Gu, if you don't know what to say, you don't have to say anything. I just want to chat with you. I'm not interrogating you." Xie Jiao turned over, patting the side of the bed. "Mr. Gu, will I chat with you, please?" Gu Zhaocheng's throat tightened, and he hurriedly glanced at the person on the bed before awkwardly sitting down, shifting several times to avoid pressing on Xie Jiao's legs, completely forgetting that this was his room, his bed. "Mr. Gu, I didn't expect to find you here. Are you on a business trip? When will you return?" "I'll head back once work is done." Xie Jiao inched closer, lowering his voice despite the fact that they were alone in the room, nervously asking, "Did that man have business dealings with you?" If you embarrassed him, will he retaliate? No, he wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, Xie Jiao suddenly smiled, thinking how cool that was. Gu Zhaochen felt a bit more rigid. I heard from Wu Ku that you dislike omegas and even detest their scent. Is that true? As he spoke, Xie Jiao's voice diminished, losing confidence. I never said that. Gu Zhaochen frowned, puzzled, and asked, who is Wu Ku? He the beta you took away from Shenghe building last time, my roommate. You even had dinner with him and shared many stories about your past, Xie Jiao mumbled. Stop pretending. I am unaware of his name. I merely dined with him without engaging in conversation. Xie Jiao widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired, how is it possible that you did not speak? You left around 4, and he returned to the dormitory at 8:30. Did you not exchange a single word in those 4 hours? Gu Zhaocheng carefully recollected, then nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed. Xie Jiao was momentarily silenced. It seemed plausible for Gu Zhaocheng to remain mute. Oh, I only asked him to bring you the notepad. Nothing else was said. Xie Jiao chuckled again. I saw the signature. Thank you. No need for thanks. It was not I. Gu Zhaocheng was about to respond when the doorbell rang, likely signaling the arrival of dinner. He rose to answer the door, feeling an unexpected sense of relief as he stepped out of the bedroom. Upon opening the door, a breeze from the corridor swept in, flowing into the collar of Gu Zhaocheng's shirt, and he suddenly realized a fine sheen of sweat had formed at the nape of his neck. Chapter 51. Gu Zhaocheng's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean. 8. The hotel staff pushed the cart inside and then departed. Gu Zhaocheng asked Xie Jiao whether he preferred to dine in the restaurant or in bed. Xie Jiao initially intended to suggest the restaurant, but before he could articulate his thought, he let out a loud sneeze. Consequently, Gu Zhaocheng placed the dishes onto the mobile dining tray he had prepared in advance and arranged the bowls and plates before Xie Jiao. Mr. Gu, how do you manage to care for others so well? Xie Jiao found it peculiar, as Gu Zhaocheng, by both status and nature, did not seem like someone who would serve others. I developed the habit from caring for my younger brother for several years. Xie Jiao was taken aback. He recalled the rumors of the second young Master Gu he had seen at the wedding. Although he possessed striking features, it seemed his right leg had some issues, necessitating the use of crutches while walking. Such matters were delicate, so Xie Jiao refrained from probing further. Falling silent as he accepted the chopsticks Gu Zhaocheng offered and obediently began to eat. After he had taken a sip of soup, he noticed Gu Zhaocheng standing motionless beside him. He reached out, tugging at Gu Zhaocheng's sleeve, and urged him closer to the bed. Join me for dinner. How can I possibly finish all this alone? Before Gu Zhaocheng could utter a word of refusal, a bowl was thrust into his hands. I have no appetite. Why not perform a live eating show for me? Gu Zhaocheng found the remark somewhat insulting and was about to express his irritation when he caught sight of Xie Jiao holding the bowl of congee, frowning as he took small bites. His anger unexpectedly dissipated. Eating so little, how can you not fall ill? Gu Zhaocheng admonished as he picked up a bowl and dutifully commenced his own eating performance. Although he had grown weary of the hotel's cuisine, perhaps due to a change in chefs, the food today was surprisingly delightful. Xie Jiao grinned while holding the bowl, hastily lowering his head to continue eating before Gu Zhaocheng could look his way. I'm so full. It's making me sweat, Xie Jiao remarked. Patting his round belly, Gu Zhaocheng pushed the dining tray aside, shedding his suit jacket to reveal a black shirt that clung elegantly to his form, devoid of a tie. The shirt's drape and texture were exquisite. As he leaned forward, Xie Jiao caught glimpses of the muscle contours beneath the fabric, accentuating Gu Zhaocheng's robust physique. Regrettably, Gu Zhaocheng's expression was rather unremarkable, yet in Xie Jiao's mind, magnified 100-fold. Even the mundane became imbued with an air of restraint and allure. Xie Jiao swallowed hard, unable to quell the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. He gazed at Gu Zhaocheng and blurted, "My teammates have gone to a dinner. They might be late returning." Gu Zhaocheng, momentarily taken aback, processed the information slowly. "I might turn in early tonight. I fear their return will disturb my rest," Xie Jiao added. Gu Zhaocheng paused for a few moments, then averted his gaze, striving to maintain a steady tone. "Then perhaps you should stay here." Xie Jiao felt a rush of triumph, yet his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Was he being too audacious? He chastised himself inwardly for his lack of composure. "Where will you sleep?" he inquired. "I shall book another room," Gu Chen replied. Xie Zhao nodded. Although it was unexpected, he was not overly surprised. If Gu Chen were to take advantage of the situation, it would have displeased Xie Zhao. But fortunately, he had not misjudged him. His admiration for Gu Chen deepened tenfold. "I need to go back for a change of clothes," he suddenly remembered. Gu Chen responded, "Very well, I will accompany you." Xie Zhao donned his jacket, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a card, presenting it to Gu Chen. "I misread it earlier. It's 1308, not 1808. Do not make that mistake again," Gu Chen said sternly, pressing the elevator button. Xie Zhao nodded vigorously, raising 3 fingers in a vow. "I shall never do so again." Upon reaching Xie Zhao's room, they found it still vacant of teammates. However, Xie Zhao felt a twinge of guilt, akin to a thief, as he hurriedly retrieved a set of clean clothes and toiletries. Dashing out of the room and nearly colliding with Gu Chen. Gu Chen steadied him, taking the items from his arms. Xie Zhao suddenly looked up and smiled. "It feels like we're sneaking around." Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he lowered his head, feeling warmth spread from his neck to his earlobes. Gu Chen, unable to catch his words, noticed the increasing flush on his face and mistakenly assumed he was still feverish. He swiftly led Xie Zhao back to the room, preparing a dose of fever-reducing medicine for him. Xie Zhao, who detested taking medicine, seized the opportunity to slip into the bathroom for a shower while Gu Chen was distracted. Gu Chen, holding the medicine bowl, knocked on the bathroom door, urging him to come out. Xie Zhao, halfway through undressing, reluctantly put his clothes back on, grimacing as he opened the door slowly, shooting a glare full of resentment at Gu Chen. At that moment, Gu Chen remembered to adopt a semblance of authority and thrust the bowl towards Xie Zhao's mouth. Unable to resist, Xie Zhao complied, drinking the entire bowl of medicine with reluctance. Satisfied, Gu Chen closed the bathroom door behind him. When Xie Zhao emerged from his bath, Gu Chen was seated at the desk, engrossed in documents on his laptop. Not wishing to disturb him, Xie Zhao quietly returned to bed, engaging with his phone. Half an hour later, Gu Chen concluded his tasks, shut his laptop, and as he passed the bathroom, he caught a faint whiff of lingering peach fragrance. His heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation. Accustomed to solitude, silence had been the enduring theme of his 27 years. Yet at this moment, he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Perhaps he needed a touch of liveliness. Xie Zhao lay in bed, idly scrolling through Weibo, yet his attention remained fixated on Gu Chen. He heard the sound of Gu Chen's footsteps drawing nearer to the bedroom. Xie Zhao tugged the covers up, afraid to make a sound. "Feeling better?" Gu Chen approached, took the electronic thermometer from the bedside, and measured Xie Zhao's temperature, 36.5, a drop from before. With freshly dried hair, Xie Zhao resembled a fluffy little creature, his hands clasped adorably at his chest. Gu Chen averted his gaze and softly said, "Then you should sleep early. I'll be next door. Call me if you need anything." "But I don't have your number," Xie Zhao replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Gu Chen retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and handed it to Xie Zhao. Swiftly, Xie Zhao pressed his own number, and moments later, the phone rang, prompting a smile to break across his face. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to leave, but was halted by Xie Zhao's voice. "Mr. Gu? I have a request. I know it's a bit much, and you can refuse if you wish. Go on. Could you wait here until I fall asleep before leaving? This room feels too spacious, and I'm afraid being alone." Xie Zhao's expression was pitiful. "I fall asleep quickly, usually in just a few minutes. Is that all right?" Gu Chen felt an involuntary response to Xie Zhao's plea. He instinctively replied, "All right." Xie Zhao beamed with joy, twisting in bed. Gu Chen gently pressed him down, urging, "Sleep now." Xie Zhao's lips curled into a smile as he struggled to maintain composure, closing his eyes and murmuring, I'm sleeping. Initially, Xie Zhao thought excitement would keep him awake. However, perhaps due to his illness or Gu Chen's comforting presence, after a few active minutes, he swiftly descended into deep slumber, experiencing nearly a dreamless night. Chapter 52. Gu Zhaoqing Extras. Sweet Moments. 9. Xie Jiao soon fell asleep. But Gu Zhaoqing did not leave immediately. He kept vigil by the bedside for quite some time, quietly observing Xie Jiao as peaceful slumber. Xie Jiao slept without restraint, sprawled out with his legs wide apart. Typically, Gu Zhaoqing would frown at such a position. Yet he found himself amused by the thought of whether he would be pushed off the bed if they eventually shared one. He quickly chastised himself for this fanciful notion. Regardless of Xie Jiao's feelings towards him, it was inappropriate to harbor such secret desires. In Xie Jiao's eyes danced a mix of affection and excitement. Gu Zhaoqing, having never been in love, hesitated to draw any conclusions. Although he had encountered admirers among Omegas, they were either attracted to his family's wealth or lost interest upon getting to know him. Unlike Xie Jiao, whose emotions consistently soared, even intensifying, Gu Zhaoqing remained singular in this regard. He carefully tucked Xie Jiao in, then quietly exited, extinguishing the light as he departed. That night, Xie Jiao enjoyed the most profound and restorative sleep he had experienced in a month, awakening in a daze, momentarily disoriented about his surroundings. However, it soon dawned on him that he was in Gu Zhaoqing's room, where Gu Zhaoqing had slumbered the previous night. A sudden flush crept across his face. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt until the sound of his phone's ringtone pierced the silence. "Jiao, where are you?" rang out Long Ji's voice on the other end. Startled, Xie Jiao quickly gathered his thoughts. "I'm out for a run." "Oh, then hurry back for breakfast. The morning recording starts at 8:30. He sent a text to Gu Zhaoqing, then gathered his change of clothes and left the room, sharing a room with Long Gu. Upon returning to 1308, Xie Jiao found Long Gu lacing his shoes. Noticing Xie Jiao's return, Long Gu gestured towards the impeccably made bed and inquired, "Did you not sleep here last night?" Realizing he could not evade the question, Xie Jiao reluctantly confessed, no. "And where did you sleep?" Long Gu pressed. "At a friend's place," Xie Jiao stammered. When Long Gu probed further, Xie Jiao fell silent. Although puzzled, Long Gu refrained from pressing on, recognizing their shared adulthood. During breakfast, Wu Ke happened to sit directly across from Xie Jiao. Bolstered by Gu Zhaoqing's earlier words, Xie Jiao sat up straighter, casting aside his previous timidity, which caught Wu Ke's attention. As they neared the end of their meal, an unfamiliar man approached their table. The manager stood to greet him. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" Xie Jiao later learned that this Mr. Zhou was the head of the Lancy branch of Huaxin Group. After a brief exchange with the manager, Mr. Zhou inquired, "Who is Xie Jiao?" Uncertain, Xie Jiao raised his hand. Mr. Zhou approached and presented a small bag, stating, "Mr. Gu asked me to remind you to take your medication on time." All eyes at the table swiftly turned towards Xie Jiao, particularly Wu Ke, who was the first to realize who Mr. Gu was, recalling that Gu Zhaoqing had once asked him to deliver something to Xie Jiao. Xie Jiao stood to accept the bag and expressed his gratitude. After Mr. Zhou departed, a flurry of inquiries enveloped him, especially from Long Gu, who pressed his shoulder and demanded to know where he had slept the previous night. Xie Jiao remained evasive, clutching the small bag and grinning foolishly. Before the show began, Wu Ke seized his arm, glaring at him. "Aren't you the one who scorns mingling with the wealthy second generation? Is it amusing to play the field?" Xie Jiao chuckled, as if hearing an absurd joke. "What does that have to do with you? You must be dreaming." Wu Ke's eyes widened, a piercing realization striking him. "He is not like those wealthy second-generation individuals in your phone, and he is mine. Do not even think about it." Having obtained Gu Zhaoqing's contact information, Xie Jiao felt as blissful as an immortal. He swiftly added Gu Zhaoqing on WeChat and frequently reached out to him with playful messages. "Mr. Gu, what are you doing?" "Mr. Gu, I just finished dancing and I'm sore all over." "Mr. Gu, my mother found an old photo of me from childhood while cleaning today. Shall I show it to you? Am I not adorable? I won little red flowers in kindergarten solely based on my looks." "Mr. Gu, I want to drink milk tea, but my manager won't allow it." "Mr. Gu, I no longer wish to call you Mr. Gu." Gu Zhaoqing responded promptly to this message. "Then what would you like to call me?" Xie Jiao, holding his phone, replied, "What do you want me to call you?" Gu Zhaoqing hesitated, unable to muster a response. "Brother? Big Brother Gu?" Too cliché. Xie Jiao quickly dismissed those mundane titles and inquired, "Are we friends now?" Gu Zhaocheng, feeling nervous across the screen, answered yes. I wish to call you Gu Zhao. After reading those two repetitive characters, Gu Zhaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Is that all right? It feels so intimate. Gu Zhaocheng neither affirmed nor denied, as his mind was filled with the image of Xie Xiao gently calling him Gu Zhao, his voice lingering on the last syllable in an irresistible manner. Do you call others like that? Xie Xiao sent a sticker of a little person swearing an oath, earnestly stating, aside from my parents, you're the only one I call like this. A sweet sensation akin to peach nectar blossomed within Gu Zhaocheng's heart. If you don't respond, I shall take it as your agreement. Good night, Gu Zhao. Gu Zhaocheng felt inexplicably younger each time he was with Xie Xiao. Xie Xiao mentioned he was about to participate in a significant music performance, the largest stage since his debut. Gu Zhaocheng asked him if he was nervous. Xie Xiao hesitated for a moment before admitting, I am nervous, Gu Zhao. I'm currently quite obscure. If I dance poorly or sing badly, no one will care. Yet, if more people begin to like me, the critics will multiply as well. Who would dare to criticize you? Xie Xiao laughed. What? Do you wish to be my benefactor, paving my way in the entertainment industry? Gu Zhaocheng, unable to comprehend whether Xie Xiao was jesting, believed he was genuinely anxious. He cleared his throat and asked, Would you like me to be your benefactor? Xie Xiao burst into laughter, poking the face of a stuffed dog through the screen. What do you intend to do? I only sell my talents, not my person. I do not wish for you to sell yourself. Gu Zhaocheng, a nearly 30-year-old seasoned in the business world, found himself utterly defenseless against someone just over 20. What do you need my assistance with? Just let me know. Suddenly, Xie Xiao's laughter faded, and after a long silence, just as Gu Zhaocheng thought he had fallen asleep and was about to end the video call, Xie Xiao's face abruptly reappeared on the screen. Not meeting Gu Zhaocheng's gaze, he spoke softly, Gu Zhao, I lack a boyfriend. Gu Zhaocheng paused, sensing that Xie Xiao's words carried deeper implications. Yet he worried that he might be overthinking. Xie Xiao, upon noticing Gu Zhaocheng's silence, let out a disappointed sigh, concluding the video call. A few days later, Xie Xiao, along with his team, set out for the Yuan music show. To his surprise, he encountered Gu Zhaocheng at the venue, where Gu was seated with the director by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping coffee. When Gu caught sight of Xie and his companions entering, his gaze lingered for a brief moment before he averted it, seizing the opportunity while the other team members were occupied with makeup. Xie Xiao pulled Gu Zhaocheng into an unoccupied stairwell. Gu explained he was there to discuss advertising matters. With a playful glint in his eyes, Xie teased, Don't underestimate my lack of education. Does the president need to personally handle advertising affairs? Gu's expression stiffened slightly, yet he remained focused on his sole purpose for being there. He patted Xie Xiao on the shoulder, advising him, Just perform well, leave the rest to others. Feeling a pang in his heart, Xie embraced Gu for a fleeting moment before quickly releasing him, masking his affection with humor. It feels wonderful to be under the protection of a big shot. Gu glanced down at him, but turned away before their eyes met. Yet, even someone as oblivious as he could sense the growing tension of unspoken feelings in the air. As they exited the stairwell, they ran into Wu Ke, who froze upon noticing Gu behind Xie Xiao, but soon lowered his head and hurried away. Chapter 53, Gu Zhaocheng Extra. Little Sweet Bean, 10. Time seemed to accelerate with the promise of anticipation. That day, upon returning home, Gu Zhaocheng received a message from Gu Chenbai. Brother, the day after tomorrow is your birthday. Remember to come home. We'll celebrate for you. Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had completely forgotten that his birthday was approaching. After finishing his work, he drove back to his parents' house from Huashan. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, expecting the housekeeper to answer. To his surprise, the door swung open to reveal two yin, dressed in radiation protection clothing. They stood facing each other in silence. After a couple of seconds, Tu Yin dramatically placed a hand on her slightly protruding belly and exclaimed, Don't worry, little rabbit. It's not the wolf that's come, but your uncle. Gu Zhaocheng's eyelids twitched, and he resolved not to let Tu Yin ruin this delightful day. In the kitchen, Gu Chenbai was preparing Gu Zhaocheng's favorite dishes. Tu Yin dashed over, stealthily snatching a cucumber slice. and then stood beside Gu Chenbai, arms crossed, baffled. There is something off about Gu Zhaocheng. He isn't arguing with me at all. Gu Chenbai sighed. Do you really enjoy arguing with him that much? Oomph. I just relish seeing him at a disadvantage. What is his deal? Ignoring me completely. Gu Chenbai set down his knife, turned to lean against the counter, and pulled Tu Yin closer with a mischievous smile. Want to know why? Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Tu Yin pushed against Gu Chenbai's arm, scoffing at the suggestion. Gu Chenbai laughed and released her. After a moment, curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned in to plant a quick kiss on Gu Chenbai's cheek, urging, now tell me. Gu Chenbai bent down, whispering in her ear, he is someone he likes now, so he is not in the mood to argue with you. Tu Yin gasped, my curse has failed. Gu Chenbai playfully patted her backside. Little rabbit, my brother's happiness is hard-earned. Don't stir up trouble. Tu Yin took a fierce bite of the cucumber, pretending to be defiant. The Gu family elders and grandfather gathered together, sharing laughter and joy, indulging in their meal until 9 o'clock in the evening. Eventually, the elder Gu could no longer endure and waved his hand, indicating his desire to return home for some rest. Gu Zhaocheng intended to escort the elder back, reaching for the mobile phone on the sofa, only to discover 3 missed calls and several unread messages. His thoughts immediately turned to that person. Upon opening the messages, he found, as expected, it was Xie Zhiyao. In that moment, Gu Zhaocheng felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. He glanced awkwardly at the elder. When Gu Chenbai approached, casting a quick glance at his phone. What's the matter? A friend, Gu Zhaocheng replied. Gu Chenbai, with a playful nudge, urged him. You should go. I'll take care of grandfather. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, Gu Zhaocheng grabbed his coat and left, while his parents looked on in confusion, murmuring about his sudden departure. Upon reaching the end of Yufeng Road, Gu Zhaocheng found Xie Zhiyao crouched beneath a signpost, forlornly tugging at the ribbon of a cake box. When he lifted his gaze and spotted Gu Zhaocheng in the distance, his previously vacant expression transformed with a spark of recognition. He sprang to his feet, abandoning the cake, and dashed towards Gu Zhaocheng. The latter halted in his tracks, arms outstretched, and in the next heartbeat, Xie Zhiyao leapt into his embrace. Gu Zhaocheng, I've been waiting for you for such a long time, Xie Zhiyao lamented. I've been waiting so long that my hairstyle has gone awry and the ice cream cake has melted. Gu Zhaocheng, momentarily taken aback, wrapped his arms around Xie Zhiyao's waist, drawing him closer. I'm sorry, he said. I intended to surprise you and didn't inform you. I planned to tell you at noon today, but the cake shop misspelled your name, and I had to wait all afternoon to rectify it. Xie Zhiyao buried his face in the crook of Gu Zhaocheng's neck. I called you, but you didn't answer. I sent you messages, yet you didn't respond. I thought you were ignoring me. As Gu Zhaocheng brushed his fingers against Xie Zhiyao's cheek, he felt the warmth of tears. Xie Zhiyao lifted his head. I thought I was bothering you daily, that you found me annoying, that you despised me. Before he could finish speaking, a gentle kiss silenced him. Gu Zhaocheng leaned down, pressing his lips against Xie Zhiyao's, his movements tentative yet imbued with a tender care. Soon, he felt Xie Zhiyao's tongue intertwining with his own. He recalled a message Gu Chenbai had sent him earlier on the road. Brother, when hearts are in tune, there's no need to fret over words. Sometimes, a single kiss speaks volumes. Gu Zhaocheng, I haven't confessed my feelings yet. Xie Zhiyao, momentarily regaining his breath, nestled against Gu Zhaocheng's chest, resting his chin there and gazing up at him, complained, You've disrupted my plans. What plans did you have? To confess my feelings after your birthday. If you agreed, I would have a boyfriend. If you disagreed, I agree. Gu Zhaocheng interjected hastily. Xie Zhiyao's eyes crinkled with delight. I had a feeling you wouldn't refuse. Rising on his toes, Xie Zhiyao planted a couple of playful pecks on Gu Zhaocheng's lips and teased, You like me too, don't you? Gu Chaogang was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Xie Zhiyao, whose lips were flushed from their kiss, and whose eyes sparkled with moisture. At 21, Xie Zhiyao often retained a childlike demeanor, displaying affection and a desire for closeness, yet he radiated an unwavering vitality. Gu Chaogang, 7 years his senior, was expected to assume the role of the dominant partner in this relationship. However, it seemed that from the very beginning, Xie Zhiyao had seized the reins and held them firmly, with Gu Chaogang following his every lead. Xie Jiao was not disheartened by Gu Chaoging's silence. He continued to fixate on him, his smile deepening. He had never accused Gu Chaoging of being dull, taciturn, or lacking in romantic sensibility. "I adore you," Gu Chaoging declared earnestly. "The moment I saw you waving at me on stage, I fell for you. But the feeling was so unfamiliar that I dared not dwell on it, fearing I had made a mistake." Xie Jiao chuckled as he wrapped his arms around Gu Chaoging's neck. "Why are you so endearing, Gu Chaoging?" He reminisced about a conversation he had with friends long ago, pondering whether, if he were to ask his partner if they liked him, he would prefer a spontaneous answer or one that required contemplation. Among his friends, he was the only one who chose the latter option. They teased him, claiming that love should be marked by exhilaration and heart-pounding moments. At that time, he could not refute them, as he had never been in a relationship. Yet now, he could proudly assert that he had encountered someone who quickened his heartbeat while providing him solace. "Can you now accept the scent of an omega?" Xie Jiao winked at Gu Chaoging, hinting playfully, "My heat is approaching." Gu Chaoging took a moment to process this, feeling flustered by Xie Jiao's boldness. Resignedly, he pulled him into an embrace and whispered, "Xie Jiao, how can you be so shameless?" Xie Jiao stuck out his tongue, contemplating, "What is the big deal? According to my own timeline, we should already have a whole brood of children by now." Chapter 54. Gu Chaoging's Side Story. Little Sweet Bean, 11. Xie Jiao's bashful wishes were not fulfilled in due time, as Gu Chaoging believed that the pace of their romance should not be rushed. He bought a cake anew, brought Xie Jiao home, and accompanied him in blowing out the candles. He then shared a kiss with him, whose lips were smeared with cream, yet he still released him punctually before midnight. Sending him off to bed, Xie Jiao rolled over in bed, tugging at Gu Chaoging's shirt, pleading for him to stay the night. Gu Chaoging did not acquiesce, nor did he meet Xie Jiao's gaze, instead retreating silently to the bathroom. After a long day at work, he had shared a couple of glasses of red wine with his parents that evening. By the time he lay on the guest bed, weariness quickly enveloped him. Yet, a persistent thread of thought kept his mind alert, preventing him from drifting into peaceful slumber. He envisioned what it would be like if Xie Jiao were to enter the shower. The once innocent Gu Chaoging, who had been a virgin for many years, opened his eyes, sighed silently, and then rose again to head to the bathroom. Upon exiting, he passed by the master bedroom, where he found Xie Jiao still awake, lying on his side and gazing toward the door, grinning mischievously. "Gu Chaoging, why are you still awake?" Gu Chaoging's expression stiffened, and without a word, he proceeded directly to the guest bedroom. The romantic relationship has been confirmed, and Xie Jiao finds it peculiar, yet, upon reflection, perfectly natural. After all, there exists no definitive formula for love. Who asserts that one must be acquainted, understand, and accompany each other to fall in love? That day, immediately after his program, Xie Jiao called Gu Cheng, inquiring about the conclusion of his work. Gu Cheng replied that he was rather occupied and instructed his driver to fetch Xie Jiao and bring him a washing. Upon arriving at the company dormitory, Xie Jiao hurried down the stairs and, as he settled into the car, suddenly recalled something. "Chengu, could you please make a quick stop at Yufeng Road? There's a restaurant there with delightful cuisine. I'd like to buy dinner for Mr. Gu." The driver agreed, and soon they reached Yufeng Road. "By the way, Chengu, which restaurant does Mr. Gu prefer on this road? I seem to remember he always walks through here." The driver waved his hand dismissively. "No, he has a psychological aversion. He cannot bear to drive through Yufeng Road." Xie Jiao froze, not opening the car door, pausing to listen to the driver. "Have you seen the second young master of the Gu family?" "Yes." "Are you aware of his leg disability?" "It's quite evident." The driver nodded and continued. "I heard from the Gu family that the young master's leg injury was accidentally caused by our Mr. Gu, right on Yufeng Road, over a decade ago. Mr. Gu has never been able to let it go. Every time he passes this road, he gets out and walks. He claims he cannot drive over the crosswalk. He feels as if he is the perpetrator while seated in the car." Upon hearing this, Xie Jiao felt a profound sense of loss and even a dull ache in his heart, longing to see Gu Cheng at that very moment and embrace him tightly. Gu Cheng always prided himself on his composure, yet recently he found himself questioning it, for with Xie Jiao by his side, he could hardly write a word. Left with no alternative, he had to take Xie to the break room and swiftly finish the few remaining tasks. The driver parked the car in the underground garage, and Xie climbed in, insisting on having the Odin from Yufeng Road. Naturally, Gu Zhaocheng indulged him, but as they neared Yufeng Road, Xie suddenly declared he no longer wanted it, urging the driver to return home quickly. Gu Zhaocheng's expression momentarily stiffened. He feigned calmness and said to Xie Jiao, let us get out and take a walk. Hearing this, Xie felt a pang in his heart. He shook his head and replied, I don't want to walk. Let us go home. The driver had already reached the entrance of Yufeng Road and signaled to turn in. Gu Zhaocheng tensed up just as he reached for the car door. Xie swiftly intercepted him, locking the door and then sliding onto Gu Zhaocheng's lap. Gu Zhaocheng was clearly angered. He furrowed his brow, attempting to pull Xie off him, but Xie clung to him as if glued, tightening his grip the more Gu Zhaocheng struggled. Xie, please don't push me. I've been dancing all day, and my bones feel like they're falling apart. In this standoff, Gu Zhaocheng quickly deduced Xie's intentions and, in a moment of resignation, released his grip, saying, Don't do this. I'm not as pitiful as you think. I just want to get home quickly. My back and waist hurt. Xie feigned ignorance, lingering against Gu Zhaocheng. Suddenly, Jiao embraced Gu Zhaocheng's head, pressing it against her chest, and quickly signaled the driver to proceed. Like soothing a child, she tenderly massaged the back of Gu Zhaocheng's neck while gently patting his back, saying, Gu Zhaocheng, I'm here. The past is not your fault. That zebra crossing is merely a narrow line, easily traversed. From now on, I will be by your side. You are the best in my heart, and we shall be together for a long, long time. Would you be willing to make this small change for me? The cacophony outside faded away, leaving only the steady, powerful rhythm of Xie heart within her small chest. Thud, thud, thud. After an indeterminate time, she released her embrace, gently kissed Gu Zhaocheng's forehead, and reassured him. Gu Zhaocheng, we have left Yufeng Road. Gu Zhaocheng gazed at Xie with a somewhat dazed expression as she wiped away the tear stains from the corners of his eyes. They quietly regarded one another. In the days to come, I will walk with you. Do not fear. Upon reaching home, Gu Zhaocheng allowed Xie to lead him in and out of the elevator. As they entered, she was about to suggest watching a movie when, in an instant, Gu Zhaocheng lifted her and pressed her against the wall, sealing her lips with a kiss, unveiling his dominant alpha presence for the first time. Gu Zhaocheng asked, is this all right? Xie, overwhelmed by his pheromones, felt herself losing control. Though she found herself at his mercy, she boldly leaned in to nibble on Gu Zhaocheng's lips, teasingly whispering, Gu Zhaocheng, be gentle. Soon, chaos erupted in the living room, with various calls echoing around them. Gu Zhaocheng playfully swatted Xie's backside, urging her to behave. She wiggled her hips, defiantly responding, I won tea. Xie was like a brave and passionate flame, consuming the barren wasteland that Gu Zhaocheng had long concealed, reducing his facades and fears to ashes, paving the way for rebirth. The unspoken longings and anticipations found their answers in this individual. Eventually, as Xie began to drift into slumber, Gu Zhaocheng leaned down to kiss her and whispered, I love you. Big silly dog, Xie mumbled in her sleep. Gu Zhaocheng, unperturbed by her words, embraced her tightly, admitting, I truly am silly. So thank you for boldly stepping into my world. Yendi,